Hello, everyone. This is the Theodore Schubot Friday live stream. I'm your host, Theodore Schubot, and we are going to kick off the weekend by listening to a complete and total stranger talking for the next 6 to 7 hours. And today we're going to have a great stream, like always. We're going to have a good stream, great stream, and it's going to be a lot of fun. We're going to have a lot of fun, and there's going to be a lot of talking, coffee, more than likely smoking, more than likely. And we're going to be talking about Epstein. And we're going to be talking about how the story of Epstein and this recent ginormous dump of literally millions of Epstein files is going to further lead to the global shift against Israel that we've been seeing within recent years. And it's really all going to go against Israel. This whole thing with Jeffrey Epstein is going to be another nail on Israel's coffin. Just as the Gaza slaughterhouse led to the majority of Democrats turning against Israel, this Epstein story is going to lead to more and more Republicans, if not the majority of Republicans, going against Israel. In fact, if you look at Republicans under the age of 50, the majority of those people already hate Israel. And so this Epstein story is really going to be another ignited match thrown into the gasoline wherein Israel is currently soaking. And that's what's happening. That is what this Epstein story is about, really. And the thing is that everyone knew this. Everyone involved in this Epstein story, everyone who is focusing on this whole Epstein situation knows that this story, this whole giant quagmire, is leading to more and more hatred against Israel. Because what do you have in this story? What do you have at the end of the day? Let's be real here. You got a Jewish pimp pimping out girls, pimping out underage girls, blackmailing politicians. He's got very deep ties to the elites of Israel, such as Ehud Barak, who's a former prime minister of Israel. You got this Jewish pimp who's trying to make big, massive moves in politics. You have politicians like Ehud Barak and other politicians writing Epstein, asking for favors. You have big organizations, Zionist organizations, requesting from Epstein massive donations. I mean, this guy was obviously in the elite circles, and he was heavily tied to which country? Israel. So at the end of the day, what you have in this whole story is this ginormous scandal being tied to Israel. And the denouement, the outcome of this scandal is going to be Americans and, of course, other Westerners saying, this is why we need to cut off ties with Israel. This is why we need to abandon Israel. This is why Israel is evil. This is yet another reason why Israel is evil. This is another reason why Israel is antichrist. This is another reason why we need to throw Israel under the bus and leave Israel to the sharks. Really, by sharks, we're talking Turkey and Iran, the two biggest existential threats to Israel. And so the whole Epstein, see, I'm not just focusing on the story of Epstein itself, unto itself. I'm not just focusing on what crimes Epstein did. I'm not just focusing on the politicians that he was tied to. I'm really focusing on the big picture, the overall picture. I'm not just focusing on some of the trees. I'm trying my best here to focus on the forest. And what do we see in the bigger picture? What do we see in the situation in terms of the grand scheme of things? What we see is another nail being hammered into Israel's coffin. That's what we are witnessing here. And it's very interesting. I find this to be very interesting. I was thinking about this, and I can't really find anyone giving any sort of concrete answer to this, or I can't find anyone expressing the same sort of thought that I'm having, but I find it very interesting that Donald Trump has been praised as the most pro-Israel president in all of America's history. This is what Zionists have been saying. This is what Jewish people have been saying. This is what Israelis have been saying. The Israeli government has been saying this. Donald Trump is the most pro-Israel president in all of history, and all of American history, and all of the history of the modern-day state of Israel. Donald Trump is their guy. Okay. Donald Trump is their guy, but yet it's the Trump administration that releases millions of Epstein files. It's the Donald Trump administration that creates this Epstein library. That's what it's called, by the way. Go look it up. Go look it up. The Epstein library. It's in the official website for the U.S. government. And you can go on to, it's a database. It's practically a search engine. You want to see if someone may be tied to Epstein? Just go to the Epstein library and type in a word, type in a name, and see if that person is somehow connected to Jeffrey Epstein in some way or another, in some shape, form, in some way, shape, form of another, whatever, however you say it. It's an entire database, and this database was created under Trump's watch. The files were dumped under Trump's watch. You're going to say, well, they're not releasing all of the files. Okay, fine. I have no doubt about that. Are they omitting things? Absolutely. Are they redacting things? Absolutely. But still, they have released enough information for people to see quite concretely that Jeffrey Epstein had serious ties to the Mossad, to the Israeli government, to people like Ehud Barak, etc., etc. And like I said, anyone who is focused on this story, if you're a journalist, if you're a blogger, if you're a YouTuber, it doesn't really matter. Anyone who is focusing on this story in any way, in whatever shape or form, knows the ramifications of this, knows the ripple effect that this is causing. And that ripple effect is a massive shift against, not for, against Israel. Now, the world has already shifted against Israel to a great extent because of the slaughterhouse in Gaza. But there is another aspect, there is another side in this coin, and that is the Israel lobby and the Mossad, and how Israel and its acolytes have undue influence on America's politicians and also on the politicians of other Western countries like Germany and Great Britain. And so the Epstein files and the whole Epstein story sheds more light on this reality, how this Jewish pimp had so much influence, how this Jewish pimp was getting requests from politicians and other agents, other actors within certain governments, and how Epstein was really influencing politicians and blackmailing politicians in his criminal underground, in his criminal underworld. And so this sheds more light on the phenomenon of Israel having this undue influence on America's politicians. And so you have really two sides of the coin. you have two sides of the anti-Israel coin, so to speak. One side is Israel's crimes. The butchering of the Palestinians, the sexual abuse of Palestinian detainees, the persecution of Christians by the Israeli government, the persecution of Christians by Jewish fanatics, settlers, etc. That's one side. And this is a major reason as to why people are turning against Israel. This is the number one reason why the majority of Democrats are now against Israel. And this is a major reason as to why a substantial amount of Republicans, especially Republicans under the age of 50, have gone against Israel. But the other side of the coin is the Israel lobby and Israel's influence on the American government. That's another side of this whole coin. And so with the slaughterhouse of Gaza, Israel lost the Democrats. But still, as bad as Gaza is, and as horrific as Israel's crimes are against the Palestinians, sadly enough, it is still not horrendous enough for the Republicans, for the majority of Republicans, to abandon Israel. Because the majority of Republicans, regardless of the fact that a substantial portion of the Republicans have gone against Israel, still a majority of Republicans are pro-Israel. When you include the boomers, who are still a big part of the Republican Party. Now, if you look at Republicans under the age of 50, then it's a totally different story. But still, overall, the majority of Republicans are disturbingly enough not disgusted by what Israel has done to Gaza and what Israel continues to do to Gaza. So how do you make a even bigger shift within the American right wing against Israel? How do you do that? Bring in undue foreign influence on America's politicians. Because when it comes to Republican anger, what gets Republicans angry more than anything is foreign influence on politicians. This is why Republicans focus more on the Somalian daycare scandal than Democrats do. Because in that story, it's a foreign demographic stealing taxpayer money from the government of Minnesota, right? So we're talking about foreigners stealing the white man's money, so to speak, or stealing the American man's money. You know, hard-earned tax dollars being robbed by a bunch of foreigners, a bunch of lazy foreigners who didn't earn it. That's what pisses off Republicans, as opposed to Democrats. Democrats get more angered by injustice to a weaker population or a poorer population. This is just an observation, right? This is just an observation of reality here. So if you tell Republicans, no, there are foreigners who have undue influence on your politicians, and they're blackmailing your politicians. Really? Which foreigners are doing this? Which ones are doing this? The Israelis. That causes a shift against Israel. And we have been seeing this massive shift against Israel happening in the Republican faction really since 2018. It's been going on before Gaza. This has been going on since 2018. And I'll talk more about this later, but what was happening in 2018 was more and more American evangelicals began to reject dispensationalism and Christian Zionism. So there was a cultural shift that began in 2018. It got amplified in 2024, 2025 with the Gaza slaughterhouse, and with more and more younger Republicans becoming aware of the Israel lobby. So the Jeffrey Epstein story has become a further nail on Israel's coffin. Now the Jeffrey Epstein story sheds more light on the reality of Israeli, really, put in parentheses, foreign influence on America's politicians. So the ripple effect of the Jeffrey Epstein the dumping of the Jeffrey Epstein files, is going to be a further ripple effect or a further tidal wave against Israel. Not just from the Democrats, but from the Republicans. Because the Jeffrey Epstein story is something that it's focused upon by Democrats, yes, but this is something that conservatives and American right-wingers tend to focus more on as opposed to Democrats. So with the Jeffrey Epstein story and with this story of this Jewish pimp pimping underage girls, blackmailing politicians, having all of this undue influence on America's politicians, you're going to see now an even deeper rift between the American right and the American Zionist establishment. It's going to get worse for them. I'm telling you right now, it is happening, guys. It's not going to get better for the Zionists. A lot of people out here a lot of you guys are doubting me. A lot of you guys are doubting me. A lot of you guys are saying, oh, no, Israel's never going to go down. The Israeli establishment is never going to go down. The Zionist establishment is never going to go down. It is going to go down. The reason why a lot of people don't see what I'm seeing is because, you see, you guys, I'm not saying you guys as in every single one of you, but in those who doubt me, in my detractors, to use that term, which has become kind of popular recently, to my detractors, the reason why you guys are doubting me is because you guys are accustomed to America being pro-Israel. You guys are accustomed to America being Zionistic. That's what we have been accustomed to. I can't blame you guys because, listen, I'm the first one to say it. I have been accustomed to be pro-Israel. Absolutely. I was raised from a very young age to be pro-Israel. My father was one of the most... Oh, my God. Guys, this is coming from the mouth, meaning my mouth. This is coming from the mouth of someone who was raised by one of the biggest faces in American Zionism. My father was one of the biggest personalities, one of the biggest figureheads in the American Zionist movement. So if you guys were raised to be pro-Israel in Sunday school, I was raised to be pro-Israel 10 times more hardcore than you guys were. I guarantee it. Maybe your parents mentioned Israel in passing. Maybe your parents said, you got to support them. You got to bless Israel because, that's what God wants. And then you went off on your own way, right? But I was raised by one of the biggest figureheads in Zionism. I grew up around Zionists. I would eat dinner with Zionists. I would hang out with Israelis on a weekly basis. I would go to big pro-Israel events with my father. I would go to the big Zionistic conferences. I would go to all of these events. I went to all of these events. If you guys were raised to be pro-Israel by your Sunday school teacher or by your parents, and that's what you were conditioned to be, I was raised to be Zionistic in a way that was 10 times more hardcore than you guys were. I guarantee. I'm not trying to be insulting. I'm not trying to one-up anyone. It's just the reality. And so this is coming from someone who comes from that background. If anyone should be doubting that there's going to be this downfall of the pro-Israel establishment, it should be me, because I was raised very much so. I was raised with much intensity and enthusiasm to be accustomed to be pro-Israel. But thank God I have a brain. Thank God for God. Thank God we were designed to have brains and to be aware of certain things and to think for ourselves. I don't blame people for doubting me, but I'm telling you that, you see, when a society has been accustomed to a certain way of thinking, it's difficult for that society to think that what they were accustomed to is going to end. It's difficult for that society to believe that what they were accustomed to support is going to face its downfall. But I'm not talking about something that's going to happen a year from now. I'm not saying this is going to happen 5 years from now. I'm looking into maybe 10 years from now, maybe 15, maybe 20 years from now, what we can expect. I'm not saying this is going to happen next year. I'm not going to say this is going to happen in the next 2 years. It may happen in the next maybe 8 years, maybe 10, maybe, like I said, 15, 20 years. I'm looking at the long term here. I'm not looking at the immediate future. But what I am seeing in the trends, what I am seeing in the political discourse of American society, on the Democratic side and on the Republican side, is a massive shift against Israel, a massive alteration of the political zeitgeist in regards to the Jewish state. For the Democrats, that shift happened with the Gaza slaughterhouse. To some extent, the butchering of the Palestinians got a lot of Republicans, mainly young Republicans, millennial Republicans, and Zoomer Republicans, to shift against Israel. But like I said, the general Republican population is pro-Israel still. So how are the Republicans going to shift even more against Israel? This is where the phenomenon of foreign influence comes in. This is where pointing out foreign influence by Israel, by Israel's agents, comes into play. And this is where people like Tucker Carlson and Mr. Massey come into play. You have this politician, I forgot his first name. What's his first name? Thomas Massey. So you have Thomas Massey, who is very popular amongst conservatives. And what is one of his selling points? What's his biggest selling point? Really? His biggest selling point is, I don't receive a dime from AIPAC. Republicans love it. Why do people love Tucker Carlson? Because Tucker Carlson goes against the Israel lobby. And you see this also on the Democrat side, where you have politicians like Ocasio-Cortez saying, I got $0 from AIPAC. This is a selling point. So the Gaza slaughterhouse is something that mainly got Democrats to go against Israel. But the Epstein story and the anti-AIPAC sentiment and the anti-Israel lobby sentiment that is rising up is something that can unite Republicans and Democrats even more so. And it can get more Republicans to go against Israel. So I'm looking at the implications. I'm looking at the ripple effect. I'm looking at the consequences of this whole quagmire, this whole Epstein situation. And the ripple effect is, and is going to be, more and more people going against Israel. More and more people saying, we've had enough of the chosen ones ruling the American government. And it's going to get ugly for Israel. It's going to get ugly for Israel. Remember, Donald Trump was resistant against releasing all these Epstein files. He was saying, okay, can we stop talking about it, guys? It's getting old, stop, blah, blah, blah. And then what did that cause? It caused huge public outrage against Donald Trump. You had all these MAGA conservatives, all these MAGA Republicans saying, hey, Trump, we voted for you so that you could go against the elites and clean the swamp and drain the swamp and all this stuff. What the hell are you doing? What's wrong with you? And eventually, the Trump administration released all these millions of files. And like I said, anyone who has been focusing on the Epstein story knows that the Epstein story is intensifying anti-Israel sentiment. So by Trump or by his administration releasing the files, Trump knows damn well that he is that he is putting more fuel on the fire against Israel. He knows this. Anyone with a half a working brain cell knows that when you release the Epstein files, it's going to intensify anti-Israel sentiment. Why do you think Ben Shapiro and Mark Levine and Josh Hammer and the ADL, Jonathan Greenblatt of the ADL, why do you think all these guys are scared shitless of the Epstein story? They're all scared shitless. I wouldn't be surprised to see one day Ben Shapiro saying he's leaving Miami. He's going to go to Tel Aviv. I wouldn't be surprised to see one day Dave Rubin, Josh, all the rest of these bastards, all the rest of these members of the temple, taking flights to Israel and saying, the anti-Semitism is getting too much here. We got to go, guys. I don't feel safe here. They're leaving England. Look at what happened in Great Britain recently. Record numbers of Israelis, dare I say the J word? Record numbers of them leaving the UK. Why? Why are they leaving the UK for? Because the anti-Israel sentiment continues to grow. And look at what happened in the UK recently. The guy who Keir Starmer appointed to be the British ambassador to the United States has been exposed as someone who was tied to Epstein. Mr. Mendelsohn. Mr. Mendelsohn, who is tied to Keir Starmer's government, was tied to Epstein. And now there's this huge scandal in the UK over this because it turns out that Keir Starmer knew that Mr. Mendelsohn was tied to Epstein, and apparently it didn't really disturb him enough. Apparently it did not bother him enough to the point where he appointed this guy to be the British ambassador to the United States. So now you have this huge outrage in the United Kingdom. Anti-Israel sentiment has skyrocketed in the United Kingdom. And you can say, well, it's because of the Muslims. Yeah, the Muslims play a big role in that. But the white people in England are also not the biggest fans of Israel. And a lot of the white folks in the United Kingdom, in the UK, are now starting to turn against Israel because now they're starting to think about, undue influence on the UK, on all politicians, mate. So go look into it. Record numbers of members of the temple fleeing the UK. They're going off to, Israel, wherever. So why is Ben Shapiro, Levine, Hammer, Greenblatt, why are all these guys scared shitless? Why? Why does Ben Shapiro continue to insist that we should not care about this Epstein story? Same thing with Mark Levine. Why? Because they know damn well. They know damn well that all of the attention on Epstein spells massive negative attention on Israel. That's the reason why this whole thing is about Israel. That's what this is about. It's not just about, there was a scandal and there were some crimes that were done. That's not the only thing. That's not the only reason why people are focusing on this. Yes, they're focusing on the crimes. Yes, they're focusing on the evils, as they should, as we all should, absolutely. But it's not just that. It's the fact that people are thinking the politicians who we vote for are controlled by a foreign government, and therefore we do not have sovereignty. Therefore, we are being ruled by a bunch of foreign elitist pedophile pimps. That's what this is about. Our politicians are being controlled and blackmailed by a pimp from Israel. And this, or he's not really from Israel, but he's a pimp tied to Israel, a Jewish pimp. All right, I'm just going to say it. He was a Jewish pimp. So our country is controlled by a Jewish pimp. People are wondering, is Trump compromised by a Jewish pimp? People are wondering, in the UK, is Mr. Mendelsohn, who is a member of Keir Starmer's government, being controlled by a Jewish pimp? How many of our politicians were under the control of a Jewish pimp? I'm telling you what this is about. Don't you guys? Oh my God! See, all these people doubting me. All these people saying, "Oh, the Zionist establishment is never going to go down." All you people doubting me. Don't you guys read history? Are you guys this ahistorical? This has happened. You guys realize this has happened before, right? You guys realize this. This is like we're just in the cycle here. History does not run in a linear fashion. History doesn't run as a singular line. History runs in a circle. And the reason why history runs in a circle is because history doesn't really repeat itself. Human beings repeat themselves. And so if you go back into the past, you will find this cycle. Western countries will accept, this is a fact of history. I'm not saying this is a good thing, so don't fucking damn me for this, YouTube. But Western countries will accept members of the temple. If you don't know what a member of the temple is, it's the J word. If you don't know what the J word is, then look at a map and look for a country that starts with an I and ends with an L. Then you'll know what I'm talking about. Western countries accept members of the temple. Then they, for whatever reason, they begin to despise members of the temple. We have seen this cyclically. We have seen this go in cycles in human history. We saw this in Ukraine, Russia, Poland, Spain, France, England. I mean, Guatemala. Look at what happened in Guatemala a number of years recently. We're talking like 2018, Guatemala. All these members of the temple, members of some cult from Israel, went to Guatemala City, and they were running some sick fucking pedophile cult. Then they went off to some Guatemalan village, and they were harassing the natives. They were you can look into this. They were abusing kids. And so the elders of this area, this region of Guatemala got together, the tribal elders got together, and even the fucking native tribal elders in Guatemala said, "Can you please take these people back to Guatemala City?" And the Guatemalan government escorted them to Guatemala City. And I think eventually a bunch of them went back to Israel. I don't remember, but but even in Guatemala, basically a repeat of what happened to the mother of Guatemala, Spain, happened in one of the daughters of Spain, Guatemala. Okay, so this is a cycle. And so America right now is going through that cycle. That's what's happening. America is going through the cycle. I'm not saying it's a great thing. I don't like it. I don't like people going against other people based on their demographic. But this is just a fact of history. And one of the laws of history is that history rhymes. It roughly repeats itself. That's why we say it rhymes, as opposed to just saying it repeats itself. But roughly speaking, more or less, history rhymes. And so right now, America is going through the very same cycle that a lot of other countries went through in history. America was hardcore Zionistic after World War II. In the 1950s, which political party was the most pro-Israel? Can you guys guess? In the 1950s, which political party was the most pro-Israel? Answer, it wasn't the Republican Party. It wasn't. It was not the Republican Party. It was the Democrat Party. The Democrat Party back in the 1950s was more pro-Israel than the Republican Party was. That is a fact. If you look at AIPAC, when it first started out as an organization in the United States, AIPAC was ran by Democrats. AIPAC was dominated by the Democrat Party. That's what it was. Then the Republicans later on started seeping into the AIPAC movement, started seeping into the Zionistic movement. And that began in the late 1960s with the 6 Days War, the infamous 6 Days War, a war that my father lived through as a child. Because my father grew up in the West Bank. So he lived through the 6 Days War. He can tell you all about the 6 Days War. But it was a 6-day war between Israel on one side, and then you had Jordan and Syria on the other. Israel defeated multiple Arab armies at once. It defeated Syria. It defeated Jordan all at once. And so the conservative Christians in America were thinking, oh my God, Bible prophecy is happening. Look, we're seeing the Jewish people. We've seen that they have returned. These armies were surrounding Israel. They defeated multiple armies at one time. This is a miracle, blah, blah, blah. So they thought, this is it. My grandmother, who was a white American woman, ethnically Scottish American woman, was in the West Bank because my father's mom was a white American. She was in the West Bank. She lived through the 6 Days War. She told my father, she said, this is prophecy in the making. And that sowed a seed into my father's heart. So conservatives saw that and they thought, oh my God, this is it. We got to support Israel. This is it. So the conservatives really began to jump on the Zionist bandwagon, so to speak, by the droves. And this is when you started to see a lot of dispensationalism becoming popular. This is when you began to see Christian Zionism really blowing up in the United States. So ever since that point, really the idea of being pro-Israel was something that was, for the most part, bipartisan in both the Republican Party and the Democrat Party. So America embraced Israel, embraced the Israelis, was hardcore pro-Israel, accepted them with open arms, the whole thing. And now we're seeing the shift. So it's been decades. We've been going through this for decades, right? We are now at a point in which we are decades after this conditioning began. And so because we have been conditioned to this for decades, it's going to take some time. But what we are witnessing is the transition point. That's what we are currently witnessing. It's the transition point. And it's going to get worse. And the whole Epstein story is going to make things worse for Israel. Because now Israel is going to be complaining about Iran. They're going to say, oh my God, Iran's going to kill us. They're going to say Turkey's going to destroy us. You got to help us. And the American people are saying what? We don't care because you guys are the country of Jeffrey Epstein. That's the bottom line. That's what it's going to come down to. And to a great extent, it's already come to that point. But it's going to get worse. It's going to get more intense. So that's why Mark Levine, Ben Shapiro, Jonathan Greenblatt, Josh Hammer, that's why they're all telling you to stop focusing on Epstein, guys. Why are you guys so obsessed over this? Why are you guys so obsessed over this? Now, they wanted you to be obsessed with the grooming gang scandal in the UK. They had no issue. They had no issue, not one whatsoever, with people fixated on the UK grooming gangs scandal. How you had all these Pakistani gangs sexually grooming young girls in the UK, and you had British officials who knew what was happening, but they didn't really press the issue as much as they should have because they were afraid that it would spark racism in the country. Then the scandal broke out, and all it has done is increased more racism in the United Kingdom. Now, we could talk about that story until we're blue in the face. Ben Shapiro's not going to care. In fact, he wants you to focus more on that because that means you're not focusing on Epstein. He would much rather have you focus on that than on Epstein. He doesn't care. We have the whole Somalian daycare center scandal. We can talk about that until we're blue in the face. Ben Shapiro's not going to care. Josh Hammer's not going to care. None of these Zios are going to care. Why is it that they're so worried, that they're so concerned about the Goyim focusing on the Jeffrey Epstein story? Even though the Jeffrey Epstein story is extremely scandalous. Because it ties with Israel. That's the only reason why. Because the more people know about Epstein, guess what's going to happen? The more people are going to go down this rabbit hole on the internet, reading about conspiracies, about pedophile rings, and they're going to read about, I don't know, babies being eaten alive by politicians. They're going to read about, I don't know, they're going to read some story claiming that Leon Panetta ate infants and Hillary Clinton had satanic orgies and Bill Clinton cannibalized a prostitute in front of a statue of Bab Homet. People are going to, and there's a lot of stuff like this on the internet. I'm not even making this up. There's a whole lot of stuff like this on the internet. And people are going to go down that rabbit hole. And they're going to read stuff that's not true. They're also going to read stuff that is true. What worries them, what worries the Zionist establishment is the perception. The perception that is going to get amplified because of this is Israel is evil, And therefore America should not support Israel. America needs to cut ties off from Israel. That's going to be the perception. That's a dominating perception, but it's going to continue to dominate. And the Epstein story is going to help it continue to dominate. It's going to amplify this whole thing even more. And that's why Ben Shapiro and his ilk are so worried about this. Because the Epstein story getting global attention means negative attention being placed on Israel on a massive scale. And like I said, this is yet another nail on Israel's coffin. I'll read your guys' comments, and then we'll continue on from there. Let's see here. Great way to end the work week. Theology, some gaming, and Dr. Pepper. What more can one ask for? Sounds great. Sounds like a good time. Let's see here. In my best British accent, come along, everyone. It is time for high tea. Yeah. Hello, Thea. Hello, Mark in room. The Crusades. Awesome and good evening. Hello, Mr. Crusades. Hello there. Hello, Western Rebel 242. Glad to see you back. Hello, Alexis Corral. Happy Friday. Happy Friday to you, sir. Thank you. Hello, Prince Zachariah. Hello, Sweet Body Fitness. Good Friday to you. Happy Friday to you too, sir. Hello, Cozy in the Cut. Yes, my favorite indie band. Greetings to you too. Thank you. Hello, Turuk Atruk. DNA analysis reveals new details about Anatolian Seljuk sultans. Please share. Hello, Orthochristos, noble ones in the Middle East wanting to negotiate with the U.S. Yep, I read about that. Good afternoon from Alaskan Tough Anchorage. Wow. We have someone in Anchorage watching us. That's practically Russia. That's a long distance from here. You're up there in the freezing weather. I hope you're staying warm. And I'm happy to entertain you as you're living in the freezing climate over there. Hello, Daniel Berry Sports Highlights. Hello, Juan Isaac. Hello, Walnerf. DNA analysis reveals new details about Anatolian Seljuk sultans. Search this in Google. All right. The Epstein files made me of Biden as a clone. Seljuks are from Kazakhstan originally. Yeah, absolutely. They are. Turkestan. They're from Central Asia. I wonder why I thought you were going to pray the rosary. I don't know what you're talking about. Turkic tribes from China to Anatolia. Yep. Let's see here. There are two main subgroups, Turkic nation, etc., etc. It's global. Yep, it is. I'm an Oghuz Turk. I'm an Iraqi Turkmen descent. Crazy. That's fascinating. I mean that sincerely. Presidential scandals from Sally Hemings to Grantism to Mama Where Am I Watergate, Clintongate, Trumpgate, blah blah blah, Epstein Gate. Theo made a statement about Seljuk sultans, aka kings of being Asian looking, and I shared the technological reconstruction of Seljuk. Yeah, they were Seljuks. Absolutely, they were Central Asians. Is it not true? There's a lot of truth to the whole Epstein thing. Absolutely, they were just looking like Scythians, who are a mix of Turkic and Indo-European. Yep, sounds about right. Like Mongolians. Let's see here. Because in steppes there is no distinctive appearance. Phenotype, horde culture is not racist and against inbredism mixed with Vikings, Slavic. Interesting. They have redacted thousands of names. Yep, I understand that. Maurice's... But regardless of the fact that they have redacted names, the fact remains that this is amplifying the hatred against Israel. Maurice's Strategikon, Handbook of Byzantine Military Strategy, mentions how the subgroups are all Turks from Scythians. Yes, you're correct. Yes, I think John Skyleet says this in his history. He says that the Turks were basically Scythians. They are shaking it in our face while saying, yes, it's true. But what are you going to do about it? You're correct, Jody. You're absolutely right. And this is only going to further prove what I'm foretelling here. And that is the hatred against Israel is going to become even more ferocious. You don't sound like you vote. It sounds like you're telling everyone else what to do, except it sounds like you could sit out voting. I don't know what you're talking about. Some podcasters calling Trump the Antichrist. I am not there yet. No, I'm not there. I don't see anyone doubting you. I see the world drooling for it. I see the world drooling for it, but the thing is that you have a lot of people who say things like, I wish you were correct that we're going to see the downfall of the Zionist regime, but I don't think it's going to happen. Or they just plainly tell me, I don't think it's going to happen. There's going to be no downfall of the Zionist establishment. It's not going to happen, blah, 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 blah. And like I've said, the reason why people think in such a manner is because they have been accustomed to the Zionist establishment being so dominating in American political discourse. And so because people are accustomed to this, they find it difficult to believe that the pro-Israel establishment is going to eventually die. It's eventually just going to fail, and it's going to be toppled. And I'm telling you guys that by observing the signs, by looking at the trends, by seeing this shift taking place and seeing how this shift against Israel is not going away, and how it's only getting worse, it's only becoming more intense, it's only becoming more ferocious, it's only becoming more and more of a political conflagration, that it is quite conspicuous for all to see that we are in a transition point towards this massive global shift against Israel, and that eventually it's going to happen. I mean, we didn't see this level of hatred in the 1990s. We didn't see this level of anger in the 1970s, in the 80s, in the early 2000s. Surely not the early 2000s. The decade of 9/11, are you kidding me? When 9/11 happened, pro-Israel sentiment exploded 10 times more. Because Americans were thinking, oh my God, we just watched our own countrymen being murdered by these evil Muslims. Israel was trying to warn us about this. Israel is fighting against these barbarians. We have to join Israel. And so the terror that got sparked due to the 9/11 attack made more Americans pro-Israel. And it made the pro-Israel sentiment in the United States even greater. But we're not living in the early 2000s. We're living in the 2020s. And right now, we are getting closer to the end of the 2020s. I know, right? Time goes by so fast. Time goes by so fast. It's surreal how time is accelerating. But we are now reaching the end of the 2020s. And in the decade of the 2020s, we have X. We have information spreading, not in a matter of minutes, but in a matter of milliseconds. We have a deluge of information spreading in rates faster than any distribution of information that mankind has had since the beginning. And so we're also living in a time when anti-Israel sentiment has been at its highest level since the end of the Second World War. And it's not going away. And the one who is mainly at fault for this is Israel. Israel wants to blame X. They want to blame Elon Musk. They want to blame Trump even. They want to blame some guy who talks in front of a camera on YouTube. But the reality is that the one that is to blame for all of this is Israel. Because Israel decided, well, you know, America loves us so much and Americans support us so intensely that we can do whatever it is that we want. If we want to kill 100,000 people, we're going to do it. And Israel did it. I don't think Israel killed tens of thousands of people. I think Israel killed at least 100,000 people, if not more, if not hundreds of thousands of people. But I think Israel killed at least 100,000 people. I mean, looking at all those destroyed buildings, I find it hard to believe that the death count is just in the tens of thousands. I think it's at least 100,000 people murdered, if not more. And so the world saw that. They said, fuck this. They said, to hell with Israel. And a massive shift against Israel began to take place, especially amongst the Democrats and especially amongst Republicans under the age of 50, millennial and Zoomer Republicans. And Israel's not going to stop. Israel continues to defend what it did. Israel continues to try to cover up what it did. For example, Israeli soldiers raping a male Palestinian detainee and then trying to cover it up and then prosecuting the woman who leaked out the footage showing the rape taking place. So Israel is not making the situation better for itself. AIPAC continues to support Israel. AIPAC continues to use its money to influence politicians and to bend the elbows of politicians or twist the arm of the politicians. And so people are seeing all this and they're saying, okay, we have a foreign country that is twisting our country's arm to aid and abet in its evil. And so you have all this massive conflagration against Israel that is spreading like a wildfire in a very dry field. And another match that's been ignited and thrown onto this already very heated conflagration is the Epstein files. And Donald Trump released the Epstein files, or at least millions of the Epstein files, with redactions and with omissions, of course. But nonetheless, millions of the Epstein files have been released. So how much does America really care about this whole thing? I mean, America didn't have to do this. The U.S. government did not have to do this. They could have just said, no, we're not going to release shit. They don't exist. They could have just denied the whole thing. They could have said, no, there is no Epstein files. You guys are just making things up. It's all just a bunch of big conspiracy, kookity-kookla, Alex Jones level bullshit, and we're not going to pay attention to a bunch of riffraff. We're not going to pay attention to a bunch of rabble on the internet. America could have done that. The U.S. government could have done that, but they didn't. And do you know why I think they didn't do that? I think it's because America, I believe this. I could be wrong. I could be absolutely wrong. I'll admit it. But I believe that America is priming the American people for the day when America throws Israel under the bus. Imagine if America tried to throw Israel under the bus in the early 2000s, right? You're talking about something that just would not happen. It would have never happened. It would have been unthinkable for the U.S. government to stab Israel in the back in the early 2000s. That was the 9/11 era. That was the Iraq era. That was the Afghan war era. That was the war on terror era. Right? The idea of America doing that at that time in that decade was unthinkable. But now you look at this whole situation and you see, okay, you see the U.S. government slowly, albeit slowly, beginning to turn against Israel. Truly, you see it happening. And it's a reflection of the American people. The American people are turning against Israel. Governments, by and large, are simply products of the masses. Governments, by and large, are just reflections of the people. And where the people go, eventually the government will follow. Eventually. It takes time, but eventually the government will follow. And so the American people shifted against Israel. They said, no, we're tired of Israel. Israel gets bombed, severely bombed in 2025. We saw it. We saw the Iranian hypersonic missiles pounding Israel. Trump didn't go to war. Even though the Zios would have just loved to see America go through a conventional war against Iran, regardless of all the American soldiers that would be killed in such a conflict. They would have loved to see the U.S. government just declare war on Iran and do a massive conventional war, 100,000 troops on the ground type of situation. They would have loved to see that. But it didn't happen. It didn't. Why? Because the idea of doing a conventional war for Israel, very, very unpopular. Very unpopular. If 80% of the American people, if 75% of the American people said, we need to go to war against Iran, it would have happened already. They would have gone yesterday. They would have gone last year to war against Iran. 100%. But it didn't happen. Why? Because the vast majority of Americans are against any idea of going to war for the sake of Israel, for the cause of Israel. So there's that. And then we see, and I'll talk more about this later on, but we see this whole thing with Turkey. The United States has been working for the benefit of Turkey and green-lighting the Turks to further expand into Syria. And I talked a lot about this last week, but it's still something that is most definitely worthy of our attention because it indicates and it bespeaks a significant shift in America's foreign policy. because for many years, the United States was supporting the Kurds against ISIS in Syria. And the Kurds really were America's main proxy against ISIS in Syria. And so America, for this very reason, allowed for the Kurds to have a de facto independent state in northeastern Syria. It was effectively a Kurdish state. And recently, we watched as the Syrian army, with the backing of the Turkish military, taking entire swaths of Kurdish territory in northern Syria and essentially vanquishing the Kurds with America's backing. We watched as America backstabbed an ally, a major ally. And the American ambassador to Turkey, who is also the main American diplomat to Syria, Tom Barak, stated that the purpose of the Kurds has reached its expiration date. He said something more or less like that, which is not really surprising. I mean, this is America that we're talking about at the end of the day. America is famous for betraying allies. So, I mean, America doesn't really have any moral qualms with doing that. And so, why did America do that? Because America wants the Turks to take over Syria. Why does America want the Turks to take over Syria? Because America wants this massive Muslim country that's a member of NATO to control the Middle East as a counter against Russian and Chinese influence. And Turkey is the most powerful Muslim country in the world, and America wants the entire Islamic world. We're talking about over 1 billion people. America wants the entire Islamic world, over 1 billion people, to be on the side of America and not on the side of China and or Russia. America wants the world to back it. America is a global empire. This is what global empires do. Global empires want the world to revere it. They want the world to serve it as an empire. And so America wanting the world to serve it as an empire is saying, why would we just forsake Turkey of what it wants just to please little old Israel? Let's give the Turks what they want, use them as a proxy against the Russians and the Chinese in the Middle East, allow them to become a global power, have them take control over Central Asia so that we can use this Turkish empire, this revived Turkish empire, as a proxy against the Chinese and the Russians. Israel be damned. Israel said, no, don't allow the Turks to take over Syria. America said, no, we're going to allow the Turks to take over Syria. Israel be damned. So we watched as America not only betrayed a major ally, the Kurds, but also conducted a policy against the interest of Israel and for the benefit of Israel's biggest threat, and that is Turkey. So we're already seeing the shift. A lot of people don't want to see it. A lot of people want to believe that the Zionist entity or the Zionist establishment is never going to die. A lot of people want to believe this. A lot of people want to believe this. They want to believe that there is this Zionist entity that is just indestructible. It's Superman. The world is ran by super Jews who can never be assailed, who can never be outsmarted, who can never be finessed, who can never be defeated. A lot of people want to believe that. Why do they want to believe that? Perhaps it's because they've been saying this for so many decades to their friends that they don't want to be wrong. Maybe. I'm not entirely sure. But a lot of people want to believe this. And so the moment you show them that the Zionist establishment, the Zionist power, so to speak, is going down, and America is turning against that power, gradually speaking, they get really pissed off at you because they want to believe in this idea of the super Jews who are running everything, who can never be defeated. I'm sorry to tell you guys, but the whole thing is going to go down. Israel will go down. And this whole Jeffrey Epstein thing, this ginormous dump of millions of the Jeffrey Epstein files, is just another match that's been lit and thrown into this wildfire against Israel. It's another match that's been lit and thrown into this massive political and cultural conflagration against Israel. And Trump knew what he was doing. And Trump knows what he's doing when he gives the green light to the Turks to expand further into Syria. Trump knew exactly what he was doing. And so when the time comes wherein America is just going to say, Israel, you're on your own, and that time will come. When that time comes, no one is going to give a damn by that point. By that point, a lot of the boomers will already be dead or so old that they just are incapable of expressing any sort of political outrage. By that point, the vast majority of Westerners will be hating Israel, will be associating Israel with Jewish pimps, sexual espionage, scandals, mass murder, male-on-male rape, and organs trafficking. And literally, virtually no one is going to shed a tear for Israel. Not one hair on a man's beard will move for Israel. That's what we can expect for the future. I'll read more of your guys' comments. Hold on. Give me 1 second, guys. I need to, real quick, I want to change the title on my live stream. I just want to say real quick that I am live. Should I say I'm talking about Jeffrey Epstein? I guess I should just say talking about Jeffrey Epstein. Let's just do this, guys. I don't know. One second. Hold on. I'll read your guys' comments. Let's see here. The only thing they had going for them is that they had not released this batch of files. Now they can't stop more and more people from noticing. Yup, absolutely. Looks like some nice tea. It's just coffee. But close enough. Hello from Canada. Hello, Clay Davis in Canada. Glad that you're on with us. Hello, I'm new. Love your stuff. All right, appreciate that, Mr. Hamster. Did you see that Batia Sargon trying to say people are over the story on CNN? I did not see that, but that does not surprise me in the least because Batia is a Zionist bitch. And I will say that unapologetically. That woman is an evil bitch. I don't like her at all. An evil, evil bitch. Covering up for all of Israel's crimes. And she has that voice. She has that smile. And she has that smile. She tries to appear as so nice. I'm so nice. I'm a Democrat. I'm a liberal. What happened to the Democrat Party? We used to run the Democratic Party. Not anymore. How come us Zionists aren't welcomed anymore by the Democrats? Yeah, but you know, Israel is such a nice country. We just want peace and democracy. Just listen to me as I cover up for all of Israel's mass murder. Yep. Let's see here. All the freaking Hasbarats are going to pop up in my chat. Because I put Jeffrey Epstein and Israel all in the same line in my title for this live stream. People used to think it was just basic racism, but it's based on their terrible behavior, and you're seeing it. There's no such thing as basic racism. It's a giant myth. There is literally no such thing as just basic racism. And I hate to say this, but the reason why I'm saying this is so that you guys can learn how racists work, and you guys can learn the strategy of racist. The way that racism works is not by people just getting up in the morning and saying, okay, I'm a racist. That's not how any of this stuff works. The way that it works is you find enough people from a particular demographic doing certain crimes, and then you say this type of crime or this type of criminal behavior is inherent in the genetic makeup of this people, and therefore this people are bad. Right? This people should not be trusted. This people are all innately criminals. And then people see enough cases of members of that demographic doing a particular set of crimes, and they say, yeah, this is the truth, and then they become racist. That's how racism grows. And I'm not saying this because I think it's a good thing. I think it's a terrible, terrible thing. We've seen this being used against Middle Eastern people. Middle Eastern people are terrorists. Middle Eastern people are all a bunch of wife beaters, and they're terrorists, and they're evil, and they're all Bin Ladenites and jihadists and all this stuff. And they all want to impose Sharia law and all this stuff, and they all want to kill people who aren't Muslim or whatever. And there are enough cases of Middle Eastern people doing terrorism. There are enough cases of Middle Eastern people doing that sort of criminal behavior. The problem is that you have these racist opportunists who take those cases and then try to use it to generalize Middle Eastern people, or they try to use this to paint all Middle Eastern people in this way, in this light. And then they say, you see, this is why you can't trust Middle Eastern people. This is why you don't want Middle Eastern people living in your country, et cetera, et cetera. And then people begin to associate Middle Eastern people with a particular crime. In this case, it's terrorism. This is how racism works. So I'm telling you guys this not because I think it's a good thing. I think it's a terrible thing, and I've been a victim of this myself. I'm telling you guys this so that you guys can learn the strategy. This is how it works. It's a very effective strategy because it uses facts. Racism has a very dangerously effective strategy because what it does is weaponize facts. And people are doing this with the Jews. They're saying, well, you have Jeffrey Epstein, and you have these Mossad agents, and they're controlling politicians, and they use money to control people, and they're mass murderers, and they always spread degeneracy, and they will point to you actual cases of this sort of thing happening. But then they try to use these facts as a way to try to get people to always associate Jewish people with that sort of behavior or that sort of criminality. And that is what creates anti-Semitism. So it's dangerously effective. And the reason why I say it's dangerously effective is because it utilizes facts as weapons against an entire race of people. And when you utilize facts, when people say, hey, you're spreading racism, all you have to say is, no, I'm just saying facts. And that's what makes it so dangerous. Because anytime people try to argue with you or try to expose you, all you have to say is, I'm just pointing out facts. Facts. But the question then is, for what reason or for what motivation are you pointing to these facts? It's one thing to point to facts. It's another thing to point to your motivation for pointing to those facts. And the motivation is racism. That's the motivation. The motivation is to spread hatred against an entire race of people. And that's when things become dangerous, because then you have pogroms and you have violence and you have attacks on synagogues and things become very ugly. And that's where things become very dangerous and violent and really, frankly, scary, because that sort of thing can spread. It can go from one moment, it's people saying, well, we're against what Israel's doing. And then in the next moment, it's all Jews are this way, therefore we have to go against all Jews. And then it becomes racism. And then from there, it can go to other people. It can say, well, all Semitic people are this way. Let's go after the Palestinians. Believe me, these people aren't going to stop with the Jews. The racist elements in Western society, the Nazistic elements within Western society, will not stop with the Jews. They will go on to attack Syrians, Palestinians, and they'll say, well, we have to go against all the foreigners, not just the Jews. We have to go against all of them. They won't stop with just the Jews. And if you think these types of people will stop with just the Jews, then you're a fool. Because the Nazis didn't stop at the Jews. They went after other people as well. And that's the reality. That's the reality of this whole thing. So we have to be very careful how we talk about these issues. Because you have a lot of people, especially on X, who are saying, look at what happened with this whole Epstein situation. Look at these Epstein files. Look at how the Epstein circle had all these big elites tied to it. And then they'll say something like, this is why Hitler was right. They'll say something like, the Austrian painter was right. And what they're doing is they're using facts, right? In this case, the facts are Epstein's crimes and Epstein's activities. But their motivation is not just to point to those facts. Their motivation is to use those facts to recruit people into Nazism. So we have to always be vigilant, and we have to always question why people bring up the facts that they bring up. Just a simple warning to you guys. Let's see here. U.S. Air Force bombed Syria in the 73 war because they were losing and about to use nukes. Let's see here. The plan is build a Jewish homeland in the southern regions of Ukraine. It's called the heaven. I've heard of this before. Yeah, I've heard of this before. You mean the USA defeated those countries on behalf of Israel? Which countries? Saint Nicone, originally from the Black Sea area, agreed to be the Bishop of Sparta on one condition: expel all the tiny hats. Wow. Yeah, that was something that definitely happened in Greece. Truman cautiously supported Israel with concessions to Palestine. America has never really been truly hardcore Israel. But America has always seen Israel as a means to an end. America has always seen Israel as something that can be used for the benefit of the American empire. Once Israel's interests conflict with the interests of the American empire will not work for those interests. The American empire will not advance itself for the sake of those interests. Hence why America enabled the Turks to further expand into Syria, regardless of the fact that Turkish expansion into Syria goes against Israel's interests, because Turkish expansionism, in this case, helps the American empire because Turkey represents NATO. Simple as that. Let's see here. Can't put the genie back in the bottle. Absolutely. Yeah. This ship has sailed and it's just going to keep going. Hello, Myra Page. Epstein uses forever. Yep. Old Arabic saying, a dog does not eat his brother's flesh. Interesting. I really like Arabic proverbs. They can be very helpful. Ancients understood that history is cyclical, like a spiral. People learn about human nature. It doesn't change. Absolutely. Yep, exactly right. Mr. Panagenesis, what are your thoughts on Timothy I have no idea who that is. And the Kandahar giant, no idea who that is. Timothy Alberino. Who's Timothy Alberino? No idea who this is. Tel Aviv Tommy is quiet and Faraj blames the Putin. Yeah, that's how they're trying to spin this whole thing. They're trying to spin this whole thing as, well, Epstein was working with the Russians. And the reason why they're saying he was tied with the Russians is because they want to try to they're trying to divert people's attention away from Israel, but it's just not going to work. It's just not going to work at all. Let's see here. Let's see. What has been will be again, and there is nothing truly new in the world. Absolutely. Yep. There's nothing new under the sun, and history repeats itself. It's nice that TikTok is being deserted. Yeah, TikTok has gone down tremendously. Yeah, tremendously, because I actually made up a TikTok account and got into TikTok just to see how it is, and it seems artificialized because I noticed that the pro-Israel videos were being placed on the top of the search results. And it's funny because algorithms tend to advance videos to more people when it's obvious that those videos are getting a lot of attention. So when a video is getting a lot of views moments after being published, the algorithm will begin to push that video to more people, knowing that that video is going to get more views. And the analytics system or systems of these algorithms can actually predict to the T, to the most specific detail, how many views a particular video will get. I've seen it myself with YouTube Analytics. I mean, YouTube Analytics will tell me, hey, your video is going to get 2,400 views. And it'll get 2,400 views. And the YouTube Analytics has never been wrong when telling me how many views my video will get within a certain period of time. So the algorithmic systems that these social media platforms have will always push videos. Well, not always, but they will tend to push videos to more people when it's obvious that those videos are popular. What I found interesting about TikTok is that when I searched, for example, Israel on the TikTok search engine, I was immediately flooded with pro-Israel videos. I was immediately flooded with videos that were obviously produced by the Israeli government. And these videos didn't get a lot of views. These videos would get 300 views, 500 views, something like that. I mean, these videos weren't getting a lot of views at all. And when it comes to TikTok, we were always used to hearing about videos garnering millions upon millions of views on TikTok. Because before Mr. Eliasson purchased TikTok, TikTok was just focusing on the algorithm pushing the most popular videos. Because the most popular videos are going to garner the most money. That's the bottom line. Literally, that is the bottom line. So I found it strange that TikTok, when I was looking at it, that TikTok was pushing videos that weren't even popular simply for the reason that those videos were pro-Israel. And so it's quite obvious that this is artificial. It's quite obvious that the algorithm for TikTok is pushing pro-Israel videos regardless of the fact that these videos don't get a lot of views. And so TikTok is going down. TikTok is declining. And do you know what's not declining? YouTube, Instagram, these X. These platforms are not declining. These platforms are still extremely popular. YouTube still beats TikTok. Instagram still beats TikTok. And do you know what I notice about Instagram and TikTok and YouTube and Facebook and X is that in all of these platforms, the anti-Israel stuff is always more popular than the pro-Israel stuff. And the algorithms push the anti-Israel videos more so than they push the pro-Israel videos because the anti-Israel videos are more popular. And that is a sign. Now, you could say, well, Ted, that's freedom of speech. And you're right, that is freedom of speech. But the fact of the matter is that the United States government has the power. And I've talked about this before, and a lot of people get pissed off at me for whatever reason for saying this. I don't know why. But the United States government has the authority to force these social media companies to calibrate their algorithms so that certain videos either get deleted or certain videos just don't get distributed that much. They can force these social media companies to remove certain videos, to remove certain accounts, to restrict certain videos, to prevent certain videos from becoming viral. The United States government has this ability and has this authority. And we saw this in real time with the Hunter Biden story. The Hunter Biden story was a very big story in the United States because it showed that Biden's son, Hunter Biden, was getting $1 million a year from this corrupt Ukrainian energy company called Burisma, and the reason why he was getting paid $1 million a year was so that he could just sit on the board of Burisma to make Burisma look legitimate, to make Burisma look like they have to give legitimacy to Burisma, because Burisma was being investigated for corruption, and so Burisma wanted a prestigious American to be on their board so that they could look legitimate, and that was the only reason why they hired Hunter Biden. And then Joe Biden forced the Ukrainian government to fire the prosecutor who was investigating Burisma. And Biden said, well, we had the prosecutor fired because the prosecutor was corrupt, when it was actually the other way around. The fact was that Biden had the prosecutor fired because Biden was corrupt, not because the prosecutor was corrupt. It was because the Ukrainian prosecutor was actually trying to fight the corruption that Hunter Biden was participating in. And posts on that story, posts on Hunter Biden's laptop, which showed him with hookers and it showed him sniffing cocaine, were going to be very popular. And the U.S. government knew this. And so the Biden government, the Biden regime, let's use that term because, we're so used to hearing that term being used for Iran. The Biden regime forced Facebook, forced X, or Twitter at that time, to not allow for posts to be published on that story, on the Hunter Biden story. The United States government forced YouTube to penalize channels for posting videos questioning the 2020 election. I know because it happened to me. And listen, I didn't question the 2020 election. I didn't. I simply, years ago, this is back in the day when my channel was fairly new, and this particular channel was fairly new, and barely anyone was even watching my videos. My videos were getting on average 123 views a video. I mean, really, my videos were getting very few views. But I remember doing a video and I said, hey, half the country doesn't think the 2020 election was legitimate. And I wasn't questioning the 2020 election. I was simply pointing to the fact that half of America doesn't really trust the actual electoral results. Half of America questions the 2020 election, and that's a fact. And YouTube wrote me and said, yeah, we took your video down and we're going to penalize you because you questioned the 2020 election. And I wrote back to them and I said, what the hell are you talking about? I never questioned the 2020 election. I simply pointed to a fact regarding American society. And they said, it doesn't matter, the video is gone. Well, who forced that policy? It was the U.S. government. The United States government forced that policy to be done. The United States government forced social media platforms to censor posts that questioned the vaccine, the COVID vaccine. So if the United States government wants to force social media platforms to not talk about something, they can do it. If the United States government wanted social media platforms to censor posts on Jeffrey Epstein and Jeffrey Epstein's connections to Israel, it could have done so. If the United States government wanted social media platforms to censor posts on the Gaza genocide or on the Israel lobby, it could do it. It could do it right now, but it's not. It's not. It's allowing for these types of posts to go viral. And I believe that the reason for this is because America is priming us for the time when America throws Israel under the bus. And when America throws Israel under the bus, no one's going to give a shit. No one's going to give a shit. Because at that point, we will have already seen so many videos exposing the evils of Israel that we're just not going to care. That's just the bottom line. Let's see here. Yeah, they try to blame Russia. Yep, absolutely. Glad to catch a live. Love your channel, Theodore. Appreciate that, Catfish. Let's see here. Kudos to you. Honestly, for waking up despite being raised in a Zionist family. Yeah, I was raised in the most hardcore pro-Zionist way that you can imagine. Or at least one of the most hardcore ways, right? I mean, I wasn't raised to be a Chabad. I was raised to be a Christian Zionist. But I was raised in a very intense way to be pro-Israel, to be a Christian Zionist. I was. And that went on for decades of my life. And so if I'm turning against Israel, if I have turned against Israel, a lot of people have turned against Israel, and a lot more people in the future are going to turn against Israel. It's not going to stop. I mean, Charlie Kirk was a prime example of that. Charlie Kirk was raised to be a Zionist, and he turned against Israel. And then he got killed by, we can't question the FBI narrative. Erica Kirk tells us not to question the FBI narrative. She says, don't question anyone. No, don't question the FBI. The FBI is 100% right. Nothing suspicious about my husband's murder. Nothing at all. Then there's a video that got leaked out. I mean, have you guys seen this video? Have you guys seen it? There's a video that got leaked out of Erica Kirk just 5 days after her husband's murder. And she's talking on some FaceTime conversation, some FaceTime meeting with TPUSA employees. And she's laughing, and she looks so giddy, like her husband was never murdered. I mean, it's very, very strange behavior. And I think that Erica Kirk is not going to beat the allegations at this point. The allegation of her being heartless, the allegation of her being very suspicious, I mean, those allegations are not going to get beaten. And she's not beating the allegations at all. And the more information that comes out about her, the more I realize that she ain't beating the allegations. That's just the bottom line. This government is so Stalinian. Well, all governments censor. The idea of total freedom of speech is a lie. There's no such thing. The only speech that they allow is the speech that doesn't threaten their power. Once a certain type of speech threatens their power, they will censor it. Free speech, what is allowed to be said, is simply what doesn't affect them or what doesn't threaten them. That's just the reality of it. So the idea of freedom of speech is really just an illusion. Crony capitalism is probably a better way of saying it. Zelensky doesn't have a number of men and women killed in his war. Have you really looked at these evidences? What evidences? Yeah, everybody was predicting the end of YouTube. Well, it turns out that it's not the case. Also, now there is upscrolled of the locations, altars, and bones in the area of the Hebrew what? Why is the top of Mount Sinai burnt then? Why is the top of Mount Sinai burnt? I don't know. What are you talking about, buddy? We still don't know the true death toll in Gaza, and most likely will never. I think we will eventually get more or less an accurate number as to how many people were killed. But I do not believe it was in the tens of thousands. I think it was at least 100,000 people were killed. And I think that it is very likely that hundreds of thousands of people were killed. I don't even think it's 100,000 people or around 100,000. I think it was hundreds of thousands of people that were killed, because looking at the level of destruction that was inflicted upon Gaza, I think it's quite, it wouldn't be surprised. I'll put it like this. It wouldn't surprise me if it turns out that hundreds of thousands of people were murdered by Israel. Israel wasn't getting a lot of attention. Yeah, the Jewish Chicagoan who owns Oracle was the one who made sure that Jewish content was number one in the algorithm. Yes, that's correct. That's correct. You're talking about Mr. Larry Eliason buying TikTok. My whole point is that TikTok, because it's been bought out by kosher money, is doing the opposite of what is beneficial for a social platform, for a social media platform. What is beneficial for a social media platform is to get the algorithms to advance popular videos. That's what all social media platforms have done. That's what Instagram does. That's what Facebook does. When you upload a video on YouTube, all right, this is coming from someone who's been YouTubing since he was in high school. All right, I've been YouTubing since I was in high school. When you make a video, I don't give a shit how hard you work on that video. I don't care how little you work on that video. When you upload a video on YouTube, the algorithm gives it a little boost, gives it a little push. And what the algorithm will do is it will see the title. It will see what the video is about. Believe me, they have an AI system now that actually knows what you're talking about in the video. I know because numerous times I've seen descriptions underneath the video that's produced by AI, and the AI actually tells you what the video is about. I've seen YouTube do this with my own videos. So YouTube already knows what the video is about. It looks at the title. It looks at the search tags that you may put on that you may put in the little search tag box, and then it says, okay, this video will more than likely appeal to this audience. There's a certain demographic of people. There's a certain group of people on YouTube that is really interested in the coming downfall of Israel. They're really interested in the Israel lobby. They're really interested in the Epstein story. They're really interested in World War II history, whatever it is. And it has that video placed in those people's recommended, the little recommended box that's on the side of your screen when you're looking at YouTube. The vast majority of people click on videos that's on their recommended, or that's on the front page of their YouTube account, the front page of their YouTube screen. So when they click on the little home button for YouTube, there's a whole body of videos that YouTube will push on you. That's the algorithm recommending videos that it thinks you're going to like, and more than likely you're going to like those videos. So that's the vast majority. That's how the vast majority of people find videos. That's where the vast majority of people click on videos. It's on the recommended, or it's on the front page. So the algorithm says, okay, we're going to boost this video up a little bit. We're going to give it a little push and see where it goes. And so it'll recommend the video to 1,000 people or so, right? Let's say 1,000 people, or 1,000. Let's say 1,000 people. And out of those 1,000 people, let's say 50 people click on it in the first 10 minutes. That's pretty decent, actually, right? 50 people in 10 minutes ain't bad. Most people would dream of getting that rate of viewership. So then the algorithm will say, okay, well, out of 1,000 people, 50 people clicked on it in the first 10 minutes. So let's recommend it to 3,000 people. Oh, wow, looks like 500 people have watched the video. Okay, let's recommend it to 5,000 people. Boom. And as all these people are clicking on the video, as the video is getting a decent amount of clicks within a short period of time, the algorithm continues to push the video to more people. This is how the algorithm works, more or less. So after a few hours, the video will be recommended by that point to 20,000 people. And maybe 3,000 people out of those 20,000 people have clicked on it. Okay, that's not bad. So then it'll push it to more people. And then in a matter of days, if the click rate still continues to be at a decent level, at a decent rate, the algorithm will have recommended the video to 2-point-something million people. And by that point, the video has over 250,000 views. And then the algorithm will say, okay, over 200,000 people have watched this video. Let's push it to more people. Because the more people click on it, that means more people staying on YouTube. That means more people are going to see advertisements. That means more money for YouTube. That's how this whole thing works. That's how all social media has functioned. Be it Instagram, be it Facebook, be it X, be it YouTube. TikTok did work that way. Is TikTok still working that way? Not exactly. Because when I went onto TikTok about a month and a half ago or so, or maybe 2 months ago or so, I went onto TikTok and I searched Israel. And what I noticed was that the algorithm was putting all of the pro-Israel videos on the top. Now, if these pro-Israel videos were super popular, then I would understand why the algorithm did that. But that wasn't the case. These videos were getting 500 views, 300 views. Some of them were getting a few thousand views, but not a lot. Most of them were getting views in the hundreds. Whereas before TikTok got bought out by the kosher mafia, the anti-Israel videos were garnering millions upon millions of views. So what TikTok is doing is the opposite of what a social media platform is supposed to be doing, marketing-wise. That's what's happening. Pro-Israel videos are getting pushed on me. It doesn't feel authentic. It doesn't feel like the algorithm is trying to appease me. It looks like the algorithm is trying to indoctrinate me. And so a lot of people are leaving TikTok. That's what's happening. A lot of people are leaving TikTok. So, and YouTube is still massive. YouTube is growing. YouTube live streaming is huge. I think YouTube live streaming is growing to the same popularity as Twitch is, if not more. Instagram is massive. Facebook is still big. X is massive. And all of these platforms are pushing the anti-Israel videos because the anti-Israel videos are what is popular. not the pro-Israel videos. So here is the problem with the pro-Israel people. Here's the biggest problem, or one of the biggest problems. I mean, the biggest problem with the pro-Israel people is that they cover up for mass murder and rape. But one of the biggest problems with the pro-Israel side is that they have this mentality that says money is everything. That is their mentality. Their mentality is money is everything. They have a very Bolshevik way of thinking. A very Bolshevik way of thinking. And what is the Bolshevik way of thinking? The Bolshevik way of thinking, the Marxist way of thinking, is that money is everything. How do you fix a problem? Throw money at it. How do you fix this societal issue? Rob from the rich, pretend to give to the poor, and then say, oh, we're going to fix the problem. So the Israeli mentality, remember, where do the Israelis come from? Where did the vast majority of the ancestors of the Israelis come from? Where did the vast majority of the Israelis come from, or where did the vast majority of the Jews come from when they went to Israel to settle there? The vast majority of them came from the Soviet Union. That's a fact. The vast majority of them came from Russia, they came from Poland, they came from Ukraine. They came from the Soviet Union, and they went to Israel. So they have this Bolshevik way of thinking. And what did the Bolsheviks do? The Bolsheviks said, we can fix all of society's problems if we steal from the rich. This is what the Bolsheviks taught. We have the evil rich people, the evil wealthy landowners, these elites, these evil people who oppress the poor, etc., etc. We have these evil rich people. Let's just take their money, kill them, take their stuff, take their land, and we'll distribute the land to the poor. We'll distribute the food to the poor. And then we will make everyone have equal pay and make everyone economically equal. And this will fix the problem. So the Bolshevik or the socialist or Marxist way of thinking is, I can fix the problem by throwing money at it. They do this all the time in America. They say, well, how do we fix the crime problem in America? Oh, well, we'll just take money from the rich, give it to the poor, and then the poor will stop robbing people. The poor will stop doing criminal activities. And that has turned out to be utter bullshit, because every time Democrats take over a city and then they implement these types of rules, the city always goes straight to freaking shit. And no one wants to live there, and everyone leaves those cities. Wealthy people with some money leave those cities because the cities are so crime infested, and the police get underpaid, and so the decent people leave those cities. Okay, so this is the Bolshevik / Marxist way of thinking. So the Israelis have the same mentality. They have the same mentality. Well, why do young people hate Israel? Right? Because the Israelis are terrified of the fact that young people by the droves are hating Israel. So the Israelis are saying, okay, why do they hate Israel so much? Oh, well, the reason why they hate Israel is because they're going on to X, or they're going on to YouTube, or they're going on to Instagram, or they're going on to Facebook or TikTok, and they're watching all these anti-Israel videos. Oh, easy solution to this problem. We'll just get some multi-billionaire who's pro-Israel, who's a Zionist, have him buy TikTok, throwing money on the problem, have him just buy TikTok, we'll take over TikTok, and then we will inundate TikTok with pro-Israel material. Genius idea. The problem with this idea is that it stems from the belief that money is the solution to everything. It goes back to the Bolsheviks. It goes back to the Bolshevik Marxist way of thinking. If we just steal from the rich and then we equally distribute the wealth and the resources and the property and the production and the factories to the people, and we give the means of production to the people will fix the problem. And then they end up starving tens of millions of people because they kill all of the farmers, they kill all of the landowners who actually know about agriculture. And then what they were left with was a bunch of peasants who didn't know much about how to grow food, and they were trying to grow food, and whatever food they grew, the state stole it all to distribute it to the proletariat, the factory workers, and then millions upon millions of people starved to death in the Soviet Union, in Russia, in Ukraine, in the Caucasus, etc. But the idea was, we're just gonna take it. We're just gonna take the wealth from the landowners, and then we're gonna help the poor. We're gonna collectivize all of the farmland and give it to the poor. And well, that didn't do shit. It made everything worse. So the Israelis have a similar mentality. We'll just buy Larry Ellison. Yes, you're a billionaire. Buy TikTok for us. Okay, you got it, Naughton. Yeah, buy TikTok and then have the algorithm simply just push pro-Israel videos, and then we'll convince the youth to love us. All right, Naughton, you got it. Larry Ellison, Eliason, however you say his last name, he buys TikTok. Then you go onto TikTok. I've seen it myself. You go onto TikTok, as the Israelis say, TikTok. You buy TikTok. You go onto TikTok and you search Israel, and the algorithm just inundates you with the pro-Israel stuff. I don't give a shit about this. And they have some Israeli woman with big tits in front of the camera saying, "Oh, worship Israel, support Israel, support Israel." Was I muted? I can't hear your... Why does this fucking happen? Hold on a second, guys. Was I muted? Let me just check real quick. Hold on. My audio is working just fine. My audio was working perfectly fine. So the problem is, I don't know what the problem is, to be honest with you. I really don't. It could be your system. It could be your internet. I don't know. But my audio was working just fine. So I just listened to myself. I just rewinded it. I rewinded the stream and re-listened to myself, and it was fine. So going back to what I was saying, you go to TikTok, as the Israelis say, TikTok, and you're inundated with all the pro-Israel videos. And you're thinking, you're a 23-year-old guy, you're a 19-year-old Zoomer, or you're a millennial who's just become so disillusioned with Israel and the whole Zionist establishment. And you're thinking, I don't want to watch this shit. They have some Israeli woman with big tits, and she's sitting there in front of the camera, and she's like, I'm from Israel. Here in Israel, everything is great. Everything is wonderful. Everything is wonderful. Everything is great here in Israel. Support Israel. And that doesn't convince people. You see, here is the problem with the Israeli side. The Israeli side believes if we just throw money at the problem, and if we just throw big tits at the problem, we can convince people to follow Israel. If we can hypnotize people with the big Israeli tits, and if we can just buy all the social media platforms and then manipulate the algorithms, we can get people to be on our side. The problem with this mentality is that it ignores the human spirit. Because there is something in humanity that goes beyond money, that goes beyond our sensations. There is something called spirit. And when we see Palestinian people suffering, when we see a video of a Palestinian child picking up the organs and the body parts of his mother, and yes, I've seen this. When we see a man holding his son who has just been murdered by an Israeli sniper, and he is weeping, and his heart is bleeding, and he's weeping to heaven. That affects us. It affects us on a very deeply human level. And they can buy TikTok, and they can try to push the tits on us, and they can try to push the bullshit videos on us, and they can try to push the big-ass IDF ladies on us, or whatever. They can push all that stuff on us all they want. It's not going to change a damn thing. Because people have seen the atrocities. They have seen the evils. Their humanity has been affected. Their psychology has been affected. Then they see the Epstein stuff. Underage girls being pimped out. They hear about ties to elite political circles. They hear about the Israel lobby putting money into the coffers of political campaigns to try to get the political campaigns to do the work of Israel, to work at the behest of Israel, to work for the interests of this demonic antichrist state. You're not going to change that. There is one thing you can never reverse, and that is the human spirit. Because the human spirit comes from God. When God made man and he took the clay and he breathed the breath of life into that clay, that was God going into humanity. That spirit comes from God. And that is what makes us human, and this is what distinguishes us from the animals. And so the Israelis think, we'll just throw money at it. TikTok. That's the reason why they hate us. Oh, no problem. We have lots of money. Buy TikTok. They buy TikTok. Doesn't do shit for them. Doesn't help them. Because they say, well, it's the algorithm. The algorithm is the reason why. It's not just the algorithm. Why do the algorithms push these videos in the first place? Because those videos speak to people. Those videos speak to our humanity. That's why the anti-Israel stuff is more popular than the pro-Israel stuff. So they can do whatever the fuck it is they plan on doing. They can buy YouTube, buy TikTok, they can buy X, they can do whatever the fuck they want to do. It's not going to do a damn thing because you go onto TikTok and it's very obvious that the whole thing is artificial. It's very obvious that the whole thing is manipulated and forced. It's very obvious that the search results are contrived. And so people see that. And that's another problem with Israel, is that Israel thinks we're all stupid goyim. Because, you see, I'll tell you guys a funny story. And this story reflects on how a lot of these people see us. They see the goyim as stupid people that they can manipulate and lie to as much as they want. They think, we'll just buy TikTok. We'll buy TikTok. We'll reverse the algorithm for our favor, and then they will believe us. They're dumb, they're goyim. They're like animals. Who cares? I'll tell you guys a funny story. This really happened. This is an anecdotal story, but this reflects on how these people think. So the year was 2000 and I want to say 2007. I went to a conference that was organized by an organization called the MJAA, which I believe stands for the Messianic Jewish Association of America. MJAA is an organization for Jewish people who believe in Jesus as the Jewish Messiah. That is what the organization is about. And there are a lot of good people in the MJAA, don't get me wrong, but there's a lot of evil people in the MJAA. So I spoke at a conference for the MJAA back in 2007. I was very young at the time. I don't think I was even 20 years old at the time. I was very young at the time. And I was hanging out with a Chechen American. Okay, this is a crazy story because Chechnya has become popular nowadays. Dagestan and Chechnya have both become popular. These are countries that Americans are now focusing on more because of Khabib and Islam Makhachev and all these Dagestani fighters. But there was a Chechen guy that I knew. The Chechen guy was supposedly a Zionist. Strange, I know, but supposedly he was a Zionist. Whatever, pro-Israel supposedly. That's what he claimed. So I was hanging out with this Chechen dude who was around my age. Maybe he was a little bit older. And we're sitting at this table and we're talking. We're having a conversation. And this Jewish guy approaches me. Jewish guy, tall guy with glasses. He approaches me. He says, "Hey, what's your name? I haven't seen you before." And I said, "Oh, my name's Theodore Shubat." And he goes, "Oh, what are you doing here?" And I said, "I'm going to be speaking here." "Oh, you're going to be speaking here? Great. What are you going to be talking about?" And I said, "Well, I'm going to be talking about how all of the anti-Christian systems are similar and how Satanism, Scientology, Islam, evolutionism actually share a lot of ideological overlap and how they actually share similarities." And he said, "Well, that's really interesting, but why are you against evolution?" And I said, "Because evolutionism is the foundation for social Darwinism, and it's the foundation for eugenics." He goes, "But evolution is true. It's science. It's science. It's been scientifically proven." And I said, I don't understand. I said, I said, "Help me understand this. I'm a little bit confused here." I said, "You're going to be speaking in this conference, correct?" He goes, "Yeah." I said, "Okay, you're going to be speaking in this conference, which is supposed to be a Christian conference, which is a Christian conference, and you believe in evolution. How does that make sense?" He says, "Well, Theodore, a lot of these Christians are backwards. They're backwards people who just don't understand science." So, okay. I said, "So what are you going to be talking about?" And he looks at me and he says, "Dream interpretation." I said, "Oh, okay. Well, I'll see you later." He turns around, he walks away. Well, this Chechen guy next to me starts laughing. He's laughing as this guy is walking away. And I look at this Chechen guy and I say, "Why are you laughing?" He said, "Do you know who that guy is?" I said, "No, who is he?" He said, "He's the one who runs this entire organization. He is the leader of the entire MJAA. I said, "Really?" He said, "Yeah, he's the leader of the MJAA. And he believes in evolution." So I'm thinking, here's this Jewish guy who's running this massive Christian organization, and the whole thing is being attended to by Christians. All of the audience members in these conferences that are organized by the MJA are being attended to by Christians. And the leader of the MJAA is privately telling me that Christians are backwards because they don't believe in evolution. And he's running the entire business. And he's getting boatloads of money thanks to these backwards goyim. So later on that day, I'm having dinner. And I'm sitting at a table with people who worked for the MJAA. At that time, they were working for the MJAA. I'll just say the MJAA. It's a little bit confusing. It's a little bit of a tongue twister to say AA. But these were employees of the MJAA. So I'm eating dinner next to this lady who was an employee for the MJAA. And we're talking, we're eating. And from a distance, I see this Jewish guy, who this Chechen guy tells me was the leader of the entire organization. And I said, "You see that guy over there?" And this lady says, "Yeah, what about him?" And I said, "That guy believes in evolution." And this lady looks at me and she says, "No way." And I said, "Yes way. He believes in evolution." And she says, "No way. Do you know who that is? He's the leader of the entire MJAA. He's the leader of this whole organization. There's no way he believes in evolution." And I told this woman, I said, "This guy told me that he believes in evolution and that Christians are backwards for not believing in evolution." She said, "Well, he must be kidding. He must have been telling a joke." I said, "No, he wasn't. He was being serious." "No way. No way." Do you see what I'm talking about here? Do you see what's happening here? So these people, the kosher mafia, the temple, the third temple people, whatever you want to call them, Israel, synagogue of Satan, whatever you want to call them, these people who are in the elite circles, all right, or who are running these Christian organizations like the MJAA, they see us Christians as stupid goyim who they can laugh at and who they can mock behind our backs. And when one goyim tells the other goys, hey, this guy is evil, the other goys say, no way! No way! Do you see what I'm saying here? That's the mentality. Sorry. That's the mentality that we're dealing with. That's the mentality. And the problem with this mentality, guys, is that it can only last for so long. That's the problem with this mentality, is it can only last for so long, because you can fool the people only for a certain amount of time. You can only fool the people for so long. And there will come a point wherein the people will wake up. And a lot of the people have already woken up. And more people will wake up. And it's only a matter of time when the vast majority of people are going to wake up to this. And it doesn't matter how much money the Israelis have. It doesn't matter how much money their acolytes have. It doesn't matter how much money their donor class has. No amount of money is going to purge out the human spirit that cries against injustice. Let's see here. I'll read some comments here. Yeah, guys, if there's any audio issues, just refresh the page. I don't know where that issue stems from. What's your view on Alberta wanting to join the U.S.? I mean, if they want to join the U.S., all power to them. If they do join the U.S., the Republicans will have a lot more voters, because Alberta is really the only conservative state of Canada. I heard a story based of Quran that when Prophet Moses went to the mountain to talk to God, and God shone a glimpse of his light from him, made the Mount Sinai burn by his power. That story comes from Exodus, and if you read the story in Exodus, it says that God showed Moses his back, proving that God can come as a man. But Moses asks God, show me your glory. And God says, I will show you my back. And Moses sees the back of God. And no man can see the Father, but the fact is that Moses saw the back of God, which means that Moses saw the Son. Which means that God is a multi-person. Not just one person, but a multi-person sharing the same divine essence. Good speech on Marxism. Appreciate that, Mr. Chris. We should put the USSR revolution in context. Russia by that time was poor, and there was extreme inequality. Some revolution had to happen under those circumstances. Blah 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 blah. I don't want to get too much into this because it's kind of a different topic. I was simply using it as an example of the Bolshevik mentality that can be seen to some extent in the Israelis. That's what I was talking about. I didn't mean to get into a whole history of the Bolshevik Revolution. I was simply saying that that was the Bolshevik mentality, and that mentality led to the starvation of millions of people, regardless of whatever inequalities existed before, and regardless of whatever sort of injustices that the Bolsheviks may have pointed to justify their own policies and their own existence. That was my point, was that there was a mentality which placed material gain at the center of everything. And that mentality is very strong in the Israeli donor class, in the pro-Israel donor class. That was my point. And I knew that I was going to press someone's button by saying that. I knew as soon as anytime I say something, it doesn't matter what it is, I know I'm pressing someone's button. So as I was talking about the Bolshevik Revolution, I knew, okay, someone's button is going to be pressed. And then as I brought up evolution, I thought, okay, someone's button is going to be pressed by that. So, but that wasn't my point. Fake IDF models. Yeah, they're not really IDF. We're all human. Yup. Epstein files remind you of the movie Hostel. I've never seen it, but I heard it's horrifying. Age of Enlightenment and Evolution. Yup. Scientists and lab coats are the new priest class nowadays. They're trying to make the scientists into the new priests. They tried to do that with the vaccine, but it didn't work. That's the thing about the pro-evolution Christians. They adopt not just evolution from the atheists, but the snobby attitude. Oh, yeah. Yeah, the elitism is definitely there. Let's see here. You should add a button so that we could give you money. I've been meaning to do that, but YouTube wants me to go through some annoying process. And then the problem, oh my God. The problem with doing super chats is that I can't say the F word, and it just, I have to really watch my speech, and it's just sort of annoying. If you guys want to donate to me, here, I'm going to put a link. Here, I'm going to pin a link to my donation page. Oh, fuck. Hold on. I messed up. It's not allowing me to pin it for whatever reason. Hold on. Pin message. There we go. So that's my donate button. I'll just pin it up there in the chat. I think I should do this with every chat. I think I should just pin the donate button. And that way, whoever wants to donate to me can donate right there instead of doing the super chat thing. Because with the super chat thing, I've tried to do the super chat process, and there's a whole bunch of rules that I have to follow. Like, for example, I have to be very careful about the background noise. My God, this fucking dog. God, I hate dogs barking as in front of... I'm trying to talk, and some dog in the back, like, shut up! What are you barking at? A fucking bird? So, Theo, have you heard Epstein's voice? Yeah, I heard it. I was surprised as myself. Evolution is the slippery slope. Yep, 100%. It's not fine, but we still love and pray for you. He was in this COD law. Yeah, so I've heard. He played video games, just like Bashar al-Assad's playing video games. Super Chat steals half the donation. I mean, they want to take your money, and then they want to censor you at the same time. So, like, I can't use the F word. I can't say certain words. I have to be very careful about what speech I use. I can't be loose in my speech. And I was monetized for a while on this channel, and then they got rid of the monetization because I kept saying things that were controversial, or I kept using music that may have been somewhat copyrighted, whatever. And it's just like they just put a bound on you, and it's very annoying. But anyway, okay. Well, I appreciate that, Hunter. Hello from Wales. Hello there. Happy to have you on. I get that. I hate dogs. Dude, it's just like you're trying to talk. The same thing happened to me last week. I was doing a live stream and it's like, what are you barking at? They're barking at a bird. They're barking at a fly. It's just really copyright. Yeah, that's a big thing. He got banned from Xbox Live because he was too much. I wonder what he was saying. The Talmud teaches that. Yep. Epstein was, yeah. Our birds. Let's see here. Birds. All right. Dogs bark at birds. Yep. Fyodor, Israeli Sephardic leader, Rabbi Ovadia. Non-Jews exist to serve Jews. Yep. This is right in line with Talmudism. Are we good? All right, how about now? Okay, we're good. It's back. Sorry about that. There was some kind of a connection issue. I don't know where that came from. We're not going to be here to hate on dogs, guys, all right? It's just I don't hate dogs. I just find it annoying when they bark. That's it. It's mildly annoying when they bark. That's it. That's all it was. I'm not going to sit here and hate dogs. I don't hate dogs. I have dogs. All right. We're good. We're good. We're good. We're good. All right. And we're back to the spinning thing. Is this internet working? Gotta be kidding me. We're good. How would you respond to an evangelical? Romans 11. I've talked about this before, but I'll bring it up again. It's running all right at the moment. Let me see. Connection's working. Let me just change the translation to make it easier to understand, because this one's kind of annoying with all the Shakespearean talk. God has not rejected his people, has he? Far from it. Far from it. Look at what Paul says here. For I too am an Israelite, a descendant of Abraham, of the tribe of Benjamin. So hold on. Paul says, has God forsaken his people? Far from it. Now they want, what the Christian Zionists do is they isolate this verse. They say, you see, far from it. That means We have to support Netanyahu and Dennis Prager and Ben Shapiro and Josh Hammer and Jonathan Greenblatt and Jeffrey Epstein and Peter Singer, and we have to support the modern day state of Israel. You see, because Paul says, has God rejected his people? Far from it. So we have to be flag-waving Zios. But he explains what he means. We're not going to isolate verses here. God has not rejected his people, has he? Far from it. For, what does the for indicate here in this case? For indicates the explanation. It's like saying because. Because I too am an Israelite. So what is he saying? God has not forsaken his people because his people, in this case, his people amongst the Jews are a remnant of the Jews. His people amongst the Jews are a remnant of the Jews. For I too am an Israelite, a descendant of Abraham, of the tribe of Benjamin. God has not rejected his people from whom he foreknew. Or do you not know what the scripture says in the passage about Elijah? How he pleads with God against Israel. So he's referencing a story in the Old Testament wherein Elijah speaks out not in favor of Israel, but against Israel. And then he quotes Elijah. Lord, they have killed your prophets. Who killed the prophets? Israel did. Lord, they have killed your prophets. They have torn down your altars. And I alone am left, and they are seeking my life. But what is the divine response to him? I have kept for myself 7,000 men who have not bowed the knee to Baal. So what is Paul saying? He is saying, has God rejected Israel? Shit, this thing keeps fucking moving. He says, has God rejected Israel? Far from it, for there is a remnant. For I am an Israelite and I follow Christ. I'm a part of the remnant. And then he harkens back to Elijah. When Elijah is pleading against Israel, and Elijah says, oh Lord, the Jews have killed the prophets, but only I am left. And God says, no, I have actually preserved the remnant. So what does Paul mean by Israel? What does Paul mean by not forsaking Israel? What he means is that there is a remnant. So a remnant of the Jews who follow Christ are actually the Israel that God will not forsake. What happens to the rest of them? I'll let you guys figure that one on your own. Figure that one out. Figure that one on your own. I missed the first hour. What did you say about the files? Okay, you talked about this last stream. Yep, I did. But someone was asking me about it, so I am trying to help this person. Moses didn't get to the promised land because of Israel. They got punished. Yep, absolutely. So there you go. David fought against Israel. Absolutely. God will not deny his mercy to anyone. That's correct. That is correct. Regardless of the race, regardless of the tribe, God will not deny his mercy to anyone. That is correct. And so when it comes to the Jews, God does not forsake those who come to him for mercy. That's the bottom line. So John Hagee's daughter, she references Romans 11, verse 1. And she says, but Paul says, I'm of the tribe of Benjamin. And he says, has God forsaken his people? God forbid, for I'm of the tribe of Benjamin. Okay, so what does Paul mean by that? Has God forsaken his people? Far from it. He doesn't say, far from it, for God has accepted all of the Israelites no matter what. No. He says, for God has preserved a remnant. That is what Paul is saying. For example, when Elijah says in the quote that Paul presents in Romans chapter 11, Lord, they have killed your prophets. Did God preserve the Jews who killed the prophets? Did God preserve the Jews who killed the prophets? Did God preserve Caiaphas? Did God preserve Annas? Did God preserve the Sadducees who were scheming for the murder of Christ? No, he didn't. In fact, Christ gives us the parable of Lazarus and the rich man in who's in hell in the parable of Lazarus and the rich man is clearly Caiaphas. And what Jesus says is that even if a man were to be brought back from the dead, they, meaning the high priest, will still not follow the truth. In other words, they're hellbound already. That's what Jesus says. They're hellbound already. So when Elijah says in Romans, they have killed your prophets, they have torn down your altars, is Paul trying to say, oh, God preserved the ones who murdered the prophets? No. Paul wants us to focus on the last line of Elijah's declaration. And I alone am left, and they are seeking my life. So Elijah is saying, I'm the only one you have left, Lord. I'm the remnant of the true Israel. And God says, I have kept for myself 7,000 men who have not bowed the knee to Baal. The 7,000 men, in this case, was the remnant of the true Israel. So Paul says, has God rejected his people? Far from it, for I'm a part of the remnant of the true Israel. So that's the explanation. That's what Paul is clearly saying. Here we go. Let's see. Dude, pray for my brother-in-law. I saw on the phone with him for the last hour. He's just told me his niece has changed her name. Oh, please. God have mercy. David fought against Israel twice. That's correct. Yes, he did. Because my friend does not accept the Catholic claim and has a nuanced take where he does not support the political crimes, but he supports Israel's land claim on a covenant basis that they repent. Okay, but you brought up Romans chapter 11, and you said, how would you explain Romans 11? And I just told you how I would explain it. It doesn't matter who I'm talking to. It doesn't matter if I'm talking to a Zionist who believes in the covenant claim or who worships Israel. That's the explanation of Romans 11. So you asked me, how would I explain Romans 11? That's what Romans 11 is saying. Caiaphas and his sons, that's correct. Hello, Theodore. Hello, Alex Manuilov. Am I pronouncing your name correctly? Hello, Theodore. Great content, and like always, may God bless you and your family. Keep up the good content. Appreciate that, Alex. Thank you, sir. Jeremiah chapter 3 of God can divorce the northern kingdom, 10 12 tribes. Hold on a second. I never thought I'd say this, but the events from the last couple of years have suddenly shown how certain things from the past were made possible. Yep, that's correct. Also, they didn't repent. That's the whole thing. Now, when you say, Anna, you can see how certain things from the past were made possible, are you talking about the Holocaust? Or what exactly are you referring to in history? So I want to read to you guys some articles here. We've been talking for hours. I want to read to you guys some articles here. About Epstein and his ties to Israel. Theodore, have you heard about the Turkish brigade called North Star during the Korean War? The American soldiers were terrified of the Turkish brigade and they created myths. I have not heard of that, no. Let's see here. Do you believe that there is still future prophecies about Israel, Gog, Magog invasion? I think so, yeah. Correct, I'm Russian, but I'm a citizen of the United States. Oh, okay, cool. Well, happy to have you on. Let's see here. Also, they didn't repent. Blah blah blah. Yep. I'm sorry, but I gotta admit, I really love Jeffrey Epstein's New York accent. Funny. Let's see here. The only concrete prophecy about Israel is that a remnant in the end will be saved. Yeah. Plus, there's also the destruction of Israel. Yeah, there's the destruction of Israel as well. So let's read some articles on this whole Epstein situation. Let me know if the music is too loud or too low. I know some people get really antsy about that. So here's an article that came out recently. It's called, "Was Epstein a Mossad spy, or did he just look like one?" And it says here, the U.S. Justice Department's January release of over 3 million documents continues to stoke theories that convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein operated as an asset for Israel's Mossad. While no smoking gun has emerged, the tranche includes emails amplifying Israeli political entanglements, self-aggrandizing claims of Jewish global order, Jewish global control, and ties to figures like Ehud Barak and the Rothschilds. Let's see here. Give me 1 second, guys. Hold on. I got to get something real quick. I'll come back to this article. Give me 1 second. I'll turn the music up, and I got to get something real quick. Hold on. Give me a moment. I'll be back. This is a quick intermission, but I will be back, and we'll talk some more. Give me 1 second. Josephus should be required reading for Christians. I 100% agree. 100% agree. Alright guys, sorry about that. I got some carbs in my system. And I'm gonna have a smoke. Hold on a second. The students' crappy music that I have started metal mornings since the start of the year. I can't blame you for that. Oblivion, yup, great music. Minstrel's Lament, Elder Scrolls music is great. Yeah, it's the best. For example, where are the Christian prophets? The system seems like the Roman Empire rather than ancient Judah. Here we go. Here, so the reason why you asked me a question was to start an argument. Then that's pretty much what it sounds like to me. You said, "How do I talk to someone?" I said, "Okay, well, this is what the verse means." Oh no. Start an argument, guys. Let's see here. Josephus should be required reading. Yep, 100% agree. What website of this? I was reading an article off of RT. One second. Getting some pipe cleaners here. Why aren't the MAGA scrutinizing Bannon given his comfortable relation with Epstein? That's a good question. They should be. Bannon is evil. I have no doubt about that. I've never liked him. Never liked Bannon. I've written several articles against him. I knew he was no good the moment I saw him hanging out with this Hindu nationalist many years ago. Don't need to be articulate when you have blackmail. I expected Epstein to be more articulate and charismatic when he's, a lot of these guys aren't really like that, unless one of the... Yes, there wasn't really ambiguity in ancient Jerusalem about where the temple was. Okay. I'm the same way that someone saying that Apollo is God, and another person would say that Zeus is. What are you talking about? Zionism is different than Messiah to Catholicism and Messiah to Judaism. What are you talking about? Yeah, I heard Peter Attia, who was a Joe Rogan guest, was on the Epstein files. Let's see here. Yeah, this whole Epstein thing is just, at the end of the day, this is about Israel. I mean, really, that's what this is about. So I'm gonna smoke a pipe because I just ate something, so why the hell not? The carbs are in there. I'm gonna smoke some Christmas blend, which I got from my friend Mr. Sweet. And he sent me this tobacco as a Christmas gift, and I'm very thankful for it because it is an excellent tobacco to smoke. And I will be using the lighter that he gave me also as a gift, and I just want to express my appreciation. Good show you have, very informative, appreciate that, Alan. Barry Weiss's wife is in his emails, Joe Rogan, blah, 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 yeah. It's a nice lighter. Yeah, it is. Really good lighter. What pipe are you using? This is the Peterson pipe that I ordered from Ireland. It's Irish pipe. Have you thought of making a podcast? This is a podcast. That's some fine Irish craftsmanship. Agreed. Yeah, it's a really nice pipe. It smells wonderful. All right, let's get the show on the road. Peter Mandelson warned Epstein about the Eurozone bank bailout the day before. Wow. Yeah, he was very well connected, that guy. Was Epstein a Mossad spy, or did he just look like one? All right, guys, here we go. The U.S. Justice Department's January release of over 3 million documents continues to stoke theories that convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein operated as an asset for Israel's Mossad. While no smoking gun has emerged, the tranche includes emails amplifying Israeli political entanglements, self-aggrandizing claims of Jewish global control, and ties to figures like Ehud Barak and the Rothschilds. I'll make this a little bit bigger for you guys. Hold on. Journalist Whitney Webb and former Israeli intel officer Ari Ben Menashe, who, by the way, Ari Ben Menashe was the one who helped break the story on the Iran-Contra arms deals scandal, in which the United States government told the Iranians, keep the hostages right until Ronald Reagan enters office, and then release the hostages, and then we'll sell weapons to you. We want the hostages to remain as your prisoners until Ronald Reagan enters office, so that way the American people will think that Ronald Reagan was so strong that the Iranians were so terrified that as soon as he entered office, they released the hostages, and then in turn will sell weapons to the Iranians. And, this was deemed and scoffed at as a crazy conspiracy theory, but Ari Ben Menashe was one of the guys who blew the lid on that story, and he ended up being right. So, journalist Whitney Webb and former Israeli intel officer Ari Ben Menashe argue that Epstein's sex trafficking ring doubled as a blackmail honeypot for foreign powers, with Israel at the center. So it says here that Barak visited Ehud Barak, the former Israeli prime minister. Ehud Barak visited Epstein's New York City townhouse over 30 times from 2013 to 2017, often overnight, and co-founded surveillance firm Carbine with ex-Israeli intel staff. Oh, but there's no connections with Israel, right? There's no ties with Israel. You have this former Israeli prime minister going over to your New York City townhouse over 30 times within a duration of years, and sometimes he's hanging out with Epstein overnight. But no ties to Israel, guys. You see, I'm telling you guys, this Epstein story, it is another bullet being lodged at the head of Israel. That's what it is. It's another bullet. All these people pulling their triggers, bullets have been hitting Israel. And really, Israel has itself to blame, and only itself at this point. They slaughtered the Gazans. They butchered those people. People said genocide, mass murderers. A bullet hit Israel. A massive conflagration against Israel was ignited and sparked. The Israel lobby fiasco. Before that, everyone getting more and more people becoming aware of the Israel lobby. Back in 2018, 2017, that was another fire that was started against Israel. Now we have the Epstein scandal. This is another bullet being lodged into Israel's head. That's what this is. And I'm telling you, this is another sign that bespeaks the end of Israel. Because people are saying, Israel, that's Epstein. Israel, genocide. What are they associating Israel with? Genocide, rape, undue influence on politicians. Jeffrey Epstein, a pimp who pimped out underage girls and blackmailed politicians. And so people are becoming more and more disgusted with Israel, and they're becoming even more disgusted with Israel due to the evils of Epstein and Epstein's ties to Israel. And they're saying, we want our country, America, to have absolutely nothing to do with Israel. And so when it comes to the point where Turkey is about to destroy Israel, when Iran is about to destroy Israel, America is going to throw Israel under the bus. And Israel will face its demise. And no one's going to shed any tears. And they're going to say, ha, Israel faced its downfall? Israel didn't care when it was butchering innocent people. Israel didn't care when its officers were raping detainees. Israel didn't care when Epstein was pimping out underage girls. Why should we care about Israel? So it says here, according to the emails, former Israeli intelligence officer Yoni Koren, a veteran of covert operations and a trusted aide to Barak, also stayed at Epstein's Manhattan townhouse multiple times for weeks between the years of 2013 and 2015. New files also reveal Epstein's coordinating a meeting with current Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu involving Barclays CEO Jess Staley, later ousted over Epstein links, and investor Jacob Frankel. Oy vey. Oy vey. So the truth is very obvious. The Israeli ties are very conspicuous, very clear for all to see. And that is the reason why Ben Shapiro is scared shitless of more and more of the Goyim noticing this reality. That's why Mark Levine is scared. That's why all of their ilk, from Josh Hammer to Jonathan Greenblatt, are all scared shitless of more and more Americans realizing and noticing this phenomenon of Israel's undue influence on American politicians, of Israel's crimes. And they see the Epstein scandal and they say, no, no more. We're sick and tired of Israel. And so Israel is associated with mass murder, with pimping underage girls, sex trafficking, organs trafficking. And the mainstream media is trying to spin the whole story. They're trying to flip the script by saying that, oh no, Epstein actually was tied to Russian intelligence. It's not. I mean, how desperate do you have to be to try to flip the script of something that is so obvious to make it look like Russia is the evil, quiet villain behind the curtains in this whole situation and not Israel? How obvious do you have to make it that you are trying to work at the behest of Israel and you're trying to, as a mainstream media outlet, cover up for Israel? It's not Israel, guys. It's Russia. Hate Putin. Oh, when did we see this nonsense? Oh, yeah, that's right. The Russiagate hoax. The Russiagate hoax. When they were trying to paint Donald Trump as a Russian agent. Now, none of these media outlets, CNN, New York Times, Washington Post, were presenting Trump as someone who had ties with the Israel lobby. If they did that, that would be actually something that we could believe in, because Donald Trump definitely has ties with the Israel lobby. He's funded by the Adelson financing empire. He's financed by Miriam Adelson. So if these New York Times, if these major media outlets said, "Hey, Donald Trump's tied to Israel, Donald Trump is tied to the Israel lobby," okay, we can all get around that. We can all say, yeah, obviously. Thanks for shedding light on this, New York Times. But no, that's not what happened. They said, Trump is actually an agent of Russia. Oh, so you guys don't mind if someone is an agent of Israel. No problems with that. Epstein, the Israel lobby, AIPAC having ties with the Israeli government. That doesn't bother you. No, that doesn't bother you. It doesn't bother you that there are droves of politicians. There is literally a legion of politicians in this country who are working at the behest of Israel, like Ted Cruz, who admitted that the only reason why he became a congressman was to work to advance the benefits or to advance the interests of Israel. That doesn't bother you. It doesn't bother you that you have these droves of politicians who are working for a country that does genocide, that does systematic rape of detainees, that does organs trafficking, that does sex trafficking. That doesn't bother you at all. But God forbid you work with the Russians. Listen, if I was given the choice to vote for a politician who was an agent of Russia or to vote for a politician who was an agent of Israel, I would be voting for the Russian agent 100 times. If there were two buttons, press this button for the pro-Russian candidate, press this button for the pro-Israel candidate, I'd be like, I can't press this button enough. Bring me Moscow. Take me to Moscow, guys. But you see, it doesn't bother them that they have politicians working for Israel. No. But it does bother them if there's a politician working for Russia. So they were trying to paint Trump as this Russian agent. Well, the reality was that Trump was just a paid he was a politician being funded by the pro-Israel lobby. So now they're trying to do the same strategy with the Epstein situation. Oh, no, Israel's not involved, guys. No, nothing there to see. It's all Moscow, all Russia. It's the Kremlin, guys. So here's an email. The email is from Jeffrey Epstein to Staley. Jess Staley. 2011. That's ancient times. And Jeffrey Epstein... this is from Roy... This is from someone to Epstein. And it says, against all odds. Hold on, let's go back to this. Epstein coordinating a meeting with current Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Okay, fine. So this person says, against all odds, we have been granted a meeting with Minister Netanyahu. Oh, boy. So then it says here, a 2016 email to Palantir co-founder Peter Thiel states that Epstein represents the Rothschilds. Rothschilds? One of the most powerful families in the world? This guy represented one of the most powerful families in the world, and that family's surname is what? Rothschild, guys. What does that tell you? Rothschild. What are people going to associate this scandal with? They're not going to associate the scandal with Moscow. They're not going to associate the scandal with St. Petersburg. They're not associating the scandal with Uganda. No. They're going to associate this scandal with Israel. That's why I'm telling y'all, this whole story, this whole scandal, this whole Epstein scandal is going to further lead to the end, to the downfall of Israel. That is the truth. And Donald Trump did not help Israel. Supposedly, Donald Trump, the most pro-Israel president we've ever had. The most pro-Israel president in all of American history. Donald freaking Trump released the Epstein files that everyone and their mother knew would lead to further hatred against Israel. And Donald Trump has enabled Turkey to further take more Syrian territory, which is to the consternation and the terror of the Israelis, because the Israelis are terrified of the Turks. How is Trump the most pro-Israel president in American history again? He's not really helping the Israelis all that much. I mean, he's helping them to a certain extent, don't get me wrong, but he's not helping them to the extent that they would like. So, Donald Trump, to a great extent, to a great degree, is not really helping the Israelis. And for years, Ben Shapiro was saying, guys, why are we so obsessed with Epstein? Why are we so obsessed with Epstein? Stop talking about Epstein, guys. Stop talking about Epstein. And what does the Donald do? What does the Donald do? He says, here's 3 million Epstein files. Go search these files to your heart's content. And they made a whole freaking database called the Epstein Library. Now, anyone can just go onto the Epstein Library, search whatever name they want to see if that person is connected to Epstein in any way, and they'll see if there's any search results. So now you have all these people online, all these Twitter journalists, all these social media platforms. They are just voraciously eating up these files, trying to find anything they can. What are they looking for? what are people looking for? Well, they're trying to see if there's any celebrities with ties to Epstein. Of course, they found that already. They're trying to see who has ties with Epstein. But really, ultimately speaking, what are the social media journalists trying to find? In their heart of hearts, they're looking for ties between Epstein and Israel so they can prove that Israel has undue influence over the elected officials of the American government. So they can make the argument that we actually don't have power. The people who have the power are Jewish pimps like Jeffrey Epstein and the Chabad Lubavitch cult. And what that is going to do, what that already is doing, is fomenting a revolt, a global intifada against the pro-Israel establishment. And that's what we're seeing. We are seeing the beginning stages of a global intifada against the pro-Israel empire in the Western world. Be that in America, be that in England, the UK, Ireland, France, wherever, we're seeing this global intifada. You look a little bit like Henry Cavill. Wow, that's the first. That's the first time anyone's ever told me that. Well, I got a little bit of Scottish in me, so maybe that's the reason why. I have a little bit of Scotch and Welsh in me, so maybe that's the reason why. I don't know. I think everyone's just trying to look for something to use to impeach Trump. That's on the part of the Democrats. That's what the Democrats are doing. But a lot of people are looking at this with the intent of trying to prove undue influence from Israel. And they're trying to show ties between Epstein and Israel. Palestinian Henry Cavill, there you go. Trump dumber than a sack of bricks. But God still uses him? Hey. I don't think he's that dumb. If he was KGB, he wouldn't have been so sloppy to get caught. With a name like Epstein, he's supposed to be a Russian asset. Love your stream. I'll watch it later. All right, see you later, Mr. Rusty Shackelford. Always good to have you on. It was a Mossad jersey, not a KGB one he was wearing. Absolutely. Slava Rusia. There you go. Absolutely. Noticing continues. Yup. Like the stream. Yes, guys. To help the stream, give it a like. It gets the algorithm to spread it to more people. Is the problem non-Israeli government's representatives being too easy to bribe? Yes, absolutely. This is exactly what Hilaire Belloc warned about, by the way. Hilaire Belloc said that, yes, the synagogue of Satan, so to speak, is very powerful, but it's powerful because we allowed it to become powerful. So what made Israel powerful? The Goyim. The Goyim made Israel powerful. So because the Goyim made Israel powerful, the Goyim can reverse it and bring Israel down. Keir Starmer is fucked? Oh, yeah, he's royally fucked. Royally. Do you think Cuba will have regime change? Probably, yeah. All right, let's continue reading this. So it says here that Epstein represents the Rothschilds and proposes involving their bank with $160 billion under management at the time in tech investments. Thiel responds by suggesting a meeting in New York or on island. Which island is that? Hint, hint. Likely referring to Epstein's notorious Little St. James in the United States Virgin Islands. Epstein also corresponded multiple times with Ariane de Rothschild, CEO of Edmond de Rothschild Group, who met him over a dozen times between 2013 and 2019 and entered into a $25 million contract with Epstein's Southern Trust in 2015 for risk analysis and algorithm-related services. Interesting. Again, ties to the Rothschilds. Guys, this goes beyond Israel. I don't have to explain to you why, but I'm going to try to anyway to make myself more clear. It goes beyond Israel. It's not just Israel, all right? This is tied in to the synagogue of Satan. And if you don't know what I mean by the synagogue of Satan, then whatever. This ties into something greater than Israel. This ties into something that goes beyond Israel. This ties into the power of the synagogue of Satan. It's not just, oh, this is going to foment anti-Israel sentiment. That's definitely there, and that's going to get more and more ferocious as the years go by. Absolutely. But this is also going to lead to a global phenomenon of hatred against the synagogue of the devil. We're talking about you're talking about a global hatred, a global uprising, global antagonism against the pro-Israel lobby. In any country where it exists, in any country where it's operating, you're talking about hatred against the bankers, hatred against bankers who are also members of the synagogue of Satan, if you know what I'm saying. If you know, then you know. I mean, this is going to lead to, and this is the truth. I am making an observation based on my understanding of history. But this is going to lead to the rise of multiple Hitlers. I truly, in my heart of hearts, I believe this is the truth. I believe 100% this is the truth. This is going to lead to multiple Hitlers rising in power in various countries in the Western world. Because let's go back to history for a moment here. Because history always is a teacher of the future. History teaches us the future. History is the greatest teacher when we want to learn about what the future holds for us. So, what were the events that convinced people to empower Adolf Hitler? So you had World War I. Germany was totally devastated by the war. Germans were living in utter poverty. They were leading a very impoverished life. People were starving. People literally starved to death as a result of World War I and as a result of the food blockade that was imposed on Germany. It was very, very destructive. Lots of people died. Millions of Germans died. Really horrific stuff. After World War I, you had all of these rules that were being imposed on Germany by the Allies, and you had what is known as the Treaty of Versailles, where Germany basically became a debt slave to the Allies, so especially to France, because Germany invaded France, and France said, well, Germany owes us all this money for reparations for all the damages that they did to us when they invaded us. And so they were trying to force Germany to be a debt slave for many decades. And the Germans were living in poverty, as we all know. And so this led to a lot of hatred. It led to a lot of people being disgruntled. It led to a lot of people being very angry and enraged and antagonistic. And then on top of that, in the midst of all this poverty, you had several people who, let's just say it, were Jewish. This is just a fact of history. I'm stating history. Don't get mad at me, YouTube. I am stating historical facts here. For example, you had someone like, what's his name? I hate forgetting names. Magnus Hirschfeld. So you had Magnus Hirschfeld, Jewish guy, who was promoting the most vile, degenerate, sick things that you can imagine. We're talking cross-dressing, we're talking sex changes, really, really horrific things. Really horrific things. They were promoting this stuff. Weimar Germany was a very degenerate place. In fact, it was the most degenerate place on earth. It was the center for LGBTQ activism. It was the center of really the religion of Sodom. And a lot of the people who were pushing Sodom in Germany just so happened, I'll just say it, to be Jews. I mean, that's just the reality. And then on top of that, you had another scandal. And this was known as the bar mat scandal. So all of these things happened within a span of years. It wasn't as if World War I happened and then, people voted for Hitler. No, it took over 10 years for Germans to actually become Nazis. The question is, what happened within that duration of time that convinced people to go down the road of Hitler, to go down the road of Nazism? Now, just to give you an example as to how contrary to anti-Semitism the German people were after World War I will point to you guys the story of, what was his name? Walter Rathenau. I almost forgot. I'll point to you guys the story of Walter Rathenau. Walter Rathenau was a Jewish man. I'll make my screen a little bit bigger here. Hold on. Walter Rathenau was a Jewish German industrialist who was really at the forefront for the German military industry during World War I. And he was sort of like an Elon Musk. He was sort of like a Henry Ford. And he was, like I said, he was the face of German military industry. He was very vital for the German military industry machine during the First World War. The German military industry machine began to slow down in the latter parts of World War I. And one of the things that led to that was a series of worker strikes that commenced during World War I. These worker strikes were fomented by left-wing revolutionaries, and these worker strikes impeded the production of vital munitions and supplies for the German military. That, of course, hurt the German military, and that contributed to Germany losing the war. So after World War I, there arose this theory called the stab in the back theory, or the stab in the back narrative. Now, it's very ironic. So what the stab in the back narrative said was that, quite simply, the Jews stabbed Germany in the back. And they were saying that Walter Rathenau, being Jewish, was a traitor to Germany. And that it was Jewish left-wing activists who fomented the worker strikes, which impeded the German military industry machine. And this theory became very popular after World War I. Now, one of the people who promoted this theory was a German general by the name of Erich Ludendorff. Ludendorff was very right-wing, very nationalistic, very popular. Erich Ludendorff was one of the first funders for the Nazi Party. He donated money to Adolf Hitler when Adolf Hitler was still an obscure politician, and he was also one of Hitler's first followers. So you could call Erich Ludendorff one of the first Nazis. I want to look up something real quick. What's very ironic is that one of the biggest promoters outside of Erich Ludendorff of the stab in the back theory was this guy, Paul Nicholas Kossmann. Now, Paul Nicholas Kossmann was a very popular right-wing journalist in Germany. And here is the most ironic thing about Paul Nicholas Kossmann. Here, I'll show you. Kossmann. I'll show you real quick. Check this out. He was a German journalist, born in Baden-Baden into a Jewish family. His parents were cellist Bernard Crossman, etc., etc. So one of the biggest promoters of the narrative that would help the Nazis get in power was a Jewish guy named Paul Nicholas Kussman. And what's ironic is that after the Nazis took over Germany, do you know what the Nazis did to Mr. Kussman? Do you know what the Nazis did to Mr. Kussman? They killed them. So, Kussman wanted German nationalism. He pushed for an anti-Jewish narrative, which blamed the Jews on Germany's defeat in World War I. Nationalists took over Germany, thanks in part to the stab in the back narrative, advanced by a Jewish guy named Paul Nicholas Kussman. And the nationalists went on to murder Paul Nicholas Kussman. So what does that tell us? It tells us that far-right Jewish activists becoming very popular and pushing for nationalism is a presaging sign that Nazis can actually take over. And the fact that you have right-wing Jewish activists pushing for nationalism does not mean that Nazis cannot take over thanks to their propaganda. So, for example, if I say, man, this right-wing movement is getting pretty crazy. This right-wing movement, this far-right nationalistic movement is getting pretty crazy. Don't you think, guys? It's getting a little bit out of hand. I mean, these guys could usher in another Hitler here. What do people say every time you bring that up? What do people say every time you express that particular concern? They always say, no, you're wrong. Because you have Zionists or you have Jewish people who are pushing for this right-wing nationalism. So that's not going to happen. Bullshit. Bullshit. You look at Ukraine. You see the rise of the far right in Ukraine, and you say, listen, there's a Nazi problem in Ukraine. Nazis can take over. Well, that's not true. That's not going to happen. Why not? Well, because a Jewish billionaire by the name of Igor Kolomoisky funded the far-right Nazi paramilitary group, the Azov Battalion. So the Nazis aren't going to take over because they're funded by a billionaire Jewish guy named Igor Kolomoisky. Okay, but the narrative that helped get the Nazis in power, the stab in the back narrative, was to a great extent popularized by a right-wing Jew. So right-wing Jews can most definitely help usher in the rise of another Hitler. That's my point. So today, what do we see in America, in Germany, in France? What do we see? We see all these right-wing activists rising up. They're becoming popular. We see nationalism becoming more and more popular. And we see in the midst of all this, Jewish people fanning the flames. Not saying this is all Jews, but you do have some Jewish people who are pushing for this stuff. For example, in Germany, you have Jewish people who support the Alternative for Deutschland party. Now, the Alternative for Deutschland party is a remarketed Nazi party. That's what it is. It's a remarketed Nazi party. One of its major leaders, Bjorn Holke, is a Hitler lover. He used to write articles praising the Third Reich. He has expressed his spite towards Holocaust memorials. It is very clear that this man is a Nazi. He used an SS term, everything for Deutschland. And he was told by the German government, please don't use that term. That was a slogan of the SS. Bjorn Holke says, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't know that was a slogan of the SS. Even though I used to teach history, and I used to teach high school history, I didn't know that was a slogan of the SS. Okay, well, we're going to slap a warning on you. Don't do it again. And what does Bjorn Holke do? What does he do? He does a speech, and then he tells his audience, everything, alle, in German, all for, and the audience said, Deutschland, all for Deutschland. So what happened? The government got Bjorn Holke back in court for that, and the judge said, hey, We told you not to say that slogan, and you said it. And what does Bjorn Holke say in his defense? He says, I didn't say it. All I said was all four, and the audience said Deutschland. Oh, I'm so clever. And they slapped a, I don't know, 400, 500 euro fine on him or whatever. So it's a Nazi party. And when I tell people, listen, it's a Nazi party, what do people always tell me? It's not a Nazi party because you have Israelis who support the AfD. Well, guess what? The major narrative that got the Nazis in power, the stab in the back narrative, was horrendously promoted, was massively promoted by a right-wing Jewish nationalist named Paul Nicholas Kosman. So this is not an argument. It's not an argument. I'll show you guys another proto-Nazi in Germany. Here, I'll show you guys another one. Check this one out. Let me see here. Hold on. I'll show you guys another one. See, they never teach you this in history class. They never teach you this in school. This is what I'm here for, guys. They never teach you this stuff. And they never will, because it's just whatever, you know. Oh, they can't teach that. Here is a fact of history. Anton Graf von Arco. He was Jewish. He was one of the first admirers of the Nazi Party. They never tell you this. He tried to join the Nazistic Thule Society, or the Thule Society, however you say it. And they didn't accept him because he was Jewish. This guy tried so hard to be a German far-right activist. This is what he did. Let me show you guys what he did. They never teach you this history. German Jewish descent. It says it right there. But they never teach you this history. Now look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. This guy wanted so badly to prove his right-wing nationalism. This is what this guy did. Check this out. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this, guys. So there was a Jewish guy named Kurt Eisner. I'll make this a little bit smaller so you guys can read the text fully. So there was a Jewish politician. Make this a little bit smaller. Okay. So there was a Jewish politician named Kurt Eisner. Kurt Eisner was a left-wing socialist Jewish revolutionary who took over Munich, or he took over Bavaria, the capital of which is Munich. He took over Bavaria, and he said, you know, this was post-World War I Germany. Post-World War I Germany, let's be real here, guys. Post-World War I Germany was the Wild West. It was an impoverished country, and it was ripe for the picking. If you were a left-wing revolutionary and you wanted to just take some territory for yourself, post-World War I Germany was your paradise. You could just go into a region, get a bunch of guys with guns and say, all right, this is our land, and just take over parliament. Stuff like that happened. And so Kurt Eisner and his little army of socialists, they took over Bavaria. And they said Bavaria is now the independent, whatever people, it's the people's state of Bavaria. The socialist people's state of Bavaria. So this right-wing Jewish German guy, this dude, Anton von Padua, Alfred Emil Herbert, George Graf von Arco, Auf Wally. He wanted to prove that he was such a hardcore nationalist. This is what he did. He murdered Kurt Eisner. As Kurt Eisner was walking to the Parliament building, he walked behind Kurt Eisner and shot him in the back and killed him. So after Mr. Anton was caught by some people around him, this is what he said. He explained his motivation behind murdering Kurt Eisner. He said, Eisner is a Bolshevik, a Jew. He isn't German. He doesn't feel German. He subverts all patriotic thoughts and feelings. He is a traitor to this land. Now, how is this different from Nazi speak? How is this different from any sort of propaganda that came out of the Nazi party? Answer, nothing. It's the same thing. This is literally 100% identical to all Nazi propaganda. The Nazis said the same damn thing about Kurt Eisner. The Nazis said the same thing about the Jews in general. They're subversive. They want to spread Bolshevism. They're against Germany. They're enemies of Germany, etc., etc. So Kurt Eisner tries to join the neo-pagan Thule Society. And it says right here, Arco Valley may have decided to assassinate Eisner to prove himself worthy after being rejected for membership in the Thule Society, an ultra-nationalist, Völkisch, and neo-pagan occultist group because he was of Jewish descent. And he was rejected by the group. And the Thule Society would later become a part of the Nazi Party. And so these proto-Nazis, so to speak, rejected this guy. But listen, if I was alive back in the day of Kurt Eisner, and I read the news about Kurt Eisner being murdered by this nationalist named Anton von Wally, and I said, hey, this nationalism stuff is dangerous. It's getting out of hand. It's getting really bad in Germany. The same people who are my detractors today would be telling me, oh, no. This Anton guy, turns out he's Jewish, so you really can't say that. But that's just not really an adequate explanation. That's not really an adequate and fitting argument. It does not disprove my contention, nor does it disprove or refute my warning. It does not bring my warning to naught, to use an old English way of talking. It actually reflects and it parallels with history. What I am warning you guys about parallels with history. So let's go back. Let's go back to Weimar Germany, and we'll tie all of this in. This is what I'm very interested in, guys. So you have all these things happening in post-World War I Germany. You have Jewish socialist left-wingers like Kurt Eisner trying to take over parts of Germany. You have Eugene Levine, who tries to take over Bavaria. And he's a Jewish guy. Eugene Levine, like Mark Levine, he took over Bavaria. And what happened? He was a Marxist. He was a Jewish Marxist. He took over Bavaria, and a bunch of right-wing nationalists entered Bavaria, and they killed Eugene Levine, and they retook Bavaria for Germany against these Marxists. Now, if I lived in those days, I would say, wow, the right wing really is rising up. And my detractors would say what? They would say, no. It turns out that a number of the members of the Freikorps, because the nationalists who retook Bavaria from the leftists, from the Marxists, were called the Freikorps. They were a paramilitary organization, and they were sort of, you could say, the proto-Nazis of their day. They would later become some of the earliest followers of Adolf Hitler. But here's the thing. Here's one of the big trips about the Freikorps, is that numerous members of the Freikorps were actually Germans, or were German Jews. Numerous members were German Jews, like Mr. Anton von Wally, or like Paul Nicholas Kosman. So if I said, hey, this nationalism thing is getting out of hand, it's rising up, my detractors would say, oh, no, they have Jews in their ranks. Oh, no, Paul Nicholas Kosman is Jewish. Oh, no, Anton von Wally is Jewish. Okay, so what? Their existence, their activism, presaged and foreshadowed the right-wing, or I should say far right-wing, nationalistic takeover of Germany. And so today we have the AfD party, which is supported by numerous Zionists and has Jewish members in its ranks. That does not refute the warning that these people are Nazis, that the party is Nazistic, and nor does that refute my warning that the rise of the AfD bespeaks the coming rise or the coming revival of Nazism in Germany and in other parts of Europe as well. Now, going back to Walter Rathenau, this German Jewish industrialist, so he got partially blamed for Germany's defeat in World War I. And what the nationalists in his day were saying was, you, Walter Rathenau, were supposed to be the head of German military industry, and yet German military industry did not was not efficient enough under your watch to supply the needed munitions and supplies for the German soldiers. So he was greatly blamed. He was greatly blamed. And eventually, Walter Rathenau was murdered. Now, after Walter Rathenau was murdered, what happened in Germany was that millions upon millions of Germans took to the streets, not to praise the murder of Walter Rathenau, but to protest against right-wing extremism. So really, the world in those days wasn't so different from the modern world. It wasn't so different from the 21st century. Today, we have anti-right-wing protests. In Germany, a number of years ago, they had massive protests against the AfD. So you could say, well, look, they have these protests against the right-wing nationalists in Germany. The nationalists can't take over. Look, you have all these people taking to the streets against right-wing fanaticism. But you had the same thing happening before Adolf Hitler took power. Literally, millions of Germans took to the streets to protest against right-wing terrorism. That did not stop the rise of Hitler. So one of the things that got the people to vote for the Nazis was this idea that Jewish people, like Walter Rathenau, was behind Germany's defeat in World War I. But another thing that led people to vote for the nationalists was something called the Barmat scandal. And the Barmat scandal was a massive, well, as it's called, scandal that had ties with the German government. So what happened was you had a Jewish fraudster by the name of Julius Barmat. Julius Barmat was a financial speculator or a currency manipulator who, after World War I, sold Germany as a place to make a lot of money very quickly because the economy was just so non-existent, really. And so he goes into Germany and he says, okay, these Germans are starving. They need food. There's a food shortage. We can make a lot of money from selling food in this country. So he goes to the Netherlands. He gets a ton of produce, a ton of food, brings it back to Germany, makes a fortune. Now, this wasn't really a scandal unto itself, but the right wing portrayed this as war profiteering on the part of Mr. Barmat. But the scandal of Mr. Barmat really, really came up with Barmat's loan fraud that he was doing with the support of the German government, specifically the Weimar German government. So the Chancellor of Germany at that time was Gustav Bauer. He was a Social Democrat. The Social Democrats were the dominating political party in Germany at the time. Now, Gustav Bauer, he was, like I said, the chancellor, and he was very well connected, and he was connected to Julius Barmat. And Julius Barmat was very wealthy. And with great wealth, comes many connections, political connections. And he was connected to the Chancellor of Germany. And he told Julius Barmat, he said, Mr. Bauer, Chancellor Bauer, I want you to go to the bank and get me this many millions of Reichmarks, and I'm going to take the money, and I'll give you a cut in exchange. Deal. Gustav Bauer would tell the bank, give me all this money as a loan. And it's for Barmat's business. Barmat has this very successful business, and he wants a loan to support his business. And he's got a lot of success. So the loan is not going to be a wasted investment on your part. So the bank would give out millions of Deutschmarks or Reichmarks to Mr. Bauer, or really to Mr. Barmat, at the behest of the Chancellor of Germany, Gustav Bauer. Barmat would take the money, and then he would give a kickback to Mr. Bauer, to the Chancellor of Germany. And this was being done in secret. The people of Germany were not supposed to know about it, but it eventually got leaked out. And like the Epstein scandal, this scandal was a massively sensational story in Germany, and a lot of Germans were paying attention. And at first, Gustav Bauer denied that he got any money from Mr. Barmatt, but that turned out to be a lie because there was a letter that got leaked out. There was a correspondence that got leaked out in which Gustav Bauer is talking about how much money he's going to be getting. So that exposed Bauer not only as a thief of the German people, but also as a liar to the German people. Bauer had to resign after this, and the scandal was so strong. I mean, the psychological impact of the scandal was so strong that it gave a huge blow to the dominating Social Democratic Party, and it gave a massive boost to the popularity of the far right in Germany, because the far right had been trying to tell people, hey, the Jews are undermining Germany. The Jews are corrupting Germany. The Jews are robbing Germany. And this is what they were saying. I'm not saying that they were right, but this is what they were saying, so don't bash me for this, YouTube. This is just an historical fact. And a lot of people began to say the right wing was right. The Nazis were right. And not too long after the Barmatt scandal, the right wing ended up getting a big victory in the German government. And that was in the 1920s. And this was one of the things that led to the popularity of the Nazi Party. So what got the German people from at first gathering by the millions to protest against right-wing terrorism, to embracing right-wing extremism and embracing right-wing nationalism? It was a series of events. For one, you have the degeneracy that was taking place in the Weimar Republic. You had people like Magnus Hirschfeld, who was Jewish, who was promoting horrendous degeneracy in Germany. You had the Barmatt scandal. You had the stab in the back narrative, which became very popular. You had various, believe it or not, Jewish German right-wing voices like Paul Nicholas Kosman, who was pushing nationalism. All of these events served as an amalgamation, which contributed to the rise of Nazism. So let's go back to today. What do we see happening today? We have Israel committing a genocide. Okay, well, where do you find a parallel? Where do you find an historical event that parallels with what Israel is doing in Gaza? Easily, the Soviet Union. The Soviet Union was dominated by members of the temple, Israelis, so to speak, people like Lazar Kaganovich, who murdered quite literally, millions of people by starvation. You had Soviet agents who were infiltrating Germany to try to make Germany into a Soviet state of the Soviet Union. People like Karl Radek, people like Rosa Luxemburg, people like Bela Kun, people like Tibor Shmauli. These were all socialist agents of Vladimir Lenin who were in Germany and who were trying to make Germany into a Soviet country. And so the German people saw the fact that the Soviet Union, under these monsters like Lazar Kaganovich, were murdering millions of people. And then they saw how these very people were trying to make Germany into a Soviet state. And they said, okay, you're not going to starve us to death. We're not going to let you take over our country. And there is a video that you can see online from a major Nazi speech in which you see thousands upon thousands of people in the audience waiting for Hitler to come up to the podium to speak. And these German people are all, not all of them, but a lot of them are holding up this huge sign that said something like, Macht Deutschland Marxismus frei. Make Deutschland Marxism free. So this was a very popular sentiment. They did not want Marxism to take over Germany, and Hitler presented himself as the savior of Germany from the Marxist reign of terror. So this was a massive reason as to why people voted for the Nazis. So you had the mass murder that was being done by the Soviet Union, which helped lead to the popularity of the Nazis. That parallels with what's happening today. The mass murder that is being done by the Jewish state, by Israel, is being seen by the whole world. And as a result, and this is very disturbing, and I'm not saying this is a good thing, I hate that this is a fact. I hate that this is a reality. So don't beat me over the head with a penalty, Mr. YouTube. But the reality is, the scary reality is that a lot of people are looking at the mass murder done by Israel, and they're saying, man, this is like the mass murder that was done by the Soviets, and maybe, just maybe, the Austrian painter was correct. I'm not saying this because I think it's good. I think this is terrible. I am telling you guys this information to warn you guys. And I'm trying to warn you about how deceiving this satanic agenda is. It is extremely deceptive because it uses almost entirely facts. It uses and it weaponizes almost entirely truth. It says, yeah, Israel is doing mass murder. Yes, that's true. Yeah, you have various people who are members of the temple who are pushing for degeneracy. Yeah, that's true. And then they're weaponizing these facts to try to bring Hitler, to try to exhume Hitler back from the dead. And that's the danger. That's the demonic agenda that we are facing here. And so back in the day, they had the bar mat scandal. And they had the Magnus Hirschfeld scandal. And today we have the Epstein scandal. And we have the AIPAC scandal. And we have the Israel lobby scandal. And what do we see with the Epstein scandal? We see a bunch of politicians who knew very well what Epstein was doing, and they were working with Epstein, and they wanted help from Epstein, and they were various figureheads in the most elitist of circles who wanted to get in with Epstein to get his money and to get his connections, while at the same time knowing that Epstein was pimping out underage girls. And they either maybe got involved with that, or they just looked the other way and they didn't care. And this is a massive scandal. And really, this is, I mean, quite frankly, this is more evil than the bar mat scandal. The bar mat scandal involved money and it involved thievery, which is horrible enough. But this is involving the prostituting of underage girls. I mean, this is far worse than a financial scandal. And so what is the Epstein scandal going to lead to? The same thing that the bar mat scandal also helped to lead to. That is the rise of far-right anti-Semitic nationalism. That's just a fact. And I don't care how many Jewish people in the Western world are participating in far-right politics. I don't care how many Jewish activists are involved in aiding far-right movements. It doesn't preclude the rise of far-right nationalism. Because back in the day before the rise of Adolf Hitler, you had Paul Nicholas Kosman. You had Anton Arco von Valley. You had Alfred Rosenberg, who was a Jewish guy who was the head ideologue of the Nazi Party. So you had Jewish people who were involved in far-right politics back in the day, just like you have them today. Just like today, you have your Steve Millers. Steve Miller is a far-right lunatic. He's an evil individual. I don't like him. I don't trust him at all. I think he's demonic. I think the guy is satanic. I do. You're talking about a guy who watches Palestinian people being butchered, and he don't give a shit. He laughs at it. He laughs at watching people suffer. That's the kind of guy he is. He's a demon. But Steve Miller being Jewish does not mean that right-wing nationalism or Hitlerism is not going to rise up. It doesn't mean that at all. And history teaches us this. History gives us this warning. So I'm trying to look at this whole story with the intent of looking at the grand scheme of things. Yes, Epstein is evil. Israel is evil. But what is going to be the ripple effect of this? Because at the end of the day, we're living in a post-Christian world. At the end of the day, we're living in a world that is, for the most part, absent of Christian influence, real Christian influence. That's what we're living in. We're living in an age where the Pope is completely meaningless, doesn't mean anything, and the Pope that we do have is an evil agent of Sodom. I mean, the guy allowed for a gay procession to take place in St. Peter's Basilica, so I mean, that's the Vatican for you. The Vatican is bullshit. It's Sodom and Gomorrah. I mean, we don't live in a society that, for the most part, has serious Christian influence. So without that Christian influence, where is this nationalist surge going to lead us to? Let's be real here, guys. All of this anger against Epstein, while it is definitely needed, while it's definitely justified, we have to be vigilant. We have to be at least aware of the fact that political opportunists are going to capitalize on this anger for evil. Just like the Nazis capitalized on the German people's anger towards the bar mat scandal for their own evil agenda. We can't be oblivious to reality. Yes, the reality is that Epstein was a piece of shit, evil. The reality is that Israel is fucking evil. The reality is that, listen, I really don't give a shit about Israel. I don't really give a shit. I think Israel's an evil country. I do. I think it's an evil, demonic country. And I think it's just a diabolical country. But that does not mean that we just become oblivious to the reality of political opportunists. Political opportunists who are going to capitalize on our anger to recruit us for some other evil agenda. The Israelis tried to recruit us by using October the 7th to get us to justify and to support their genocide of the Gazans. And that, for the most part, didn't work. So that also means, though, that on the other side of the coin, there are political opportunists who are trying to use our anger against Israel to get us to tread upon another path of the Antichrist. And that path is, well, far-right fanaticism. And without that Christian influence, where is that anger going to take us? That anger is needed. That anger definitely is justified. That anger absolutely is warranted. But without that Christian influence, where is it going to take us? That's the question. Without that Christian influence, where is it going to take us? It's going to take us back to Hitler. If we're not careful, it's going to take us back to Hitler. And that's what I worry about. I truly worry about that, guys. I truly do. Great stream, off the bed, sleep well. Liberalism, yup. History really comes alive when you really want to know it. Absolutely. Yep, absolutely. Freedom, liberalism, hatred. Sounds like a photographic memory. Appreciate that. Weimar Republic was Germany's first constitutional democracy established after World War One. Yeah. Nationalists of different nations respect each other. Jewish Zionists approve of Gentile nationalists. Gentile nationalists approve of Israel being an ethno-nationalist state. That's correct. Yep, that's correct. And the thing is that the far right is using the existence of Israel as a precedent. They'll say, well, Israel has an ethno state, so why can't we have an ethno state, etc. Man, this is my biggest problem with the Irish pipe, is that the fire just goes out so quickly. How the hell does Theo know about this stuff? I have become obsessed with this topic because I really want to see how our day and age parallels with the past. Because if I can see how our day and age parallels with the past, then I can actually put together a rough draft for the future. But I appreciate that, sir. Thank you. As the world economy gets more uncertain, people become more nationalistic. That's correct. That's correct. And that explains why you have all these farmers in Europe protesting and rioting. Greetings, Theo. Greetings, Mr. or Mrs. Sunny. Hello, Song Mies. Hello, Falco Ulvan. Heinrich Brüning was the Chancellor of Germany. Right, but I'm talking about Gustav Bauer, who was the Chancellor during the Barmet scandal, and he was around he was in power in the 1920s. I just want to know if the Nazi UFO space program is legit. Well, they were definitely interested in going to space. Radio was a powerful medium of the late 1920s and early 1930s for propaganda. It's true. Social media and the internet dwarfs the power of radio for iconoclastic behavior. Yeah, that's correct. Because with social media, you can get information out in a matter of seconds. How the hell do they get everybody on board without social media? Now imagine what they can do with the social media, compartmentalized media. This is brilliant. Appreciate that, sir. 1916, Germany looked to peace with England. My God, this thing sucks. You know, the more I smoke tobacco, the more I realize that the old timers who prefer a light nicotine tobacco are right. I used to laugh at the old timers when I first started smoking. I was like, you smoke that light nicotine shit? Man, what are you doing? I want to smoke the heavy stuff. I want the stuff that's, the highest in tobacco, the highest in nicotine content and all that shit. Give me a, whatever. Give me a 10% nicotine, 11% nicotine content tobacco. And after smoking lighter nicotine tobacco, I realized, you know what? Those guys are right. Because when you smoke... Let's see if I can find it. When you smoke... I can't find it. Oh, here it is. When you smoke this shit, you will realize why old timers smoke light nicotine tobacco. This shit is the worst shit I've ever smoked in my life. Irish Flake. This shit is poison. I will not recommend this tobacco to anyone. I smoke this once in a blue moon and only when my stomach is filled to the rim. Because if I smoke this even partially full, with a partially full stomach, I become nauseated. And I have read like 6 or 7 different complaints about this saying the same thing. Oh my God. So I'm smoking Christmas Blend, which is a lighter nicotine tobacco. The flavor is really good, and it's an enjoyable smoke. Vertigo, The Rise and Fall of Weimar Germany. I have that book. I need to read it, though. As soon as I'm done reading Horton's book, which I have like 100 and... I don't know. I have almost 170 pages or something like that to finish. That book is so long. Very good book. Don't get me wrong, but it's a very long book. It's a 660-page book, so I have 170 pages maybe left to go. Once I'm done with it, I'm going to start reading Vertigo. That's a really good book, and I really want to read it. I bought that book recently. I need to read that book because I really want to learn about Weimar, Germany. Tyson Krupp wants to build Canadian submarines. Yeah, the German arms industry is definitely growing. Jelane's dad was Mossad. Yep. Gotta go, fellows. See you later, Stone Will. Thanks for coming on. The truth is forbidden. Yep. The Jeffrey Epstein of his time. Imagine if we had a genuine person like Mamdani. Amen. We got to become Mamdani's America, guys. Bring on Mamdani. They say he's Indian. That guy's Iranian. I don't think he's Indian. Zohran Mamdani. It sounds Iranian. Theo is not suicidal. Absolutely not. What are the odds of Israel using nukes when their demise is imminent? I have no idea. What's your opinion on the Fuentes interview? I think that it's just another sign of extremism getting pushed into the mainstream. My Irish great-grandmother smoked a pipe. I think he's an actor. Who's an actor? What kind of pipe did your grandmother smoke? Much like green tea, tobacco contains tannins, which can cause nausea. Yeah, it's horrible. Theo reads a lot. I try to read as much as I can. Theo, you should interview journalist and author Michael Luders. I'll look him up. I would like to, when I'm done with Horton's book, I would like to maybe invite Scott Horton to this channel. What do you guys think? Forgive, it's all we can do. Yep. Theo, great show as usual. What was Jeffrey Epstein's connection to the Croatian nationalist Boris Nikolic and Albanian businessman? I don't know. I'll have to look that up. What is the correct course of action? Well, definitely not subscribing to the idea of mass murder. I mean, that's obvious, I think. I hope it's obvious to people. You never knew her? I see. My favorite Chinese cigarettes were Sequoia brand. That's cool. Provoked by Scott Horton. Yep, I'm reading that book right now. Almost done with it. It's a long read. I'm thinking about maybe inviting him after I'm done reading the book. What do you guys think? Good idea or bad idea? See, this is why I hate these briar pipes. Anyway, good idea. Okay. Let's go back to this article here. Epstein's 2018 email recounts Robert Maxwell, Ghislaine's father, attempting to blackmail Mossad for £400 million, leading to his passed away status. Maxwell, buried with Israeli state honors, eulogized by Shimon Peres, is widely regarded as having been an arms smuggler spy in the 1980s. So everyone knows this already. Epstein's girlfriend, Ghislaine Maxwell, was the daughter of Robert Maxwell, who was a Mossad agent. So that right there is evidence enough that Epstein, especially given all of his ties with elites, it's all of this really, when you put it all together, is evidence enough that, yes, Epstein was definitely very well connected, definitely had ties to Israel. Now, this is interesting. Check this out. It says here, an FBI memo notes a person named Mark Iverson who describes meeting a young Ghislaine Maxwell in the fall of 1982. And this is what he says here. I'll make it a little bit bigger for you guys. Hold on. This is what he said. This is what this Mark Iverson guy told the FBI. He says, while going to meet political candidate Bill Richardson in Albuquerque at a hotel in the fall of 1982, I met Ghislaine. She was a bright, beautiful couple. A backdoor to the software is suspected. Robert was given a state funeral in Israel. Robert Maxwell is Ghislaine Maxwell's dad. He was a Mossad agent. And this Iverson guy tells the FBI, Robert was given a state funeral in Israel after his tragic death. I suspect Robert, Ghislaine, and Jeffrey Epstein were all Mossad agents trying to blackmail leaders in the political and financial world. Guys, do we have a connection issue? Hold on a second, guys. Why does this always happen? Agents trying to blackmail leaders in the political and... Are we good? And this is what he says here. I'll make it... It's good? Okay, did you guys hear what I had to say, or did you guys miss anything? Did you guys miss anything there? You lost connection? Okay. Okay, we're good. So, this guy, why the hell... Oh, hold on, I'm looking at the YouTube channel. So... This guy, Iverson, he tells the FBI, I suspect Robert, Ghislaine, and Jeffrey Epstein were all Mossad agents trying to blackmail leaders in the political and financial world. Well, there you go. There you go. So this is the reason why so many people are focusing on this story, because it's a matter of sovereignty. Do our politicians who we pay, who we elected, work for us, or do they work for a Jewish pimp who's working on behalf of a foreign country, Israel? That is the reason why so many people are focusing on this. And so you look at this ginormous shift against Israel. The Democrats turned on Israel because of the slaughterhouse of Gaza. The majority of Democrats right now do not support Israel. And the main reason why they don't support Israel is because of the genocide that Israel did in Gaza and continues to do. But still, the majority of Republicans support Israel. So how does one get the Republican population to turn against Israel? We got the Democrats. But how do we get the Republicans to turn against Israel? This is where the Jeffrey Epstein scandal comes into play in this whole equation, in this whole situation. This is where the Jeffrey Epstein scandal gets factored in. So if the Gaza slaughterhouse got Democrats to abandon Israel by the droves, the Jeffrey Epstein scandal is going to push more and more Republicans to abandon Israel by the droves. And the Epstein scandal, the anger over the Epstein scandal is something that both Republicans and Democrats can agree upon. They can both agree to be angry about this. So here is another matter upon which the Republicans and the Democrats can agree. This is where they can have another point of overlap. Many Republicans abandoned Israel because of the slaughterhouse in Gaza, and in that sense, they had overlap with the Democrats. Now you're going to have even more Republicans leaving because Republicans are more they're more nationalistically minded. Democrats tend to be more globally minded. So Democrats see horror and slaughter in Gaza. They feel compassion. They don't like it. They get angry at Israel, which, this is something that we can learn from Democrats, because especially older Republicans, they lack a lot of heart. I will say they do. They lack a lot of heart. And this is where I will agree with a lot of Democrats. We definitely need compassion when it comes to Gaza. But because Republicans are more nationally or nationalistically minded, what angers them is the idea of a foreign power having undue influence and control over their politicians. Because the idea is, wait, a foreign country controls the politicians who I pay and who I voted for. Where is my sovereignty? So the Epstein story is going to get a lot more Republicans to abandon Israel. And it's going to increase this surge that we have been seeing within recent years of people just saying, we're done with Israel, to hell with the Jewish state. And this is going to lead further and further to the point where America is going to just cut ties with Israel. We're seeing one of the events, just like the bar mat scandal and the what's his name? Magnus Hirschfeld scandal, got the German people closer and closer to nationalism. We're going to be seeing this Epstein situation bringing American society closer and closer to the point of just demanding that I should say closer and closer to the point of just further demanding and intensifying that demand for America to abandon Israel. So this is it. This is one of the events. We had the Gaza slaughterhouse. We have the Israel lobby. Now we have the Epstein scandal. This is another nail on the coffin of Israel. I'll make this a little bit smaller. Hold on. So it says here, in a 2018 self-addressed email, Epstein recounts a dinner conversation in which he jokingly engages with claims of Jewish influence over governments, ending with laughter and the word guilty. So it says here, this is an email from Jeffrey Epstein from 2018. Ooh, not that long ago. And Epstein says, at my dinner table, I asked, why are you right-wing guys so anti-Semitic? One said, historically, we all know it's actually been the Jews behind the governments actually pulling the strings. I said, like who? And one pointed at me, and they all started to roar with laughter. Me? Little old me? And one guy said, how do you explain in only 3 days there have been princes, prime, and other ministers, emissaries, plus 2 presidents of world bodies? Guilty! So funny! Wish you were here! Oy vey! So he's saying he had this conversation and somebody said, hey, how you Jews control everything. And he said, guilty, yeah, we do. And the guy said, Epstein, you're proof of this. You're proof of this. So people are seeing this email. They're seeing this email. And they're saying, oh my goodness, Israel really does control our politicians. And this is going to be another spark to ignite the global intifada against the pro-Israel powerhouse, against the pro-Israel establishment. Because it's about sovereignty. And what is nationalism about? Sovereignty. So this is going to help increase nationalism. People are going to say, we're not under the control. We're not in control of our own country. We're not ruling over our own nation. Our people, our nation is being ruled over by pimps and sex traffickers who work at the behest of a foreign country. We need to rise against this. And a global intifada is going to eventually break out. And really, it has already broken out, but it's going to get more and more ferocious. Emails also show Epstein courting tech moguls like Jason Calacanis, Uber investor and podcaster, who in 2011 called him pal and offered contacts, despite later claiming minimal ties from the early 2000s. Calacanis speculated Epstein was a, quote, spy trying to compromise people. So this is this guy's tweet here. He had some sort of association with Epstein. And he said, I met Epstein in the late 1990s, early 2000s via my book agent at the TED conference. I was in my 20s. There were hundreds of folks at TED and those dinners. I barely knew him, but he was everywhere, relentlessly networking with everyone in science, finance, technology, media, and politics. Based on what I've learned, my guess is he was a spy and was trying to compromise people. And that's right. That's what this guy was doing. He was trying to compromise people. He was blackmailing politicians. That's what he was doing for the Mossad. So, again, this is going to lead to more nationalism, and it's going to further intensify the anti-Israel sentiment that we have been seeing rising at a global level. Epstein victim Maria Farmer, who filed the first official complaint against him in 1996, has referred to Jewish supremacists running the pedophile financiers network. Epstein's victim, Maria Farmer, said Epstein's circle were Jewish supremacists that saw themselves as the chosen race, believing their DNA made them superior. According to Farmer, they openly demeaned and looked down on Gentiles. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me in the least bit. Now, there is another article. Hold on one second. There is another article about Jeffrey Epstein and the Chabad Lubavitch Jewish cult. I'll make this a little bit smaller. FBI memo concludes Trump compromised by Israel. New Epstein files show. And it says here, a declassified FBI memo released on January 30th states that U.S. President Donald Trump was, quote, compromised by Israel, unquote, that Jeffrey Epstein was a Mossad agent, and that a Jewish religious movement, Chabad Lubavitch, had co-opted Trump's presidency. CHS, so CHS stands for Confidential Human Source. So the Confidential Human Source advised Chabad is doing everything they can to co-opt the Trump presidency, the memo states. Beryl Lazar, a Chabad Lubavitch member, was formerly the chief rabbi of Russia and remains a close advisor to Russian President Vladimir Putin. Chabad is basically state-sanctioned Judaism. It is used by Putin to keep tabs on all the Russo-Jewish oligarchs, the FBI memo adds. Trump's son-in-law, Jared Kushner, is identified as a Chabad supporter. On the day Trump was elected president, Ivanka Trump and Jared Kushner were at the gravesite of Rabbi Schneerson. That's creepy. And you have a lot of these Chabadists who believe that Rabbi Schneerson was the Messiah, believe it or not. Pretty creepy stuff, pretty demonic. The memo adds that Kushner has ties with the Russian government and recommends the FBI investigate his family's charities for money laundering, a common Chabad practice. The source states further that Trump has been compromised by Israel, and Kushner is the real brains behind his organization and his presidency. So why would Trump release this stuff? That's the question. I mean, we know that stuff's been omitted. We know that names have been redacted and blacked out. That's true. So then if they know that if they can omit certain statements and certain names with great precision, why did they include this in the Epstein file dump? Why did they release this one? Why would they release a file that says Trump has been compromised by Israel? I mean, it really makes you wonder what the highest echelons of power in America are doing. It's almost like they want people to start believing in conspiracies about Israel. It's almost like they are trying to foment suspicion and antagonism towards Israel. That's what it sounds like to me. It's almost like our country is priming us for the day when they finally cut off ties from Israel and throw Israel under the bus, just like they did the Kurds. So it says here, the memo adds that Kushner has ties with the Russian government and recommends the FBI investigate his family's charities for money laundering, etc., etc. Okay, we already read this. According to the Jerusalem Post, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has long been a friend of the Kushners, and particularly Jared's dad, Charles Kushner, a major donor to pro-Israel and Jewish causes. So, Jewish donors, pro-Israel donors, it makes you wonder, how people are going to see the Jewish donor class from now on. I know exactly how they're going to see the Jewish donor class. They're going to see the Jewish donor class as being associated with Jeffrey Epstein. Anytime you have any sort of pro-Israel donor, he must have been tied to Epstein. Go check his name in the Epstein library. Go check his name in the Epstein database, guys. See if he's connected to Epstein. I mean, they've done this to Dershowitz. Alan Dershowitz. They did this to him. They looked his name up. They found out, oh, look, Mr. Dershowitz was in deep with Epstein. I mean, he was the guy's lawyer. And Dershowitz has been saying for years, all right, everyone, stop talking about Epstein. Stop talking about Epstein. Why is Dershowitz so fixated on people not talking about Epstein? Same damn reason why Ben Shapiro is so fixated on getting people to stop talking about Epstein. The same reason why Mark Levine is so fixated on getting people to stop talking about Epstein. Same reason why Josh Hammer is so fixated on this issue. They are scared shitless. They are terrified. You see, it's a fact that the Israelis are very aware of their history. It's a fact that the Israelis think about the Holocaust a lot. And they're always hearkening back to the Holocaust. They're always comparing things to the Holocaust, or they're comparing things to the rise of Nazism. And so they know, oh my goodness, if people keep talking about this Epstein issue, it's going to lead to a mass frenzy against Israel. And that could mean the end of the Jewish state. They're terrified. They're absolutely terrified. They're terrified of America no longer being pro-Israel. Because as we all know, and as is already quite obvious, Israel's biggest ally is the United States. I don't know if you guys knew this. Of course you guys know this. Israel's biggest ally is America. Israel exists because of America. And so if America stops being pro-Israel, that's the end of Israel. And you could say, well, that's not true. Nothing's gonna happen, Theodore. Nothing. America is gonna be pro-Israel until kingdom come. Forever. We're gonna be pro-Israel forever. If public opinion did not matter, ask yourself this question. Why in the hell does Israel invest so much in Christian Zionism? Why has Israel pumped in tens upon tens upon tens of millions of dollars backing and funding Christian Zionism? Why is Israel so involved in trying to get Christians to be pro-Israel? If public opinion did not matter. It's almost like Israel understands that public opinion matters. That's what that means. Israel used to have the Democrat Party. The Democrat Party used to be massively pro-Israel. And as I've said, when AIPAC first started to exist, some of its first members in its leadership were Democrats. The Democrats were massive backers of AIPAC. The Democrats were massively pro-Israel before the Republicans became massively pro-Israel. And now they have lost the Democrats. And they lost the Democrats because of the fact that they butchered countless lives in Gaza. And they laughed about it. And they expected the Goyim to be too stupid to understand. And now, because of the Jeffrey Epstein situation, they're about to lose more Republicans. They're about to lose more Americans who were on their side. And you could say, well, it doesn't matter. Are you going to tell me, seriously, for those of you who are my detractors, who disagree with me, are you really going to sit there and say that if 90% of the American people began to hate Israel, that would have no effect on American foreign policy? Are you going to sit there and actually make that argument? Are you really going to make that argument? Really? You're going to die on this hill. If public opinion didn't matter, then Israel would not be investing so much money in our public opinion. They invest so much money in our public opinion because they know that it actually matters. And they know that in the future, it's going to be very politically disadvantageous for a politician to be pro-Israel. And I talked about this in a recent video. I talked about the prediction of Michael Lang, who is a prominent Democratic political analyst who thoroughly studied the political demographics of each neighborhood in New York City. And he predicted the outcome of Zohran Mamdani's election with more or less incredible accuracy. And he recently did an interview with the Israeli newspaper Haaretz, and he said, listen, guys, by 2028, it's not going to be politically advantageous for a Democratic candidate to get AIPAC money. And he said the same thing is eventually going to happen to the Republican side. So those who are aware, those who are watchful, those who are trying to see things as clearly as they can, see the writing on the wall. And the writing on the wall is saying, Israel, you're facing your end. Just like the writing on the wall said, Babylon, you're facing your end. And Israel is Babylon. Yeah, it's Babylon. That's the harlot of Babylon right there. Jerusalem is the harlot of Babylon. And Babylon was told on the writing on the wall, your days are numbered, Babylon. And the Persian Empire came and swept them up and destroyed Babylon. And right now, Iran, the Persians, are going to have a massive war with Israel, the modern day Babylon. And just as the Persians swept ancient Babylon, the Persians are going to sweep modern day Babylon. And they're going to have the Turks to tag team with them. And together, they're going to end Israel. Israel wouldn't have taken over TikTok if public opinion didn't matter. Absolutely. That's a very good point. Yeah, absolutely. If public opinion did not matter, then why did they take over TikTok? Why did Netanyahu say we have to take over TikTok? He himself said this. He goes, We have to take over. Class, class. Louder. TikTok. That's right. We got to take over TikTok. TikTok, guys. TikTok, TikTok. You know why they want to take over TikTok? You know why Israel wanted to take over TikTok? Because Israel is looking at the clock. They're looking at the hourglass. And the hourglass is getting more and more empty as the sand goes down. And they're looking at the clock and it's going tick-tock, 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 tick-tock. Their days are numbered. Their days are numbered, guys. And this Epstein thing is only going to accelerate the inevitable. It's going to further accelerate the inevitable. And Donald Trump has done things that has really hurt Israel. I don't think Donald Trump is this super pro-Israel guy. I don't. Of course, he'll do things at the behest of Israel, or he'll do things that are to Israel's benefit, sure. But keep in mind that back in 2021, Donald Trump did an interview, I think with Axios, in which he stated, fuck Netanyahu. You can read this yourself. He said this in the interview. He said, yeah, fuck Netanyahu. Fuck him. And he said that Netanyahu didn't really want peace. He said that the Jewish settler fanatics were a massive hindrance to the peace process. Still are. They're actually much worse. And Netanyahu hates the fact that Donald Trump gave the green light to the Turks to take more Syrian territory. We all know that this hurts Israel. We all know that enabling Turkey to become more powerful is going to hurt Israel in the end, because Israel wants to be the most dominating country in the Middle East, and America is enabling Turkey to become the most powerful country in the Middle East. So America is enabling the downfall of Jewish domination in the Middle East. And under Trump's watch, the Epstein files have been released. Sounds like America is getting ready to turn on Israel. So it says here, the FBI memo also states that according to the source, Jeffrey Epstein worked both for U.S. and foreign intelligence, including Israel's Mossad. CHS became convinced Epstein was a co-opted Mossad agent. The memo states while pointing to previous FBI reporting on the issue. Epstein was close to the former Prime Minister of Israel, Ehud Barak, and trained as a spy under him. Ooh, he was trained to be a spy by Ehud Barak. That's pretty convincing that this guy was an Israeli asset. The memo also says that the source identified Epstein's lawyer, Alan Dershowitz, as the person who told Alex Acosta that Epstein belonged to intelligence. Because remember, back in the early 2000s, I want to say back in 2008, Epstein was in trial for soliciting prostitution from a minor. I mean, the guy really is an evil predator. And Mr. Acosta was the prosecutor in Florida. And he was told, hey, Mr. Epstein belongs to foreign intelligence. Oh, okay, let him go. Well, what does that tell us? It tells us that, yeah, there is truly a case to be made here that, yes, our politicians are controlled by a foreign influence. Yeah, our politicians are having their arms twisted by foreign influence. I mean, this is what Thomas Massie has been saying. Thomas Massie has said, hey, all these politicians, they're controlled by AIPAC, and AIPAC works for the interest of a foreign country, Israel. And what is Thomas Massie's biggest selling point? I don't receive money from AIPAC. And the rise of Thomas Massie is the canary in the coal mine for AIPAC. It's the canary in the coal mine for Israel. It's the canary in the coal mine for the pro-Israel donor class. It's a sign that Israel's going down. It's a sign that in the future, it's not going to be advantageous for a politician to say they're pro-Israel. And I think this is going to happen sooner than we think. I think this is going to become a national trend much sooner. And we see, recently we had an interview. We saw an interview with Governor Newsom, Gavin Newsom, And he's asked about AIPAC. And what does Mr. Newsom say? He says, I never received a dime from AIPAC. I never received any money from AIPAC. Why would Mr. Newsom be so adamant on insisting that he doesn't get any money from AIPAC? Why? Because it's not politically advantageous to say you're getting pro-Israel money because Israel's going down. You can see it happening in the political class. You can see it happening in the ruling class. And you could say, well, AIPAC is going to just change names. Okay, let's say that happens. I'm muted? No, I'm not. Check your internet, buddy. My audio is perfectly fine. You could say that AIPAC's going to switch sides. Or not switch sides. AIPAC's going to just change its name. AIPAC's just going to change its marketing. They're just going to, they're going to get a new face. They're going to get a new name and they're going to rebrand themselves. Okay, let's say that happens. You think people are so stupid that they're not going to figure that out? You think people are so stupid and so gullible that they're not going to sniff that out and investigate it? We're living in an era wherein average people just go online and they look up who funds politicians. And they can find out all the donors of all the politicians. And they can look up to see what their connections are. They can research what their ties are. They can research everything about those donors, everything that they can. And they can clearly see if the organization that is making the donations is working at the behest of Israel or not. It's not going to end. This anti-Israel trend is not going to end. It's not really it's a trend, but it's a trend that's going to be ongoing for a very long time. And it's more like a conflagration, is how I would describe it. It's like a wildfire in a very dry field. And it doesn't matter how much water Israel throws on the fire, it's just getting worse. And yeah, they can change their name, they can rebrand, they can do all that stuff. People are still going to sniff it out. They're still going to sniff it out. Guys, you're mute. Yeah, Vox in audio. Just refresh the page. Refresh the page. Let me see something here. Yeah, my audio is working fine. My audio is working just fine, guys. Your system, your technology is, I don't know, something's wrong with it. Yeah, just refresh the page. The audio is working fine. Just refresh the page. So, I look crazy here. God help me. Too much coffee and tobacco. Let's go back to this article. So, yeah. So, AIPAC can rebrand all they want. It's not going to help them. They're just going to prolong the inevitable. People are just going to sniff them out. That's the bottom line. So it says here, the memo further states that the source believes that Alan Dershowitz, who taught at Harvard Law School, was co-opted by Mossad and subscribed to their mission. For example, Dershowitz told CHS that if he were young again, he would be holding a stun gun as an Israeli intelligence Mossad agent. That doesn't surprise me at all. We all know for a fact that the Mossad works in universities. We all know for a fact that they work with professors. They work with academia. They work with any outlet of influence because they want to use any outlet of influence that they can to influence people and to indoctrinate people to support and revere Israel. Let's see here. I'm going to get a glass of water real quick, guys. My mouth is pretty dry. Let me get a glass of water real quick. Hold on 1 second. 1 second. You know what? Let's just keep going. So, the conservatives are going to turn against Israel by the droves. A lot of conservatives have already turned against Israel, but more of them are going to turn against Israel. And the numbers are going to grow. And the Israelis are going to lose the conservatives just like they have lost the liberals. They're going to lose the Republicans just like they have lost the Democrats. So here's an article that came out recently, and it says, the coming conservative turn against Israel goes much deeper than you realize. And I'll make this a little bit bigger. There we go. And it says here, last July, then Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene wrote a social media post accusing Israel of committing genocide in Gaza. Matt Brooks, the chief executive of the Republican Jewish Coalition, dismissed her statement as outlandish and ridiculous. But Steve Bannon, the former aide to Donald Trump and influential podcaster, defended her, saying Marjorie Taylor Greene just reflects her constituency. Bannon told the New York Times. He described her constituency as hardcore evangelical Christians. So Marjorie Taylor Greene's constituency is hardcore evangelical Christians, and Marjorie Taylor Greene is a massive critic of Israel. Now, I think she started out as being pro-Israel, but then she shifted against Israel because of the genocide. So we're seeing, like I've said before, we are seeing more and more people who were pro-Israel turning against Israel. We saw this with Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk told his people, he said, these donors fit all the stereotypes, and they have left me no choice but to abandon the pro-Israel cause. 5 days later, or several days later, after he wrote that text, he was dead. Charlie Kirk was turning against Israel. Marjorie Taylor Greene turned against Israel. And this is going to become a continual trend, and it's going to become a growing trend, a nationally growing trend in the United States. And we're seeing more and more signs of this. So it says here, what was mostly left unsaid was what Bannon asserted, that in denouncing Israel, Greene was channeling conservative evangelicals. Weren't they supposed to be the bedrock of Republican support for Israel? Excellent question to the writer of this article. The fact that Marjorie Taylor Greene began to bash Israel, and she began to bash Israel without any concern of losing her political constituency, further tells me that there is indeed a shift in the political tide when it comes to Israel. I think that's quite obvious. Young Republicans, including young evangelicals, have become increasingly disenchanted with their party's uncritical support for Israel. So, listen, the majority of Republicans are still pro-Israel. But the reason why the majority are still pro-Israel is because the boomers are pro-Israel. The boomer Republicans, by and large, are pro-Israel. And they are the reason why the majority of the Republican faction in America is pro-Israel. Once you take the boomers out of the equation, and you have your millennials and your Zoomers, and you got your Gen Xers, then the opinion begins to change. The numbers begin to shift against Israel. Not in favor of Israel, but against Israel. And once you get into that under 50 demographic, or you get into that Zoomer or millennial demographic, it really goes to a point where you're looking at effectively the majority of the Republicans being anti-Israel. So as the boomer demographic declines in influence and the millennials grow in influence, the anti-Israel sentiment is going to become bigger in the Republican faction. And this Epstein scandal is just more fuel on the fire. It is more fuel on this wildfire that is burning, that is incinerating the dry, moribund field that has become the Republican faction in this country. So it says here, that disillusionment with Israel, and I love the use of this word, disillusionment, because that's exactly what's been happening. Massive disillusionment. People who were accustomed, who were conditioned to be pro-Israel, then going online and seeing babies incinerated and seeing people butchered, and they say, my God, this is what you want me to support? This is fucking disgusting. And then you have that evil Antichrist. What's his name? Oh, Pastor Jack Hibbs. Pastor Jack Hibbs. He talks so confidently, yet he's such a fool, that guy. My father knew him. My father used to go to his church all the time, but the guy is so evil. I would love to debate him if he's ever down for a debate, but I doubt he will. But when the Biden administration was trying to push Israel to a ceasefire in Gaza, Jack Hibbs does a video saying, oh, the Biden administration, do you know what the Biden administration is doing, guys? It's pushing Israel to do a ceasefire. We are messing with the God of Israel. We're going to get punishment from the God of Israel for this. Oh, so the God of Israel doesn't want peace? The God of Israel wants us to see more dead Palestinians? The God of Israel wants for us to butcher more innocent people? The God of Israel wants Israeli snipers to just shoot children in the head and the chest and the testicles? The God of Israel wants us to turn away and act as if we are oblivious to Israeli officers sodomizing Palestinian men? The God of Israel wants us to ignore the fact that the Israeli government will prosecute a woman for leaking out footage exposing male-on-male rape by Israeli officers in the Sde Timon prison camp? The God of Israel wants us to justify watching an old grandmother get shot directly in the head right next to her grandson while she's holding a white flag? Is this what the God of Israel wants? If that is what your God wants, that is no God. You worship Moloch. You worship Bab Homet. But he said, no, the God of Israel wants this. I don't think you worship the God of Israel. I think you worship Israel. I think your God is Babylon, Jerusalem. But that's the evil of the evangelicals. And so a lot of young evangelicals see this and they say, to hell with this. I want no part of this. And this is where the disillusionment arises from. The disillusionment with Israel could well divide Republicans in 2026 and 2028, the way Israel and the war in Gaza have already divided Democrats. So the war in Gaza, really the slaughterhouse in Gaza, did not really divide Democrats. To a certain extent, it did, but that's not what it did for the most part. For the most part, what the slaughterhouse in Gaza did was convince the vast majority of Democrats to no longer be pro-Israel. Now, the number of Democrats who really support Israel are in the single-digit numbers. And so, what's going to further get the Republicans to be disillusioned with Israel? The Gaza slaughterhouse has definitely played a role in that, absolutely. But what's going to be another catalyst to further get Republicans away from the sphere of Israel? It's the Epstein scandal. It's the fact that you had politicians tied in with this guy. It's the fact that you had this Mossad agent who was doing what he was doing, and he was with Ehud Barak, and he was in the Israeli government, and our country is in bed with Israel. And people see that. They see that collaboration. And they say, you know what? No. No more of this Israeli influence controlling our country. We want true nationalistic sovereignty. And you watch, when the millennials really take over politics, it's not going to be good for Israel. It's just not. So it says here, in combination with the attitudes of young Democrats, it may signal the beginning of the end for America's special relationship with Israel. a scenario that could transform the geopolitics of the Middle East, alter the lives of American Jews, and for the first time in many generations, leave Israel to fend for itself. To fend for itself against who? Iran and Turkey. And this is why I focus so much on what the U.S. government has been doing recently with Turkey. Enabling Turkey to further expand itself within Syria, allowing Turkey to vanquish Kurdish territory in northeastern Syria, thus allowing Turkey to expand further within Syria and to expand its empire. Enabling Turkey to further revive its empire. Completely notwithstanding all of the complaints and the objections by Israel. The Israelis are objecting. The Israelis are saying, no, don't enable Turkey to become this powerful empire. No, don't enable Turkey to take over Syria. America is saying, no, we're allowing Turkey to do that. So America is directly and actively working against the interest of Israel. And so we are seeing the transition. We are seeing the presaging signs of America beginning to get to that point where it is going to leave Israel to fend for itself. In the first decades of Israel's existence, Democrats were its most dedicated American supporters. From the founding of the American Israeli Public Affairs Committee, or AIPAC, in 1954 through 1993, the organization's 3 executive directors were Democrats. So, like I said, the Democrats were hardcore pro-Israel before the Republicans became hardcore pro-Israel. And this guy named David Frum, who is the former George W. Bush speechwriter, said, why did the Republican Party become so Zionist? Certainly, the influence of evangelical Christians has a lot to do with it. So, the evangelical support is extremely important. And the Israelis are seeing how they are losing gradually the support of the evangelicals in America. And this is terrifying the Israelis. And so I did a video about this some months ago, showing how Israel has pumped out tens of millions of dollars to support and to try to spread Christian Zionism. And so if public opinion didn't matter, if the sentiments of the people did not matter when it comes to foreign policy, when it comes to policy in general, when it comes to policy in regards to Israel, why is Israel investing so much money in making sure that people remain pro-Israel? The fact is that public opinion does matter. And so as more and more evangelicals leave Israel, abandon Israel, that relationship between America and Israel will further disintegrate, will further erode. Now, I think one of the catalysts that's going to further get more evangelicals to abandon Israel is that Israelis have persecuted Christians. One of the things that is acting as a catalyst for this, and will continue to act as a catalyst for this, is the fact that you have Israeli fanatics, Jewish fanatics, who are persecuting Christians. And they're going into Christian areas, they're attacking churches, they're going into Christian regions of the West Bank, and they're beginning to spread their settlement. They're beginning to build settlements in the Beit Sahur area, where my father grew up, by the way. And Beit Sahur is a predominantly Christian area within the West Bank. It's part of the Bethlehem area. And they're beginning to build settlements there. They want to make the region Christian free. Now, for decades, they were telling us that their fight is our fight. They were telling us that the war on terror is their war, and that Jews and Christians will stand together against jihadist terror. But that was really all a ruse. It was a lie. It was simply a way to get Christians to be in cahoots with Israel. So now we're seeing fanatical Jews trying to get rid of the Christians. They've been trying to get rid of the Muslims in the West Bank, and they said, well, it's because the Muslims are terrorists. They want to impose Sharia law, so the Jews are at the forefront on the war on terror. Then why are they going against Christians? And why is it that last year the Israeli government prevented so many Palestinian Christians from entering Jerusalem to celebrate Easter? Why is it that in the past you would have tens of thousands of Palestinian Christians traveling to Jerusalem to celebrate Easter, whereas last year only several thousand Palestinian Christians were allowed entry into Jerusalem? And why is it that during the Christmas celebration of last year, wherein Palestinian Christians have a ceremony in which they light a Christmas tree, the Israeli government said that only a certain number of Christians will be allowed to participate in the ceremony of lighting the Christmas tree? And why is it that the Israeli government sent officers into a Christian neighborhood in the West Bank and they arrested people for celebrating Christmas? Literally just arrested people for celebrating Christmas. Why would they do this? Because they're showing their true face. And the thing is that as Israel gets closer and closer to its own demise, it will further expose what it really is. It will further expose its evil, and it will further take off its own mask and show its own antichrist spirit. And that's the thing about fanatics. Fanatics have a tendency to become more fanatical when they see that, or when they at least perceive that they're going to get what they want. And the fanatics in Israel, the Jewish settlers, have gotten a green light by the Israeli government to build more settlements. They're talking more and more about building a third temple. And so the fanatics hear all this and they see the settlements being built in record numbers, and they think, man, we're really winning. They think we're really winning. And so because they feel so confident and empowered, they intensify their persecution and they expose themselves even more. It's like during the French Revolution, when the rebels of France thought, wow, we're really winning, we're really taking over France. I mean, they put their mass murder policy into third gear and they killed literally millions of people. Beheaded people by the thousands, drowned people by the hundreds of thousands. Drowned and beheaded people by the hundreds of thousands. So these settlers are just going AWOL. I mean, they're really intensifying their antichrist spirit. And so evangelicals are seeing this and they're abandoning Israel. And the anti-Christian persecution in the West Bank is going to continue. They are going to build settlements in Beit Sahor. And they will continue to arrest Christians. They will continue to conduct raids into Christian schools. They will continue to attack churches. And they will continue to show who they are. And that's going to convince more evangelicals to abandon Israel. So Israel really is the main killer of itself. I mean, they're talking about Iran potentially destroying Israel, but the biggest killer of Israel is itself, because Israel is pushing away its friends, because Israel is a psychopathic country. And one thing that psychopaths are really good at is pushing people away from them and then acting like a victim. That's what psychopaths do best. So it says here, in 2022, according to the Pew Research Center, Republicans under 50 were more likely to have a positive than a negative view of Israel by 63 to 35%. So in 2022, all right, this is 2022, 63% of Republicans under the age of 50 had a positive view, while 35% of Republicans had a negative view of Israel. By last year, they were more likely to have a negative than a positive view by 50% to 48%. So in 2022, 63% of Republicans under the age of 50 had a positive view on Israel. And then you fast forward to 2025, and you see 50% of Republicans under 50 start becoming anti-Israel. I can guarantee you that number is a lot bigger. I guarantee it. It's a lot bigger now. Or it's at least bigger by a few more percentage points. Support for Israel among evangelicals ages 18 to 29 fell from 69% in 2018 to 33.6% in 2021. So oh my God. So in 2018, 69%. Hold on. Yeah, 69% of evangelicals were pro-Israel. And then in 2021, it went down to 33% of evangelicals from the ages of 18 to 29 being anti-Israel. And that was before October the 7th of 2023. That was before even the slaughterhouse of Gaza. So the change was already happening. It was already happening, guys. It says here that last summer, the University of Maryland Critical Issues poll found that only 32% of Republican evangelicals ages 18 to 34 sympathized with the Israelis rather than the Palestinians. So last summer, in late 2025, only 32% of Republican evangelicals ages 18 to 34 said that they were really more sympathetic for the Palestinians. Sorry, only 32% of Republican evangelicals ages 18 to 34 said that they were sympathetic towards the Israelis. Only 32%. So that means the vast majority of Republican evangelicals ages 18 to 34 are anti-Israel. As the Holocaust has receded further into the past, young voters are less likely to see Israel as a haven for a perennially oppressed people and more likely to see Israelis as oppressors themselves. So as we get further and further away from the Holocaust becomes more so history as opposed to being a memory. So for decades, the Holocaust was not just history. It was a part of living memory because we had all of the Holocaust survivors. And as long as those Holocaust survivors are alive, we have something called living memory. Once all of the Holocaust survivors are gone, the Holocaust will no longer be within the realm of living memory, and it will solely be within the realm of history. And the thing about historical narratives is that they can be reinterpreted. Historical narratives are up to question. Historical narratives are up for debate. Historical narratives are reduced to the discourse and the disagreements of historians. I mean, we have historians debating over the Civil War. We have historians debating over the origins of World War I. We have historians debating over why the Nazis became popular. We have historians debating over the 100 Years' War and the 30 Years' War. You know, was the 30 Years' War religious or was it political or was it both at the same time? I mean, historians have these debates. Because why? Because all of these events, be it the 100 Years' War or the 30 Years' War or the Civil War, all of these events, World War I, all of these events are no longer in the realm of living history. because all the people who were involved in them are dead. But they are in history, and history is always up for grabs. History is always up for reinterpretation and debate. And so the Holocaust will eventually be reduced to just an historical event, as opposed to something that is still in living memory. And once it becomes reduced to something that is solely within history, it will be reduced to something that is up for grabs. Holocaust denialism will sadly become very popular. It's already popular, but it's going to become even more popular. And you see, one of the reasons why so many Americans were pro-Israel was because of the Holocaust. They said, well, the Jews need Israel because they escaped the Holocaust, and Israel is, as this article specified, a haven for victims, a haven for the oppressed. But now people, especially younger people, are seeing Israel as not as a haven for the oppressed, but as a haven for the oppressors. And so that sympathy that would stem from knowing about the Holocaust is going to erode amongst the younger people. And the younger people are not going to be affected by that narrative. That's the thing. So it says here, an extensive survey of over 1,000 evangelicals last year. That's a pretty big number. That's a pretty representative number. So a survey of over 1,000 evangelicals last year, conducted by Infinity Concepts and Gray Matter Research and Consulting, two firms that often work with Christian groups, found that just 29% of evangelicals under 35, all right, so just 29% of evangelicals under 35 believe Jews are the chosen people. That's it. Just 29% of evangelicals under the age of 35 believe that Jews are the chosen people. Now, back in my day, the belief that the Jews are the chosen people was considered almost a prerequisite for one's salvation. And now you only have 29% of evangelicals in that age group saying, I think the Jews are God's chosen people. The rest of them aren't believing that. Now look at this. For all other age brackets, the number was 50% or higher. So it says here, the Israeli government and its allies in America are clearly worried about the defection of the young evangelicals. The Israeli Foreign Ministry has allocated millions to improving its standing among evangelicals. Again, if public opinion did not matter, then why would Israel invest so much money in public opinion? Israel has reason to be concerned. It has already lost a generation of young Democrats, and now the same thing is happening among young Republicans. Without popular support, Israel and those Americans who favor its policies will have to rely on the clout of groups like AIPAC and the Anti-Defamation League, as well as super wealthy pro-Israel Jews such as Bill Ackman, Miriam Adelson, and Larry Ellison. Now, see, now you know how screwed Israel is. And now you get an idea as to how Israel is going to be. Because look at this. Without popular support, they're going to have to rely on AIPAC. Now, what have I said about AIPAC? What has been said by various political analysts about the future of AIPAC's appeal? The future of AIPAC's appeal is that it's going to be politically disadvantageous for politicians to receive AIPAC money. And that's why you see, for example, James Fishback, this gubernatorial candidate for the Republican Party, not the Democrat Party, for the Republican Party in Florida, saying, I will not receive a dime from AIPAC. And he's running for governor of Florida. That's why, for example, you see in Connecticut, Republican Fazio, I forgot his first name, but I think his first name is Ryan Fazio. His last name is Fazio. Republican senator in Connecticut, Fazio, says, I'm not going to work for the behest of any foreign country. I'm not going to receive funds for the interest of a foreign country. That would include Israel. That's why. So the Israelis are losing the Republicans. They're losing the Republicans. And once the Israelis lose the conservatives, they lose the evangelicals, okay, now they're going to say we have to rely on AIPAC's money because AIPAC's filthy rich. But AIPAC is unpopular. So if politicians are getting AIPAC money, or if they're getting money from some major Zionist organization for the interest of Israel, they're going to say, well, we're not going to vote for you. You're with Israel. And my prediction is that for a politician to be in cahoots with Israel, he's going to be seen just how the communists were seen during the Cold War. Back in the day, it was, oh, this guy's a communist. And in the future, it's going to be, oh, this guy's a Zio. This guy's with the Israelis. That's my prediction. And by the way, the ADL, the Anti-Defamation League, also very unpopular organization. Never forget who went against Mel Gibson when he made The Passion of the Christ. It was the ADL. An extensive Yale youth poll conducted last year found that 43% of 18 to 22-year-olds and 39% of 23 to 29-year-olds hold at least one of three typically anti-Semitic beliefs. For instance, Jews in the United States have too much power. A whopping 45% of white conservatives ages 18 to 34 hold one of these beliefs. Guys, what have I said before? Once you lose the white man, you lose America. And that has been Israel's biggest fear from the beginning. Because the white man, white people, are the majority demographic in the United States. Once you lose the white man, you lose. Once you lose the white man, you lose America. And so when I see here that 45% of white conservatives ages 18 to 34 believe that Jews have too much power in America, guys, it's over. It's over. I mean, it really is over for Israel. And this Jeffrey Epstein scandal is another nail on the coffin. It's another match that has been lit and thrown upon this conflagration that has bursted against Israel. And so as time goes on, as the future goes on, and as the younger people begin to dominate politics, it really is going to get quite close to the end for the Israelis. It really is over. In Florida, Republican gubernatorial candidate James Fishback is pledging to refuse donations from AIPAC and to divest $385 million in Florida state funds from Israel bonds. We may actually see Florida turn against Israel, which is crazy. In an Eastern Kentucky Republican primary, pro-Israel donors are backing a challenger against incumbent Congressman Thomas Massie, who has opposed military funding for Israel. So now AIPAC is trying to go against Thomas Massie. Thomas Massie has the people. Thomas Massie has all the Tuckerites. Thomas Massie is saying, I don't receive a dime from AIPAC. And that is one of the reasons why people voted for him. Do you see what I'm saying here? One mark against Vance, so we're talking about J.D. Vance. One mark against Vance is that when he visited Israel last October, now get this, guys, this is very interesting, he omitted the customary visit to the Western Wall. He said, I ain't going to the Western Wall. I'm not going to the Wailing Wall. All right, and you know why he didn't want to go to the Wailing Wall? You know why? Because it would have been politically disadvantageous for him to do so. It would have been politically disadvantageous for J.D. Vance to go to that Wailing Wall. You know how I know this? Guys, you know how I know this? Look at this. Look at this, look at this, look at this. Hold up, hold up, hold up. Hold up, wait a minute. Let me see if I can find it. Hold up. Oh, where was that guy? Look at this. Rubio at the Wailing Wall. Look at the comments. He's praying for 3 more inches, all right. No one to say shalom. Good luck on getting anyone to give little Marco the touch of a woman. GOP all read the parable of the Pharisee and the tax collector and decided the Pharisee was the good guy. And to give him back his soul. Roman Catholic Rubio with a Yarmouk. Someone is going to burst into flames. Diddy used to humiliate people like this as well. He's praying, can I get Wordle in one guess today? He's praying that one day soon he'll finally grow a pair. I mean, it just doesn't look good politically to go to the Wailing Wall anymore. And I think Vance is smart enough to know this. And he said, no, I don't want to go to the Wailing Wall. He said, nope, I'm not going to the Wailing Wall. Where did that article go? Okay, here it is. See, when he visited Israel last October, he omitted the customary visit to the Western Wall. Instead, he visited the Church of the Holy Sepulchre in Jerusalem, a holy site frequented by Christians. So why did J.D. Vance go to the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, but not to the Wailing Wall. Because older Christianity, Orthodox Christianity, is appealing more and more to young people. And Vance is looking towards the future. He's looking at the long term here. And he's saying, okay, long term, is going to the Wailing Wall really going to help me? No. Is going to the Church of the Holy Sepulchre going to help me? Yes. Now, why did Vance refuse to go to the Wailing Wall without any concern of it being a politically disadvantageous move? Because it wasn't a politically disadvantageous move, which really reflects the political shift that's been occurring. Orthodox Christianity is becoming more and more trendy amongst young people, which is good. And I think Vance is astute enough to know this. So it says here that Fox's Mark Levine, now check this out. Fox's Mark Levine lashed out at Vance's staff members and at Tucker Carlson for criticizing Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Tucker Central is the VP's office, Lennon wrote on X. Levin, close enough. Carlson, meanwhile, attacked Cruz on his show for receiving support from AIPAC and for his adamant backing of Israel. Guys, how popular is Mark Levine? Let's be real here. Like, seriously, who's watching Mark Levine? Who's listening to this guy? Every time Mark Levine opens his mouth, people hate him. So he bashes Vance, trying to portray Vance as an enemy of Israel. That's going to be a freaking selling point for Vance. Vance says, I'm not going to the Wailing Wall. Take me to the Church of the Holy Sepulchre. Do you know what young people say when they see that? Based. That's based. They're thinking about Mel Gibson. They're not thinking about Rabbi Dennis Prager, that freak. How many people listen to friggin' Mark Levine? Let's be real here. How popular is this guy? I don't think he's very popular. Mark Levine, 4.9 million followers. That's a lot of followers. But look at... Guys, look at the views. 26,000 views. Out of those 26,000 views, 2.2 thousand people liked this comment. 663 shared it. And 317 people commented. Now, for me, this would be good, right? For my channel, all right, this wouldn't be too bad. This would be pretty good, right? I have a 24,000 subscriber account. I mean, that's pretty good. This would be pretty good. I would be happy with this. Very happy with this. But Mark Levine got 4.9 million. He got practically 5 million subscribers. And so let's see the Iranian people are being slaughtered. The Kurds are being slaughtered. Who's slaughtering the Kurds, Mark? Who's slaughtering the Kurds? The Syrians. That's correct. Who's backing the Syrian army? The Turkish military. That's correct. Who has green-lighted the Turkish military to back the Syrian army to advance Turkish interest in Syria? To advance Turkish power in Syria? The United States government. The United States government is doing this. So the United States is turning on Israeli interest. That's what that means, Mark. You guys are losing America. Let's look at the comments. Oh my God. Look at these comments. The only people being slaughtered are Palestinians by your Zionist cousins. You deal with Brooklyn and Poland. West Asia has nothing to do with you. This is a Zionist. Okay, so we got one against, and we got one who's a Zia. All right. Not sure I agree. So we got one. We got two people against Levine. I really doubt you give a fuck about the Iranian people. You don't even care about the American people. We got a third one who's against Mark Levine. You're a total hypocrite and shameless propagandist. We got another one against Mark Levine. Yet we talk of fake peace, and of course, all this is financed by Qatar. We have replaced China for Arabs and Turks. Okay, so we got a pro-Zio here. So we got 2 pro-Zios. The rest so far are anti-Zio. All right, what else do we got? Happy Shabbat, Mark. Maybe stop ranting and enjoy some gefilte fish and try to settle down. Ooh. I don't believe you, Mark. I watched the 68th annual Grammy Awards show, and they didn't say a word about this, so it can't be true. This person's being sarcastic. All these Zios are mad at Iran right now. Sorry, they're mad at Trump, which is hilarious. The Zionists are really pissed off at Trump. They really don't like Trump. I think there's some sort of... I suspect there's some sort of internal battle taking place between Trump and the Zios. I think Trump is playing it smart. But looking at Trump's actions in regards to Israel and Turkey, I mean, the fact that Trump is being more pro-Turkey than he is pro-Israel, I mean, it looks to me as if Trump is actually going against Israel's interest. So, Mark Levine, no one gives a shit about this guy. No one cares about this dude. All right, what else do we got? Did we read the full article? Oh yeah, that's the full article, so we're done with that article. Now let me just get a glass of water real quick, guys. I'm pretty thirsty. Real quick, guys. Let me get a glass of water. It's Yahweh Ben El. His father was El. What are you talking about? Hasn't? Oh, man. We got a lot of lunatics in the chat. Shame the church was in Israel and not America. Boomer like Levine. Levine is the kiss of death. Good on J.D. Vance. Based. LOL. Why are states buying Israeli bonds? I don't know. Hope John Paul II went to the Wailing Wall. Pope John Paul. I thought you said Hope John Paul II. Zio have notes on JD. The Zios don't forget. Rubio is over. Pick equals 1,000 words. Yep, agree. How come we don't see Putin praying at the wall? Miriam Adelson puppet. She's proud of Marco. That's true, but he's pretending to be on our side for political advantage. Sure, yeah, sure. I'm not saying that they're being honest. I'm just saying that the fact that they're doing this indicates that there is a shift. Let's see here. Too many whales. ADL against democracy. Don't worry, Zio will use subgroup of figure another way around. Yeah, they're going to try to find their way around. People aren't so oblivious that they're not going to figure it out. Because the truth is they need us more than we need them. True. Very true. Historical narratives are works of fiction. Historical reporting is a work of journalism by historians. Well, that's why I prefer to read first-hand accounts. If Israel was a nursery rhyme, it would be a Little Red Riding. Right around the end of the pandemic in the autumn of 2020, that is when kids in the USA started to notice the kids in Palestine being killed. I agree that a lot of this began in 2020, but I think a lot of it also began in 2018. That's when I started to notice a shift, was in 2018. But that's just from my own personal experience. Enjoyed the show. Thank you, Theo. It's been fun and very informative. Appreciate that, Chris. Money is their god. Yep. That's what murderers do. They brag. Yep. The Muslims are fine. All religions have good and bad. Happy Friday, Theo. Appreciate that, Jacob Glowsticks. Hit the like button. Yes, give the stream a like. It's going to help spread the stream to more people. Their god is Baal. Absolutely. They can't read the room. Everyone except Turning Point. Yeah, Turning Point is just so strange, guys. Did you guys see the video of Erica Kirk in the video chat? She's acting giddy 5 days after her husband got murdered. Very strange behavior. Theodore, what do you think of the UAE? I think it's an evil country that has supported a genocide in Sudan. When they install a new Holy Roman Emperor, I recommend not saying anything public about them. Talmud Power USA. Give me 1 second, guys. Let me get a drink of water real quick. I'll be right back. Give me, and I gotta take a leak real quick. So give me 1 second. Last superset of weights. Be right back. All right, cool. 20 years, something like that. Hello, Kitty. Yep. So let's see, something else I want to talk about. So let's talk some more about the ripple effect that the Jeffrey Epstein scandal is going to have against Israel. Let's see here. Let me just change something real quick. I'm muted? I'm here with my cat too. Great. That's nice. Cats are awesome. You can't hear me? Just refresh the page. I'm muted? My audio is working just fine. My audio is working just fine. See here, I can hear. Okay, just making sure. So let's talk about, let's see here. Okay. Let me find the article. All right, so let's talk about the ripple effect that the Jeffrey Epstein scandal will have against Israel and how this is further shifting the view of the American people on Israel and how it's getting more and more Americans to have a negative view on Israel. So it says here, only 6% of Americans say Jeffrey Epstein likely did not collaborate with foreign intelligence. So only 6% of Americans were saying that Epstein had no ties to foreign intelligence, as 45% say he likely did. And which country do you think these people believe Epstein had ties to? A lot of them are saying Israel. So it says here, Representative Thomas Massie, one of the leaders of the push to get the files released, noted that Trump's reluctance to comply was in part because Epstein had close ties to our own intelligence agency and Israel's intelligence agencies. So people are listening to Thomas Massie. And like I've said, one of the big selling points of Thomas Massie was that, or is that, he is anti-AIPAC and he doesn't receive AIPAC money. This is a selling point. And the fact that this is a selling point indicates that this is a growing trend. And this is something that we're going to be seeing more and more frequently in politicians, because it's a selling point, because this is a popular thing to say now, that I'm not receiving money from AIPAC. I'm not getting money from AIPAC. Oh no, not me. AIPAC now is toxic. Israeli money is toxic. And it's going to become even more toxic. The toxicity of Zionism is going to get worse. And Thomas Massie has said, okay, Epstein it had close ties to Israeli intelligence, and that's the reason why Donald Trump has been hesitant to release the files. So people see that and they think, are we really sovereign? Do we have national sovereignty? Are we really independent, or are we being controlled by foreign actors here? And this is going to increase nationalism. This is going to increase the ire of the American people against Israel. So it says here, 45% of respondents, including 53% of Americans, 18 to 49 years old, said that Epstein probably collaborated with a foreign intelligence service, compared to only 6% who said he probably did not, while 48% said they didn't know. While Democrats and Republicans equally said it was improbable that Epstein did not collaborate with a foreign intelligence service, more Democrats, 49%, than Republicans, 37%, said Epstein likely collaborated with such a service, while a larger percentage of Republicans, 54%, than Democrats, 44%, said they didn't know. So 49% of Democrats say that Epstein collaborated with a foreign intelligence service. And a lot of Republicans are saying the same thing. So what does this tell us about American political discourse in regards to Israel? It tells us that Israel is facing its end. This really does spell it really does spell a massive decline in American-Israeli relations for the future. Let's see here. What country's intelligence service do you think Jeffrey Epstein collaborated with? The two countries that topped the list were Russia and Israel. Both among those who selected only one intelligence service and multiple. Overall, 30% specified Russia, 27% specified Israel. Now, this is interesting. Republicans suspected Israel first, 30%, while Democrats suspected Russia first. So there's plenty of anti-Russian sentiment in the United States, but that also means that what this information is telling us, at least, is that there is plenty of anti-Israel sentiment. And as I've said before, as of October of last year, according to Pew Research, 49% of Americans are critical of Israel. And this Epstein scandal is going to make those numbers go up. Americans aged 18 to 49 suspected Israel first, 32%, while those 50 and older suspected Russia. So the people who are suspecting that Russia was behind Epstein as opposed to Israel are the older people, the 50 and ups. It's the boomers and the Gen Xers who are saying, oh, I think it's Russia, because they're all from the Cold War. They're all being influenced by the Cold War. So, but if you talk to people who are under 50, people who are aged 18 to 49, a lot of these guys are saying it's Israel. So again, you got to look at the younger demographic here. You have to look at the younger age bracket here. The younger age bracket is saying, no, it's Israel. Epstein is connected to Israel. And I circled this one. It says Israel. 32% of under 50-year-olds are saying Israel had ties to Epstein. 20% of 50 plus are saying it's also Israel. A poll we conducted last August found a large percentage of Americans, 35%, thought that it was unlikely that Epstein was connected to a foreign intelligence service, while only 15% said he was likely connected to such a service, and 50% said they didn't know. So this was last August. That was last August. Keeping in mind that the number of those who said Epstein was likely connected to a foreign intelligence service was small in August, 44% identified Israel's intelligence. The shift in opinion has been significant since August of 2025, going from 35% of Americans saying that Epstein was likely connected to a foreign intelligence service to only 6%. Sorry, let me read that again. I misread that. Hold on. The shift in opinion has been significant since August 2025, going from 35% of Americans saying that Epstein was likely unconnected to a foreign intelligence service to only 6% in November. So in August, 35% of Americans said that Epstein had no connection to a foreign intelligence service. Now it's only 6% of Americans, as of November of last year, saying that Epstein had no connections to an intelligence agency. But the issue has been covered by independent broadcasters and independent media sites on both the right and the left. Independent broadcasters such as Tucker Carlson, etc., pushed back by other prominent broadcasters on the right, such as Mark Levine and Ben Shapiro, brought the issue to the attention of even broader audiences. So by Mark Levine and Ben Shapiro trying to discourage people trying to discourage people from looking at the Epstein story, this actually got more people to look into the Epstein story. So no matter what they do, they hurt their cause. No matter what these people do, they hurt their cause. So Ben Shapiro says, stop talking about Epstein. Guess what people started doing? They started talking more about Epstein. Stop fixating on Epstein so much. People started fixating on Epstein more. So they're hurting their cause. That's the bottom line. They're hurting their cause. Democrats have been more focused on and more critical of Israel than Republicans, while younger Republicans have become far more critical of Israel. Okay. And that's the end of the article. Not a super informative, but it's in piece, but it is interesting nonetheless. Most Americans are asleep. Video just glitched. My main concern is that Samson is their Samson option, with their popularity slipping away and more people and more being revealed through the demonic stain, the Epstein files. I said that it was a Catholic nation. Most Americans are asleep. Hi, everyone. God bless you. God bless you, Annette. Thank you for joining us. Cool Crab. They are both wrong. The video just glitched. I hope it's still working. The Epstein files. Video's working on my end here. It's 1004 here in Chicago. I'll be up until about 4 or 5 in the morning watching YouTube videos. That's awesome. Good morning from India. Hello, Saiva Napali. Hello, sir. Thank you for joining us. So let's talk some more about Israel's demise and how the American policy towards Israel is actually shifting against Israel's interests, and it's moving more so towards the interest of Turkey. Trump. Now, this was an article that was published by Haaretz recently, and I would like to read to you guys some excerpts from it. It was written by an Israeli reservist. He's a reservist general in the IDF, and his name is Yitzhak Brick. And he wrote quite an informative article on how American policy towards Israel is shifting more so in favor of Turkey as opposed to Israel. And it says here, Trump is pushing Israel to the margins while strengthening a Turkish Sunni axis in a new Middle East. And so it says here, the Trump administration's policies on Israel show an emerging paradigm shift. If in the past the United States sought to build a regional alliance with Israel, at its center, it is now backing a Turkish, Saudi, Pakistani axis that will expand its influence in Syria, Iraq, and Lebanon and push Israel to the margins. Now, when I was reading this article, I actually texted the dude who wrote the article. I found his number. He's got his number, or he's got a contact number on his website. Let me see. Did he write back to me? Let me check. I wrote this dude a couple days ago. He has not written back to me. Oh well. Anyway, I was hoping to get him to come to this channel for an interview, because as I was reading this article, I couldn't help but think to myself, is this dude watching my videos? Because what he's saying in this article is so close to what I've been saying for years on this channel that I'm thinking, is this guy reading my stuff? Because it's so close to what I've been saying. But he's talking about this Turkish, Saudi, Pakistani axis that's rising up, and how the Americans are siding more with this rising Turkish power because they want Turkey to dominate the Middle East. Because having Turkey dominating the Middle East will bring the Muslim world under the influence of NATO, and it will counter Russia possibly trying to get the Muslim world to unite under Moscow. So they don't want the Muslim world to side with Russia. They don't want the Muslim world to side with China. So they want to get the Muslim world united under NATO. This is the goal. So and I've said this before, but I'll say it again. You cannot do such a massive global endeavor with Israel, because the Muslim world hates Israel. Pakistan hates Israel. Turks hate Israel. Saudis hate Israel. Syrians hate Israel. The Muslim world hates Israel by and large. So there's no way that you can create this Islamic confederacy led by Turkey with Israel. You can do that with Turkey, because Turkey is the most powerful Muslim country on earth. And he talks about this Turkish influence expanding to Syria, Iraq, Lebanon. Now, what have I said about Lebanon? You have Turkish soldiers in Lebanon. You have Turkish soldiers in Lebanon. You have Turkish soldiers in Iraq. You have Turkish soldiers by the thousands in Syria. Israel is gradually being surrounded. And let's just look at a map of the Middle East real quick here. Map of the Middle East, just to give you guys a better visual of what I'm talking about here. So you just look at a map here, and you can see, okay, here's Turkey, here's Israel, here is Lebanon, Syria, Iraq. You have Turkish troops in Syria. Turkey is taking over Syria under the green light of the United States government. The Americans are telling the Turks, yes, take over Syria. Defeat the Kurds, take over Syria. That's what Turkey has done. So Turkey is quickly taking over Syria. Israel borders right with Syria here in the north on the Golan Heights. So that means that America is enabling a revived Turkish empire right next to Israel. This Turkish empire will eventually be enveloped by Lebanon. Will eventually envelop Lebanon, not by Lebanon, but will eventually take over Lebanon. You already have Turkish troops in Lebanon, and Turkey is planning on increasing its troop deployment to Lebanon. So you have Turkish troops in Syria, which is right on Israel's border. You have Turkish troops in Lebanon, and this number is going to increase right on Israel's northern border. You have Turkish troops in Iraq. Now, Iraq does not share a border with Israel, but Iraq does share a border with Jordan. And Jordan is a volatile country in the sense that the vast majority of people living in Jordan are Palestinians. And those Palestinians could one day do a revolution to overthrow the Hashemite kingdom. If the Hashemite kingdom is overthrown, you will effectively have a Palestinian state. This Palestinian state will then deepen ties with Iran and Turkey, because Iran and Turkey are the two most powerful pro-Palestine countries in the Islamic world. And they are two countries that can crush Israel. So this Palestinian state that would form here in Jordan will deepen ties with Iran and Turkey. And because of that, Iran would then have a direct access from Iraq, because Iraq is a overwhelmingly Shiite country, which means it is being influenced heavily by Iran, because Iran is a Shiite country. It's the most powerful of the Shiite nations. Iran already has a foothold in Iraq. So if Iran gets into a war with Israel, a serious conventional war with Israel, Iran could then use Iraq as an access route directly into Jordan, and from Jordan directly into Israel. Turkey could then use Syria and Lebanon as direct access routes to Israel to attack Israel, and Israel will be pincered and sandwiched, and will be sandwiched by Turkey and Iran. So empowering Turkey is leading Israel closer to its demise. The question is, who is empowering Turkey? It's the United States. And it really goes to show that what this Yitzhak Brick guy is saying in this article about America going through a paradigm shift against Israel and more so in favor of Turkey is accurate. So it says here, U.S. President Donald Trump's moves are weakening Israel and causing it to become increasingly isolated in the Middle East. For the state of Israel, this poses an existential danger, both in terms of security and the economy. Strengthening Turkey by making it a U.S. contractor. Trump's America First policies seek to reduce the country's direct military involvement in the Middle East. To fill the vacuum, Trump has been turning to Turkey as the strongest regional power and NATO member with the second largest army in the alliance. How does this affect Israel? Trump sees President Recep Tayyip Erdogan as a friend and a strategic partner. American backing, including billions of dollars in defense and high-tech investment in Turkey, will give Erdogan the resources to expand his influence in Syria, Iraq, Lebanon, areas where Israel has critical security interests. So the Turkish empire is growing, it's reviving, and America is giving rise to this empire. And Israel is complaining, but America is ignoring these complaints for the benefit of Turkey. The formation of a Turkish-Saudi-Pakistani axis and Israel's security isolation. One of the most worrying developments is the likely prospect of Turkey joining the Saudi-Pakistani defense agreement reached in September. The combination of Pakistani nuclear capabilities, Saudi wealth, and Turkish technology would create a Muslim mega axis. And I've talked about this before. I did a video about this in the past, but just to refresh your guys' memory and just to give you guys a visual of what I'm talking about here, and you can really see how effective this would be against Israel, and you can really see why Israel is so terrified by this. But let's just look at a map right here. So you can see right here. Make this a little bit bigger. So you can see clearly, Pakistan borders greatly with Iran. It shares a massive border with Iran. From Iran, you're in Turkey. From Turkey, you can go straight into Syria and Lebanon to Israel. So from Pakistan, you have an unfettered route into Turkey. And the Israelis are terrified of a Turco-Iranian-Pakistani alliance. And so Pakistan has nuclear weapons. Iran is basically a de facto nuclear state. Turkey is on its way to become a nuclear armed country. Turkey has a massive military. Iran has a massive military. Pakistan has a massive military. So these countries versus Israel means Israel is screwed. Add to this the fact that you have Syria, Iraq joining Turkey and being taken over by Turkey. Add to this the fact that Lebanon is on its way to becoming a protectorate of the Turkish government. And add to this the fact that Turkey and Iran are deepening their security ties, and Turkey and Pakistan are deepening their security ties, really does go to show that what this article is warning about is accurate. Israel is on its way to becoming isolated because you have, Syria here. Syria is being taken over by Turkey. Turkey is an enemy of Israel. Iraq is being taken over by Turkey. Turkey is an enemy of Israel. Iran is deepening security ties with Turkey. Pakistan is deepening security ties with Turkey. If Israel tries to go down to let's just look at a map here. So if Israel tries to go down through the Red Sea and into the Arabian Sea, it could then be disrupted by Pakistan's maritime control and authority, thus hindering Israel's freedom of movement in the Arabian Sea. So yes, this is further isolating Israel. And Israel will be more and more isolated in the future. What interests me more than anything is the fact that America is enabling all of this. That's what interests me more than anything, is because we really are seeing a paradigm shift in regards to American foreign policy. It's just a fact. And so America is enabling the isolation of Israel. And again, That's why I believe America has allowed these anti-Israel videos to go viral. That's why I believe that America does not stop these social media platforms like YouTube, Instagram, X from allowing anti-Israel videos from going viral. It has the authority to do this. They did this with the Hunter Biden laptop story. They did this with the vaccine. They did this with the 2020 election. The American government used its power to force social media platforms to censor certain narratives. And they're not really doing this with the anti-Israel narrative. They're allowing the anti-Israel narrative to blow up, to grow tremendously in Twitter, in Instagram, Facebook, YouTube. And so why are they doing this? Why are they doing this while at the same time enabling the further isolation of Israel, enabling the rise of the Turkish Empire? I think it's because America is getting ready to cut ties with Israel. That's my theory. So it says here, the access is coming into being under Washington's sponsorship. Under Washington's sponsorship, this Turco empire is rising up. The more Saudi Arabia strengthens its defense ties with Turkey, with Trump's support, the less motivation it will have to fully normalize relations with Israel, because it now has an alternative regional defense umbrella that doesn't involve paying the political price in the Muslim world. So yes, this actually makes sense strategically. Instead of working with Israel and trying to force Saudi Arabia to normalize relations with Israel, which could jeopardize Saudi Arabia's position in the Islamic world, why not just deepen security ties between the Saudis and the Turks? And that would remove the threat on Saudi Arabia, the threat from to Saudi Arabia of being seen as a collaborator with the Israelis in the eyes of the Islamic world. So it's easier for everyone. It's easier for the Arabs to just work with Turkey because Turkey is a fellow Islamic country, and the Saudi Arabians can save themselves the headache of being seen as collaborators with the Israelis. And then in that case, you can have a massive Islamic defense umbrella that the Americans could use in the Middle East. Over the past decade, Israel has invested heavily in becoming an energy bridge between the Persian Gulf and Europe by way of Cyprus and Greece. Trump's policies, encouraged by investments in Turkish infrastructure, threatened to make Israel irrelevant. A Turkish corridor enabled by Saudi investments in natural gas pipelines through Syria to Turkey and from there to Europe is a cheaper and shorter alternative to the Israeli route. Again, this is a very similar analysis to what I've been saying and to what I've been observing. So I'll just show you guys a map real quick. Hold up. That's just real quick. Let's see here. Israel, Europe, map. Okay. All right. So you look at a map. So what Israel had plans for was to make itself into a corridor for the transportation of natural gas into Europe. So here's Israel, here's Cyprus, and then from Cyprus you go to Greece, and then from Greece you go to the rest of Europe. So the idea was Middle Eastern natural gas would go to Israel, from Israel to Cyprus, from Cyprus to Greece, from Greece to the rest of Europe. The Turks are saying, wait a second, we have a much easier option. Let's look at this map. In this map, we can see Turkey here, Central Asia here, the Middle East is here. Maybe this is a better map. Hold on, I think this is a better map. This is a better map. So in this map, we can see Turkey, Middle East. And the Americans are saying, actually, no, it's easier and more advantageous for us to simply use Turkey as a corridor as opposed to Israel. So with Turkey, let me just get a better map, man. I want to include Central Asia. Hold up. Central Asia, Europe, map. All right, this is a better map because this includes Central Asia. So with Turkey, you have a pretty massive advantage. You have Central Asia here. These Central Asian Turkic countries are filled to the brim with oil and natural gas. Azerbaijan is another massive oil producer. Then you have Turkey over here. Iran, another massive oil producer. Syria, Iraq. Now, with Turkey being used as a corridor to transport oil as opposed to Israel, you can simply take the energy resources from these countries here, oil and natural gas, transport them across the Caspian Sea and or through Iran to Turkey, and then from Turkey, bloop, to the rest of Europe. You can get natural gas and oil from the Middle East, Syria, Saudi Arabia, Iraq, transport that energy to Turkey, from Turkey, bloop, to the rest of Europe. Turkey is a direct line to Europe, as opposed to Israel's situation, where you have Israel here, but to get to Europe from Israel, you have to go through a large chunk of the Mediterranean Sea. With Turkey, you don't have to do that. With Turkey, it's just, okay, you get natural gas from Kazakhstan, you get oil from Azerbaijan, directly to Turkey. From there to Europe. You get some natural gas from Iraq, from Syria, from Saudi. You get oil directly to Turkey. From Turkey, directly to Europe. It's so much easier. So with Turkey, it's a package deal. With Turkey, you have the most powerful Islamic country on your side, by which you can then ally the Islamic countries under NATO influence. With Turkey, you have a direct route by which to transport natural gas and oil from Central Asia and the Middle East directly to Europe. It's a win-win situation. And also with Turkey, you have a border with Iran, a direct border with Iran. And so if Turkey wants to deploy troops into Iran, it can. Also, if you want to unite the Turkic Central Asian countries against Russia and China, because Russia and China both share a border with Central Asia, if you would like to use Turkey as the leader of a pan-Turkic bloc against the Russians, you can do that, not with Israel, but only with Turkey. So with Turkey, you get a pretty massive package deal. And the Americans don't want to lose that. They can't resist this. So who are they going to help more? Turkey or Israel? They're going to help Turkey. And that's why they're helping Turkey over Israel. That's just the bottom line. So it says here, Trump has made it clear to Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu that he doesn't intend to renew the American assistance at the end of the current 10-year agreement, in which Israel received $38 billion by virtue of a decision by the Obama administration. So Trump has told Netanyahu that he does not intend to renew American foreign aid to Israel at the end of the current 10-year agreement between the United States and Israel. We'll see if he lives up to this. We'll see if this happens. I don't know. But if Trump actually lives up to this and says, no, we're not going to give any more financial aid to the Israeli military, I mean, that would be a massive, massive shift. Erdogan does not hide his desire to annihilate the state of Israel, or at least to bring about its complete isolation. By strengthening the Turkish leader economically and politically, Trump is giving him the green light to continue his anti-Israel line without paying a price. Even the collapse of Iran due to pressure from Trump will not necessarily strengthen Israel. Rather, it will serve as a catalyst for enhancing Turkish deterrence. I mean, this is so close to my own analysis. I wonder if this guy has seen my videos. I don't know. But he's saying that, hey, and I said this, I think I was the first person to say this. I haven't heard anyone else say this, that if you get rid of the Ayatollah, it's not going to help Turkey. It's not going to help Israel. It's actually going to hurt Israel in the long run, because as I've said, you're going to have an Iran that's aligned with the West. You're going to have an Iran that's going to have access to Western economies, Western technology. Iran is going to get more, it's going to get more powerful militarily because it's going to get NATO support and NATO backing. Turkey will deepen its security ties with Iran, thus deepening the Turkish-Iranian axis against Israel. Thereby, the final boss of Israel, so to speak, is just going to get a lot bigger. And I never heard anyone making this observation, but this guy's making a similar observation to mine. He's saying that if the Ayatollah goes down, Turkey is going to get more powerful. This is exactly what I've been saying. So other people are seeing it, which is good. I'm glad that other people are seeing this. Israel will find itself facing a powerful Sunni axis backed by Pakistani nuclear weapons and Saudi money. This access will block its path to markets in Asia and Africa and undermine its importance as an energy conduit. Put simply, while Trump may view the strengthening of Turkey as the path to regional stability, from Israel's viewpoint, it is a path to geopolitical isolation, one in which former allies Saudi Arabia and the US prefer the Turkish access over partnership with the Jewish state. And that is a very loud line. That's a very loud sentence there. The U.S. prefers the Turkish access over partnership with the Jewish state. Hot damn. Who would have ever thought that we would be reading articles like this? This would have been unheard of 10 years ago, easily. Why would America cut ties with Israel? Because it would no longer be politically advantageous to have ties with Israel. If you could have a massive Turkish power, a massive Turkish empire with Central Asia, with all the Muslim world, what's the purpose of Israel? Turkey could just invade Israel and America would be happy with this giant Turkish Leviathan. And plus, it's not popular to be pro-Israel. America doesn't want to lose the world for Israel. A second front against Russia. Yep, absolutely. Through Iran in exchange for water facilities deal. Truck it via Istanbul. Yep. Finding better maps with Theo. Absolutely. We go through this every week. What are we doing tonight, Brain? Global domination, Pinky. Israel is so tiny, it really doesn't have a right to be a nuclear country. Yeah. Intermarket prediction markets, especially via AI agents, could go full Jim Bell mode and incentivize all kinds of things. All these wars only ever stop when people put pressure on banks not to fund them. When has that ever happened? Map time. Yep, always. I think Fuentes gets his material from Theo's videos. Really? Has he said anything similar to what I've said? Yes, thank you. Mamdani is a tool. Sure. Refresh your page. Yeah. If you have audio issues, just refresh your page. Bulgaria would welcome the transport money as well as the oil itself. Yeah. Yeah, and Bulgaria borders with Turkey, and Turkey could easily just transport oil and natural gas directly to Bulgaria. Israel self-inflicted Achilles heel. Yep. I think America, of course, is trying to, maintain diplomacy between Turkey and Israel. They don't want Turkey and Israel to go to war because that would mean basically American allies going to war against each other. But I think eventually it's going to happen. I think eventually it's totally inevitable that there's going to be a war between the two, because they both want to establish empires. Like you have Israel wanting to establish Jewish empire, and then you have Turkey trying to establish Greater Turkey, Western Azerbaijan, Nakhchivan, Armenia. They want to establish Greater Turkey. They believe that all that land belongs to the Turks. They believe that all the land from Turkey to Nakhchivan, Armenia, Azerbaijan, all the way into the Central Asia and the Western Azerbaijan region of northern Iran They think all that area belongs to Turkey. So they want to establish greater Turkey. So you have Israel wanting to establish greater Israel. You have Turkey wanting to establish greater Turkey. So then the question is, which side is going to win? They both can't be next to each other at the same time. They both can't be doing the same thing in the Middle East without a clash. And eventually there's going to be a clash. It's inevitable. It's just like Ukraine versus Russia. I mean, that clash that eventually broke up, that eventually erupted in 2022 happened. Could also diffuse the threat of war on Russia's southern border using economic pressure of oil. Well, the idea is to isolate Russia. That's the idea. Like the agenda is to isolate the Russians. So instead of Russia being used as a transport corridor for oil and natural gas, Turkey could be used as the main route, as the main corridor by which to transport oil and natural gas from Central Asia into Europe. So the idea is to isolate Russia, ultimately speaking. Happy Friday. Appreciate that. So yeah, lately, I don't know, man. I've been an insomniac lately. I don't know. It's insane. But like, I'll just lay in my bed reading, and I'll read for like 4 hours straight. Sometimes 3-4 hours straight. And it's like, I'm not getting tired. I don't know why. I'm not tired. Fuentes says similar things, but with an evil edge. Yeah. That's the problem. But yeah, it's just weird. Turkey and friends want to isolate Russia. Well, Turkey and NATO, they want to isolate Russia. So Turkey already has Azerbaijan, which borders with Russia. And Turkey right now sees Azerbaijan as a part of its sphere of influence, even though it borders directly with Russia. So if they could just use Turkey as a transport corridor for oil, natural gas directly into Europe, they would never have to use Russia ever again. Appreciate your heavy reading. No problem, sir. That's what I'm here for. I love doing it. 4:33 a.m. here in the UK. Yeah, the UK. Now, Chris, tell me something, Chris. You are British. Which part of Britain are you in? Are you in England? Or are you in Wales? Are you in Scotland? Which part of the UK are you in right now? I'm interested to know this. I want to know who's talking to me. Who's talking to me across from the Atlantic Ocean? How do you read for 4 hours? I can only read 10 minutes. I mean, I just sort of read slow. I'll read like 20 pages or something. So sometimes it's 2 hours, sometimes it's 3, sometimes it's 4. Russia has access to the Chinese market of over 1 billion. That's true. Russia doesn't need Europe. That's true. No, you're right. You're totally right. That's why the Russians can't afford to lose China. The Americans are trying to convince the Chinese, they're trying to convince. Well, I mean, I'm sure they're trying to convince both sides to divorce each other. They don't want the two countries to be united, because if you remove, okay, so China needs Russia for security, because let's be real here. Russia's got a better military than China does. Russia does. And you can say, well, how is that possible? Like, China's got over 1 billion people. Yeah, it's got over 1 billion people, but how many of those people are actual warriors? Not a lot. Whereas with Russia, Russia's got a lot smaller population, but Russians are just tough people. They are. I mean, like, I have been watching videos from Russia since 2000 and oh God, we're going to go down memory lane. I've been watching videos from Russia since like 2008 or 2009. And one thing I have noticed for ever since that time and to now is that Russians are just tough people. I remember really getting into watching videos from Russia on YouTube when I was training martial arts in 2009 and 2010. I got obsessed with martial arts. And I was training at this American kickboxing school. And we did a lot of heavy sparring, and it was a lot of fun. I mean, I wasn't very good at it, but it was a lot of fun nonetheless. And so I started watching, of course. Initially, I started watching American martial artists, but then, I got into Chuck Norris, and I read some of Chuck Norris's autobiography, which was really well written, by the way. And I was really inspired by Chuck Norris, and then I started getting into the Eastern world. I started watching K1 kickboxing, started watching Mirko Cro Cop, and I was thinking, where is this dude from? Oh, he's from Croatia. Oh, wow, that's crazy. So that got me more interested in that Eastern world, and started looking into Fedor Emelianenko and the Russian fighters, and his brother Alexander Emelianenko, and started looking at all of these Russian fighters. And I got really interested in Russian training and like Russian martial arts and how they trained and how they fought. And I was just so inspired by it. And so that's when I began to realize that the Russians are just tough fucking people. I mean, they're tough people. And every time, okay, when I would watch a fighter from China, let's say a kickboxer from China, versus a kickboxer from either a Russian country, a Slavic country, or some other Western country. I don't say this to be mean. This is just what I observed. 9 out of 10 times, the China man is losing. That's just a fact. Like 9 out of 10 times, China man is losing. And so I began to realize that they're just tougher. Big Russians are just tough ass people. They're tough ass people. And then I started looking into the Japanese-Chinese war in World War II, and how Japan invaded China. And this is a big stain on China's history, and a lot of Chinese people are very ashamed to talk about this. But when Japan invaded Nanking, which was the capital of China at that time, most of the Chinese military ran away. I'm talking soldiers, I'm talking generals, I'm talking high-ranking military officials in China. They ran away. They ran away. Now, some of them, a small minority of them, stood and fought to the death, which was very brave of them. But the fact is that the vast majority of the Chinese military in the capital of China at that time ran away in the face of the Japanese military and abandoned their people to the mercy of the Japanese. And the Japanese invaded the capital pretty easily and proceeded to butcher hundreds of thousands of people in what is known as the Rape of Nanking. And that has been a blot and a blemish and a stain of shame on China's history. To this day, the Chinese people are very ashamed of this. But you would think, okay, let's compare that to Russia. Have you ever heard of Russian soldiers doing that? I never once heard about Russian soldiers just running away in the face of the German military. I'm sure there were Russians who retreated, but in terms of just running away and just letting the Germans have at it without even putting up a serious fight, I've never heard of anything like that coming from the Germans. Never. Sorry, from the Russians. I never heard of anything like that coming from the Russians. Russians are tough people, man. They fought. So many millions of Russians died in that war. They fought to the death, those people. They were tough motherfuckers, those Russians. They're tough people. So, China needs Russia for security. Russia needs China for money, for commerce, because China buys Russia's stuff, and vice versa. Russia buys China's stuff. And Russia and China share a border, and a lot of Russians like to go to China to buy cheap stuff, and a lot of Chinese people like going over to Russia to go find wives. Because sadly enough, there's a lack of women in China. There's not a lot of women in China. There's not a lot of women in China. I heard that in China, I think they got 1 woman for every 5 dudes. And a lot of the women in China are getting banged by white dudes. So that really is pissing them off to no end. So a lot of these Chinese dudes, they're going off across the border, going to Russia, and they're bagging these like chubby little Russian ladies. They look like dumplings, and they're marrying these ladies, and the women don't mind because there's kind of a shortage of men. So they need each other. America has worked for years to try to get the two countries to divorce each other, because if you can divorce the Russians from the Chinese, then China is easier to destroy in a war, to defeat in a war. If you can pull the Chinese away from the Russians, then it's easier to economically suffocate the Russians. I mean, this is the whole idea. So that's the thing. That's the thing. So they both need each other. I'll read your guys' comments here. Hold up. Based on his vids, the UK has become a fucking digital gulag. Dark Souls 1 music, mad respect. Yeah, that's great music. The only Dark Souls game I played was Elden Ring. It's part of the Dark Souls universe. I've never played any of the Dark Souls games. I played Elden Ring, but I never played Dark Souls 1, 2, and 3. I would like to play Dark Souls 3. I've heard out of all the Dark Souls, I've heard that out of all the 3 Dark Souls games, number 3 is the best, and so I would like to play that game. Number 1, I don't know. Number 2, I hear sucks. Hello, brethren in Christ. Appreciate that. He's from London. His channel covers occult symbolism. Who are you talking about? I think all these Eastern MMA guys are descendants of the Janissaries. I think that a lot of the people in the Balkans are the descendants of Janissaries. Russians, despite NATO's circle, want Ukraine to continue in its sphere. Well, that's true. China has a CCP officer to second guess everything, right down to each squadron. Glendale, Arizona, hello. I've just started to study politics, and it's amazing how many times you talk about things I'm studying. Really? So what are you studying right now, Mr. Chris? Indiana? Cool, I've been to Indiana. I went to Indiana many years ago. It was cold. I'm in Chicago, Illinois. Hello, AD33. Right in the middle, Burton on Trent. I'm in England. Hello, Celtiberian Bull. Okay, so Chris is in England. So is there still a pub culture in England, or is the question for all the people in England, is there still pub culture in England? Is there still an active, vibrant culture of going to a pub with your pals, having a pint, and singing? Is that still a thing, or is pub culture dying? I heard that it's dying. That's pretty sad. Mongol Empire spread and mixed with a lot of those people. Yeah, they went all... Hey, Mongols went everywhere. Thoughts on Eastern Orthodox? I think it's cool. I don't have any issues with the Orthodox. Just finished watching Raymond Ibrahim's new video. That's cool. UK pub culture is dying fast. Damn. Too overpriced now? That sucks. Well, I hear that London is putting a lot of... what's it called? They're putting a lot of... regulations. Pub culture is declining. That's why I think the birth rate is lowering. Oh man, that sucks. So if I go to, let's say, Scotland, would I have a better pub experience there? The numbers on UK pub closures is staggering. I hear it's because of the regulations. I hear the UK government is putting a lot of regulations to shut down the pubs. Khabib, yeah, he's another example. I heard pub culture was Roman influence. Correct me if I'm wrong. Maybe, I don't know. I think they've been making beer for a long time over there, though. Went to the pub with a mate. 12 euros or pounds. 12 pounds for 2 pints, mate. That's €6 a pint, mate. That's fucking ridiculous, mate. That's bloody ridiculous. There is one in Honolulu. There is one in Moscow, too. There's one of what in Moscow? Come to my local pub, Theo. There's still some great ones. I would love to one day visit the Shetland Islands. I know the word Shetland is funny, but that's one place I would like to visit because Shetland is where my great-great-grandfather came from. My great-great-grandfather was a Scottish immigrant. He moved to California from the Shetland Islands, and then he had a son who was my great-grandfather, who I only met when I was an infant, so I don't remember anything. And then he had a wife. My great-grandfather had a wife who was an American woman who was the descendant of a Welsh woman from Wales and a Swedish immigrant. She passed away when I was in high school. So my great-grandmother died in her late 90s. I think she died at the age of 98, and I was in high school when she passed away. And her daughter, my grandmother, married a Middle Eastern man. Hence the reason why I look the way I do. And my grandmother passed away in January of 2024. So time is a lot shorter than we think. You know, we think, I was thinking about this, like my great-great-grandfather was born in the 1860s. I mean, he was born around the time of the Civil War. He moves to America, and his granddaughter passes away just in January of 2024, which was not that long ago. So when we think of things like the Civil War, or even the American Revolutionary War for that matter, I mean, they seem like they happened such a long time ago, but they really didn't. In the grand scheme of things, they didn't happen as long ago as we feel. May she rest in peace. Appreciate that. Thank you. The Scottish people are really nice, and they really care about their nation. Yeah, the Scottish people are, I mean, dude, you can't beat Braveheart. That movie is such a masterpiece, dude. I was watching a scene from that movie last night, and I thought, my God, what a masterpiece this film is. It's such a great movie. I love that movie so much. You look like you'd be from Wales. They're all a little tan. Yeah, like the singer, what's his name? What was the singer from Wales? What was it? What's new, pussycat? Whoa, what was his name? Tom Jones. Yeah, Tom Jones. He looked a little Semitic, that guy. I always suspected he was Jewish. I was like, that guy's Jewish. He ain't no Welshman. He's Jewish, but he's supposedly born in Wales. I mean, he's from Wales. You know, but the Welsh they're really Celtic people, and some of the Welsh people, they still speak their native language. I'm going to Ireland in a few months. I wonder how it is over there. Yeah, man. I hope you have a good time. Theo, why are you such a Zio apologist? What are you talking about? Zio apologist? What do you... You just spent the next 6 hours bashing Zionism. Sounds a little bit dishonest, if you ask me. Oh, he was joking? I freaking just blocked him. Let me unblock him. Sorry, let me unblock you. I thought you were just being a troll. I just unblocked you. The Welsh are the last of the Celtic Britons. You'll always have a job, because wherever you go around the world, you'll always find an Irish pub. Are you going to Ireland or Northern Ireland? I don't know, guys. It's all very depressing to me. Life in general is kind of... Not life in general, but yeah, a lot of life is sad and depressing. Anyway, I don't want to get to that doomer stuff. Northern Ireland is beautiful. Giant causeways. Yeah, I've never been there. My dad went there many years ago. He told me, he says, you have the Catholics who love Palestine, and you have the Protestants who hate Israel. I like your background music. Oh, I'm glad you like it. It's great stuff. This is music from the Dark Souls video game. We had a really great stream, guys. We had a great stream. I wish I had more energy, but I think overall, we had a great stream. I think we did good. The world is depressing. Yeah, it is very depressing. That's what my grandma said. Our Irish women are beautiful. Yeah, I'm sure they are. Sure they are. All right, guys. I'll see you guys later. We had a great stream. We had a lot of fun. I've been here for over 6 hours, almost 6.5 hours. So we had a great time. And I will be back soon for you guys. And God willing, we'll have another great stream. And yeah, we had an amazing time. I'll say goodbye to everyone. I'll see you later. Buckwheat, Monochromatic Blues, Chris, MMXXIV, Jacob Glowsticks, Parsifal, Bite Hunter 112, Chris 77, Nomi Sunrider, Celtibrian Bull, Alexis Corral, Exact X, AD33, George W. Cush, Indian name. I cannot read Sanskrit. Cool Crab, Alexis Corral. Who else we got? Cool Crab. I already read that name. Jacob Glowsticks. Absolutely. Esmailvan. Sivanapali. Mr. Sweet. Back to Nature. Gia Rizvi. Sophia AV2Y. Luther Blissett 9070. Eli X Gnosis. KGV. Nomi Sunrider. Every time I end, he was from Ireland. Every time I end these damn streams, I end up living with bittersweet. Every time, it never fails. I end one of these streams, as soon as I turn that freaking button to turn the thing off and turn the camera off, there's like a silence that comes in and it seeps into my very soul, and it's this bittersweetness, man. And it's been going on for years. With this stream, I started streaming in late 2020, but ever since I want to say 2024, I've had this feeling of bittersweetness every time I end a stream, and it's a crazy feeling. I get it every time, and I feel it coming right now. It's this feeling of bittersweetness, like the party's over, the silence is coming, music's gonna end. The talking's gonna end. And that's it. Where are you, by the way? I'm in the United States. I'm in Texas. My name means I see God in you. What can I do, friend? That's really nice. I really like that. It's from the Bible, yeah. When the Egyptian says that about Jacob. God bless, bro. Appreciate that, Buckwheat. Trusting Jesus here. Appreciate that, Exact. He was an actual genius and his brain basically crashed at 23 and couldn't do anything after. What? How does that happen? Can you give notice to the next stream so we don't miss out? The thing is that I'm afraid to do that because sometimes things pop up and I can't do it. You see what I'm saying? I would hate it if I were to tell you guys, hey, I'm coming, and then I can't, and then I gotta cancel it. I just don't want to do that. I feel bad about doing that, so that's why I would prefer just once I know for certain I'll be on the stream, then I'll put it up. But I'm gonna try to put it up earlier than usual. I'll do that for you. We just heard some Theological. Yes, you did. Always a treat. Thank you, MMXXIV. Clay Davis, appreciate it. Alexis Corral, Prince Zachariah, good stream. Peace, appreciate that, Prince. Sorry to repeat, but what was the jet fighter Turkey might go into instead of F-35? Oh, the Khan. K-A-N. K-A-A-N. Beauty of the suspense. Yep. Yeah, the Khan fighter jet. Did you know the president of Mexico is Jewish and female? Yes, I did. It's a very famous song from Bollywood. Wow. Cool. Theo, try and listen to some Orthodox hymns. Give me help with that issue. I'll try. I appreciate that. You'll be missed. Thank you, sir. Or ma'am. I don't know what you are. Great 42 years in Austin. Austin's a crazy city. All right, guys. I'll see y'all later. God bless. Be well. Have a good weekend. You guys just heard some Theology. God bless.